Everyone, good evening to all of you. आज है 27th of November 2024. वेलकम वंस अगेन टू दिस लाइव एनालिसिस। स्टार्ट करते हैं आज का ये सेशन। फिलहाल के लिए देखोगे क्रूड ऑयल और नेचुरल गैस को, तो नेचुरल क्रूड ऑयल कल के लेवल में कुछ चेंज नहीं हुआ है। नेचुरल गैस कंटिन्यूसली कल से फॉल करने में ही है। आज अर्ली मॉर्निंग एग्जैक्टली कल का जो रेजिस्टेंस एरिया था उसके आसपास ओपन हुआ था, वहाँ से सेलिंग आई थी। एक और रेजिस्टेंस बना हुआ है। आप देखो यहाँ पर ऐसे कोई लॉजिकल सपोर्ट तो नहीं दिख रहे नीचे तक। मार्केट के पास एक रीटेस्ट है 268 का, वो पेंडिंग है। मार्केट वहाँ पर एक रीटेस्ट जरूर कर सकता है एंड उसके नीचे एक सपोर्ट फिर आप 259 260 एंड देन 248 250। ये 250 248 वाला सबसे अच्छा सपोर्ट है। एंड उसके बाद ये जो रीटेस्ट है थोड़ा बहुत अगर रुके तो यहाँ पर ज़्यादा बेटर रहेगा। बाकी ये जो 259 260 वाला लेवल है ये भी दो बार टेस्ट कर चुका है यहाँ पर। पता नहीं अब वापस होल्ड करेगा नहीं करेगा, थोड़ा सा सपोर्ट वीक जरूर मान के चलेंगे इस दिस वन। ऊपर रेजिस्टेंस अगर देखें तो 285 86 के अराउंड एक रेजिस्टेंस है एंड देन डे हाई 290 293 के आसपास एक रेजिस्टेंस है। जिस लेवल पे अभी ये रुक रहा है ना, ये मिनी सपोर्ट कह सकते हो। ठीक है, नॉट द एग्जैक्ट सपोर्ट बट अ मिनी सपोर्ट। तो 50-50 चांस जैसा ऐसा है। सेम फॉर क्रूड ऑयल। क्रूड ऑयल में भी देखोगे तो ये जो क्रूड ऑयल में ऊपर आपको लेवल दिख रहा है, कल वाला ही रेजिस्टेंस है। कल सेलिंग आई थी, याद होगा आप लोगों को, वही रेजिस्टेंस जो अभी भी बना हुआ है। तो दैट इज़ अ मेजर रेजिस्टेंस वी हैव राइट नाउ। एंड नीचे देखोगे तो डे लो के आसपास एक सपोर्ट है 5790 टू 780 के अप्रॉक्सीमेटली। ये सपोर्ट थोड़ा सा वीक मान के चलेंगे, मतलब ठीक ही है, थोड़ी बहुत बाइंग आ सकती है बट उतना स्ट्रांग भी नहीं है। थोड़ा बहुत ठीक ठाक सपोर्ट आप मान के चलना कि क्रूड ऑयल में नीचे वाला जो सपोर्ट है 5670 टू 680 वाला, ये सबसे अच्छा सपोर्ट एरिया है फिलहाल के लिए इन 15 मिनट टाइम फ्रेम। ओके, बाकी ये बीच के जो लेवल बनाए हैं ये लाइक मिनी सपोर्ट ही मान के चलो। क्रूड जैसे क्रूड में यहाँ पर थोड़ी बहुत सेलिंग आ गई, हो सकता है फिर से आए, हो सकता है ना आए, वापस चला जाए ऊपर रेजिस्टेंस पे और फिर वहां से सेल करे। जैसा कल एफईजी में हो रहा था वैसा ही है। सेम नेचुरल गैस थोड़ा बहुत पुल बैक आ सकता है बट एग्जैक्ट सपोर्ट मैंने बता दिए नीचे लेवल पर है। तो थोड़ा सा इन लेवल पे संभल के ट्रेड करना। ओके, बाकी जिन लोगों ने लाइक नहीं किया है, डोंट फॉरगेट टू लाइक दिस स्ट्रीम। बाकी नेचुरल गैस काफ़ी गिर गया मॉर्निंग से, कंटिन्यूअसली फॉल ही कर रहा है। कल मोमेंटम आया था उसके बाद कंटिन्यूअसली फॉल ही करने में लगा हुआ है। कोई व्यू बुलिश नहीं है नेचुरल गैस का, बेरिस ही है। ऊपर आएगा तो सेलिंग ही करेंगे। थोड़ा क्रूड नीचे आ जाता तो यहाँ से बाइंग जरूर कर सकते थे, अच्छा रहता। थोड़ा बहुत पुल बैक इन नेचुरल गैस, थोड़ा बहुत सेल ऑफ इन क्रूड ऑयल। न्यूज़ की अगर बात करें तो डेटा शेड्यूल है आज के लिए, काफ़ी डेटा है आज। तो 5:30, अभी 6:30 न्यूयॉर्क सेशन की ओपनिंग हो जाएगी, उसके बाद फिर 7 PM पे दो तीन डेटा हैं, वो इम्पैक्ट करेंगे गोल्ड और सिल्वर को। 8 PM पे यूएस मार्केट ओपन वॉलेटिलिटी रहेगी। 8:15 पे शिकागो पीएमआई का डेटा है, वो इम्पैक्ट करेगा गोल्ड और सिल्वर को। 8:30 पर कोर पीसी प्राइस इंडेक्स और भी डेटा है, वो भी गोल्ड और सिल्वर को इम्पैक्ट करेंगे। 9 बजे क्रूड ऑयल की इन्वेंट्री, और 10:30 पर नेचुरल गैस की इन्वेंट्री रहेगी, ध्यान रखना। काफ़ी ज़्यादा, बाकी कल और परसों शायद थैंक्स गिविंग डे की वजह से और ब्लैक फ्राइडे की वजह से मार्केट, यूएस मार्केट तो शायद क्लोज रहेगा। तो थोड़ा हॉलीडे हो सकता है यूएस मार्केट में, ध्यान रखना इस वीकेंड में। वीकेंड ही हॉलीडे में चला जाएगा, बिकॉज आज आपका वेनेसडे है, थर्सडे, फ्राइडे, ब्लैक फ्राइडे एंड थैंक्स गिविंग्स, 2 दिन चलती है वो। एंड उसके बाद सैटरडे संडे, तो 4 दिन का हॉलीडे हो गया ऑलमोस्ट, यूएस मार्केट के पर्पज से अगर देखोगे तो। बाकी गोल्ड और सिल्वर को देखोगे, गोल्ड और सिल्वर को भी एक बार दिखा देता हूँ। गोल्ड सपोर्ट पर ही था, रीटेस्ट किया था, उसके बाद सपोर्ट से बाइंग स्टार्ट हो गई है शायद इसमें। यप। सिल्वर भी सिल्वर तो रेंज के अंदर ही चल रहा है मेरे अकॉर्डिंग। ये नीचे सपोर्ट ब्रेक कर दे तो बेटर ही रहेगा, या फिर नया सपोर्ट बना दे, क्योंकि ये सपोर्ट भी काफ़ी बार टेस्ट कर चुका है ये। बाकी गोल्ड में देखोगे तो नीचे वो कल वाला सपोर्ट बनाया है एक फ्रेश, वहां से थोड़ा बहुत कल बाइंग आई थी, याद होगा वो, थोड़ी बहुत मार्केट में क्लोजिंग से पहले। हमारा मार्केट, इंडियन मार्केट क्लोज होने तक भी वहीं पर क्लोज हुआ था, वहां से स्लोली स्टडी बाइंग ही चल रही है अभी। ऊपर कल वाला ही रेजिस्टेंस है मेजर मार्केट के पास, आता है तो उस लेवल पे। ये रीटेस्ट लेवल में रिमूव ही कर देता हूँ इसको, क्या ही फर्क पड़ेगा, छोड़ो, रीटेस्ट वगैरह बाद में देखा जाएगा। नहीं, छोड़ देते हैं, रीटेस्ट भी है तो है तो है। इसको थोड़ा सा और रेंज को बढ़ाना पड़ेगा। प्राइस को थोड़ा और आने दो नीचे, वापस ले सकते हो इस एरिया से। डेटा भी बहुत सारे हैं, तो थोड़ा ध्यान रखना मार्केट में आज। एक लास्ट सपोर्ट कह सकते हो गोल्ड का, 2646 39, अगर ये होल्ड कर गया तो वेल एंड गुड। अगर ये ब्रेक डाउन होता है तो फिर ये, मुझे लग रहा है अगर एक गलती से ब्रेक डाउन रीटेस्ट कर गया तो फिर ये रुकेगा भी नहीं, मुझे लगता है नीचे वाले लेवल को भी ब्रेक कर देगा, चांसेस आर वेरी हाई। क्योंकि ये भी इतना अच्छा सपोर्ट नहीं दिख रहा है गोल्ड का। इसके नीचे का लेवल भी देख लेते हैं, कहाँ रुक सकता है प्राइस। उस लेवल है फिलहाल के लिए सिल्वर और गोल्ड में। Hey guys, just give me some moment. गोल्ड बता दिया रामेश सैनी जी। लाइव स्ट्रीम स्टार्ट ऑलरेडी है। यहाँ से थोड़ा बहुत पुल बैक आ सकता है दोनों ही जगह पे। क्रूड ऑयल, नेचुरल गैस, दोज आर नॉट एग्जैक्ट सपोर्ट बट अ पुल बैक एरिया, सो यू कैन एक्सपेक्ट सम पुल बैक। आई एम नॉट सेइंग कंप्लीट पुल बैक, बट या थोड़ा बहुत पुल बैक जैसे नेचुरल गैस में आ रहा है उसी तरह से क्रूड ऑयल में। बाकी ऊपर आएगा तो ये रेजिस्टेंस जोन है, थोड़ा बहुत वहाँ से सेलिंग का प्लान करना। एग्जैक्ट सपोर्ट थोड़ा सा डाउन साइड पर है। नेचुरल गैस में रीटेस्ट ही है वो लोअर एंड पे, और क्रूड ऑयल में तो एग्जैक्ट सपोर्ट है। सपोर्ट थोड़ा सा वीक है, क्रूड ऑयल में थोड़ी बहुत ही बाइंग एक्सपेक्टेड रहेगी। एंड नीचे रीटेस्ट पेंडिंग है, तो देखेंगे अगर वहाँ पर एग्जैक्टली आ जाता है तो थोड़ा संभल के ट्रेड करना इन लेवल्स पे, नॉट एग्जैक्ट सपोर्ट एंड रेजिस्टेंस। ओके, एंड जस्ट गिव मी अ 10 मिनट, विल बी राइट बैक इन 10 मिनट। ये कल वाला ही रेजिस्टेंस है ओवरऑल क्रूड ऑयल का हाई लेवल पे, दिस वन। ठीक है, ये बस थोड़ा बहुत पुल बैक एरिया है, दोज आर नॉट अ सपोर्ट एग्जैक्टली। ओके, बाकी डेटा भी बहुत सारा आने वाला है तो थोड़ा सा ध्यान रखना, डेटा का भी वेट कर रहे हैं।
Understood is a podcast series that takes you out of the daily news cycle and inside the events, people, and cultural moments you want to know more about. From the fall of a crypto king to Narendra Modi's India, each season of Understood unfolds over a handful of episodes and is hosted by a well-connected journalist you can trust. The stories of our time, Understood. Find Understood everywhere you get your podcasts.
Bloomberg Audio Studios.
Podcasts, radio, news.
The hedge fund manager Scott Bessent is President-elect Donald Trump's pick to be the next Secretary of the Treasury. And he finally got the nod after a very public and kind of messy competition.
It was a knife fight for a very stressful job.
Bloomberg's Saleha Mosin covered that contest as it played out on television, on op-ed pages, and at Mar-a-Lago, where Trump has been preparing for his second term. And it dragged on for weeks.
Scott Bessent looked like he was tipped to get the job, easy peasy. And then he left town. He left Palm Beach, and Howard Lutnick, the co-chair of Trump's transition efforts and CEO of Cantor Fitzgerald, he moved in.
And Saleha says,
We had Lutnick out there talking and having his allies come in for him and against Bessent, and then you had Bessent doing the same thing.
That strategy backfired. Saleha says it made the president-elect so irritated that he brought in more candidates, including Kevin Warsh, a former Federal Reserve governor, and Mark Rowan, the CEO of Apollo Global Management. In the end, Trump nominated Lutnick to run the Commerce Department. Warsh reportedly said he's more interested in the job of Fed chair when that opens up. So Bessent got Treasury. What was it that sort of tipped things in his favor at the end? How did he win?
It might have been that no one really, other than Bessent, really wowed Trump.
Trump has picked someone who knows Wall Street, and that seems to have impressed Wall Street. Stocks rose and the dollar weakened after the president-elect announced his decision. I'm David Gura, and this is the Big Take DC from Bloomberg News. Today on the show, I'm joined by my co-host, Saleha Mosin, to talk through who is Scott Bessent, and if he's confirmed by the U.S. Senate, how will he approach the job and advance his boss's economic agenda? So President-elect Trump made this announcement after the market closed on a Friday. I think I got the email at 6:55 Eastern Time. As you and our colleagues have talked to investors, what are they telling you about the president-elect's pick?
Markets seem happy. They see Bessent as bringing stability, which is something that we had in Trump 1.0. As much turnover as you saw in Trump's cabinet, Steven Mnuchin stayed as Treasury Secretary for all 4 years, and he was able to leverage relationships because people knew this man is going to stay, and he understands the plumbing of the global financial system. That's something that markets really want. They want stability, and if Bessent can somehow manage to provide that, I think he'll end up being a successful Treasury Secretary.
What kind of career has Scott Bessent had up to this point? What's his background?
Yeah, so he worked for George Soros. He was involved in the investor bet that broke the pound in the early 90s. And so he comes with a keen interest in currency policy. And you can tell he talks about that a lot. And Donald Trump talks about dollar policy a lot. He also set up and ran his own hedge fund since about 2015 or 16. I think he has been overseeing that. And it was about a year or a little over a year ago that he re-entered Trump's orbit and started looking at Trump's policies and saw that Trump's stock was going to go up. And he was right.
You said re-entered Trump's orbit. When did they meet?
So Bessent told me that he has known the Trump family for like 30 years. And I think he knew Trump's brother. And so he said, oh, well, Donald Trump probably knew my face, but didn't quite know exactly who I was. But he was close to Donald Trump Jr. That was sort of his door into Trump world about a year ago. And that's how we got a first meeting with Donald Trump.
What do your sources say about how the work that he's done, so working with these big hedge funds, is likely to shape his perspective on this job? And maybe it would just be useful for you to describe all that a Treasury Secretary has to do. It's a huge remit.
Yeah, it's huge. People like to call the Treasury Secretary the Chief Financial Officer of the United States, but that actually only refers to 1/3 of the job. A Treasury Secretary oversees debt issuance, and that's somewhere we could see from a Treasury Secretary, Scott Bessent, a little bit of creativity maybe in how our massive deficit is issued and how that's structured and sort of the tenor of notes and things. He's also going to be involved in tax policy and financial stability, international economic diplomacy, so being the representative for that at G7 and G20 meetings. And then the other big component is national security and foreign policy by way of economic sanctions.
As you talk to investors about him, do any of them express any reservations about him not having experience in Washington, not being a creature of D.C., not being someone like Janet Yellen, for instance, who spent the bulk of her career in Washington in a lot of these big high-profile jobs doing quite a bit of management?
So there's always a steep learning curve for a Treasury Secretary, particularly when it comes to dealings with Congress. The example that comes up frequently, a more recent kind of screw up there or confusion or misreading of the room, is Steven Mnuchin. I think it was 2017. He had to raise the debt ceiling and he went into a room full of Republican lawmakers, and it was a private conference, and said, just raise the debt ceiling for me. And they burst out of that room telling every reporter that this is what he said, for me. We're not going to do it for you. We serve the American people, not you. And it was such a blunder. Steven Mnuchin came in, he didn't know any lawmakers very closely or how all this stuff really worked from a Washington perspective. It did not have experience in the public sector. Tim Geithner knew. He came from the Federal Reserve. He'd been at Treasury as a civil servant in the 90s. Hank Paulson had no experience on that front. You would hope people like that, they come in without hubris of knowing what you don't know and then relying on people to help you navigate. And also just understanding that you come from a world where it's about relationships and deal making and just learning on the fly. Bessent comes from Wall Street, but he doesn't have the same experience of some of the big heavyweights that we've seen as Treasury Secretary. So Bob Rubin, Hank Paulson, Steven Mnuchin, they loomed large because of their Goldman experience. Paulson, he was CEO, and he said that something about the way at Goldman you learn about serving the client, not serving your own ego, really prepared him to work in government, where his biggest client was the president. So Bessent doesn't come from that sort of traditional part of Wall Street.
After the break, what we know about how aligned Bessent is with Trump, and what that could tell us about how Bessent may approach the role of Treasury Secretary.
Wings, nuggets, eggs, no matter the form, Americans love their chicken.
The chicken industry is one of the largest and most complex supply chains that America has. These birds are big business, and we wanted to get to the bottom of it.
Welcome to Beat Capitalism, brought to you by Odd Lots. In this special 3-part series from Bloomberg Podcast, we are going to examine some of the thorniest issues facing the U.S. economy through the media.
Guys, थोड़ी देर के लिए क्रूड ऑयल फोरकास्ट एक्सपेक्टेशन तो कुछ भी नहीं है सर। मार्केट फिलहाल रेंज बाउंड है, कल का ही सपोर्ट रेजिस्टेंस है, नीचे यहाँ आता है तो इस एरिया के आसपास थोड़ा सा बाइंग का प्लान कर सकते हो। ये सपोर्ट उतना भी स्ट्रांग नहीं है, मतलब थोड़ा बहुत ठीक ठाक है बट ज़्यादा भी स्ट्रांग नहीं है। ये काफ़ी अच्छा सपोर्ट है 5680 670 वाला। ऊपर रेजिस्टेंस कल का ही बना हुआ है, ये एक मिनी रेजिस्टेंस कह सकते हो। सेम फॉर नेचुरल गैस, ओवरऑल व्यू बेरिश ही है। ऊपर रेजिस्टेंस एक डे हाई है, उसके अलावा ये भी एक छोटा सा रेजिस्टेंस है 285 286। नीचे एक रीटेस्ट पेंडिंग है 267 68 का, एंड उसके नीचे भी एक सपोर्ट है बट वो मल्टीपल टाइम टेस्ट हो गया है, तो मेरे अकॉर्डिंग अगर ये गया रीटेस्ट तो फिर ये 248 तक ही आ जाएगा सीधा। तो ये कुछ लेवल है फिलहाल के लिए इन क्रूड ऑयल एंड नेचुरल गैस। These are some pullback level. These are not exact support in crude oil or natural gas. Overall view, natural gas bearish, crude oil sideways for intraday. इन्वेंट्री दोनों की आएगी, क्रूड ऑयल और नेचुरल गैस की, थोड़ा ध्यान रखना। जिन लोगों ने लाइक नहीं किया, डोंट फॉरगेट टू लाइक द स्ट्रीम। फॉर अ वाइल लाइव स्ट्रीम थोड़ी देर के लिए मैं पॉज कर रहा हूँ, ठीक है, जस्ट फॉर 10 मिनट। ओके, इट इज कंटिन्यू ना, कोई इशू नहीं है। ठीक है, डेटा भी ध्यान रखना। 6:30 पे न्यूयॉर्क सेशन ओपन होगा, देन डेटा इज कमिंग, इम्पॉर्टेंट है। बाकी कल हिजबुल्ला और इजराइल के बीच जो सीज फायर था वो स्टार्ट हो चुका है फॉर नेक्स्ट 60 डेज। लेट्स सी क्या होता है। ओपेक प्लस की मीटिंग भी है बिकॉज आने वाले समय में। लेबनान सीज फायर, यस।
News when you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Nathan Hager.
And I'm Lisa Mateo.
Lisa, we begin with President-elect Donald Trump continuing to fill out his new administration. He's tapped Jamison Greer to be the next U.S. trade representative. Let's get the details now from Bloomberg's Doug Krisner.
The selection of Greer highlights the central role tariffs will play in Trump's economic agenda. He's a longtime protege of Robert Lighthizer, and he was involved in Trump's first-term trade policy decisions, including steep duties on China and the negotiations for a partial trade deal with Beijing concluded shortly before the outbreak of the pandemic. Greer is now expected to play a pivotal role in implementing the president-elect's tariff plans, including 25% levies on Canadian and Mexican goods, as well as an additional 10% on existing Chinese tariffs. In New York, I'm Doug Krisner, Bloomberg Radio.
Thanks, Doug. Trump has also made another key nomination. He selected Kevin Hassett to lead the National Economic Council. We get more on that from Bloomberg's Brendan Murray.
Hassett was head of Trump's Council of Economic Advisors in his first White House. So this is the sort of economic think tank behind the White House's policy decisions. He would have been involved in designing the tariff rollout in the first Trump administration, trying to make sure that the products that had tariffs imposed on them didn't become inflationary. So it was trying to be very selective in that process.
Now, Bloomberg's Brendan Murray says Hassett's appointment does not require Senate confirmation.
Well, Lisa, Kevin Hassett and Jamison Greer are just part of the latest flurry of staffing announcements from President-elect Trump. He's also named Vince Haley to lead the Domestic Policy Council. That office is likely to weigh in on immigration, urban crime, and education. Trump's tapped private investor John Phelan as Secretary of the Navy, and he's picked Jay Bhattacharya to lead the National Institutes of Health. Bhattacharya is a Stanford professor who has called COVID lockdowns the biggest public health mistake we've ever made.
Well, the latest Trump picks follow his selection earlier this week of Scott Bessent as Treasury Secretary. Bloomberg opinion columnist Bill Dudley says Bessent will be key in communicating with Trump on the impact of some of his policies may have on the market.
I think he can explain very clearly the consequences of not having a good set of policies in terms of what that means for the budget deficit path, the consequences for interest rates, and if interest rates go up, the consequences of interest rates for broader markets, including the stock market.
Well, Bloomberg opinion columnist Bill Dudley says Bessent also will face two big challenges: ensuring that the world's largest government debt market functions properly, and also pursuing a fiscal policy that doesn't send the country's debt service costs soaring.
Well, Lisa, Donald Trump's threat of imposing tariffs on Canada has prompted a warning from Goldman Sachs. The bank's head of commodities research says a 25% levy on Canadian imports would have significant consequences for consumers, including higher fuel prices. The U.S. imports almost 4 million barrels of Canadian oil per day. That allows American producers to export more of their crude. Still, Goldman says Trump's tariff threat could be a negotiating tool.
Now to the latest from the Middle East. A ceasefire underway in Lebanon. Israel and Hezbollah have paused a 14-month conflict that's killed thousands and forced more than 1 million people to flee their homes. President Biden says he hopes the troop will lead to a permanent end to the fighting.
Civilians on both sides will soon be able to safely return to their communities and begin to rebuild their homes, their schools, their farms, their businesses, and their very lives.
President Biden spoke from the White House Rose Garden. Bloomberg's Stuart Livingston Wallace has more on the agreement.
It's initially a 60-day ceasefire, and there's basically to give them a little bit of room or breathing space to get something a bit more comprehensive. But it's back to exactly what we've been discussing now for several weeks, which is something resembling this UN resolution from 14 years ago, or thereabouts, or 18 years ago, isn't it? And that is going to be much tougher to get hold of and to grasp and to get some sort of agreement on.
Bloomberg's Stuart Livingston Wallace says the truce came after a flurry of shuttle diplomacy from President Biden's top Middle East envoy. It drew objections from hardliners and Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's coalition.
Well, let's turn back to markets now, Lisa. Stocks enter the Thanksgiving Day holiday in record fashion. Equities have gained for 7 straight sessions. Amanda Agati is Chief Investment Officer at PNC. She says investors should keep putting their money to work.
It's better to stay fully invested and ride some of this volatility wave than have this FOMO kind of fear of missing out and sitting on the sidelines. This market wants to move higher. And so, in the absence of a lot of policy clarity, I think the momentum will continue to carry the market into the new year.
PNC's Amanda Agati notes the S&P 500 notched its 52nd record of the year yesterday.
Nathan, some stocks on the move this morning, and a couple of tech firms taking a big hit. Shares of Dell down 12%. The company's PC business revenue missed analyst estimates, and shares of HP down 10%. Sales in its PC unit also missed those projections.
Now we're keeping an eye on CrowdStrike shares as well, Lisa. They are down nearly 6.5%. The cybersecurity software firm issued a fourth quarter earnings forecast that fell short of expectations. It's the company's second disappointing report since that flawed CrowdStrike update back in the summer that crashed millions of devices operating on Microsoft's Windows systems.
Well, aside from earnings, investors are getting a slew of economic reports to digest ahead of the Thanksgiving Day holiday. They include a key reading on inflation. We get a preview from Bloomberg's Michael McKee in Washington.
Economists get their Thanksgiving cornucopia today. 24 economic indicators will be released. Given Thursday is a national holiday and Friday is essentially one, the statistical agencies have moved everything to today. The star of the show is the October PCE report at 10 a.m. Wall Street time. Headline and core inflation expected to rise in the Fed's key price indicator. Consumer spending expected to ease a bit. Little change is forecast for jobless claims as the labor market remains relatively tight, but capital goods orders are likely to reflect a slowdown in business investment. Michael McKee, Bloomberg Radio.
Time now for our Bloomberg Sports Update, and for that, we bring in John Stashower.
Thanks, Nathan. Only a couple of weeks left of the college football regular season. The playoff committee last night let us know what the field would look like as of now. The 4 teams who would get byes: Oregon, Texas, Miami, and Boise State. Indiana, despite a loss last Saturday at Ohio State, stays in the field. North Carolina fired 73-year-old coach Mack Brown, the winningest coach in Tar Heels history. The first of the big free agent signings, the Dodgers, the world champs, add pitcher Blake Snell. That's your Bloomberg Sports Update.
Thanks, John. And that's news when you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Nathan Hager.
I'm Lisa Mateo, and this is Bloomberg.
And, cabinet officers leaking to the press or going on Fox News to make their case for the policy that they want implemented over someone else. And it doesn't always bode well. Lutnick has secured a pretty big job. He is Commerce Secretary. He's also overseeing USTR, and that's a new idea. Trump decided to put that under Lutnick's purview. So the two men do not get along. That's why it didn't turn out where one is NEC director and one's Treasury Secretary, because Trump and the team realized these two men can't work together.
Scott Bessent said in an interview over the weekend, his top priority is going to be taxes. Is he going beyond just pushing for the continuation of the so-called Trump tax cuts? Is it bigger than that?
Oh, I have so many questions on how tax policy is going to unfold because, the first 100-day plan is a huge thing that we're going to be watching for as we see officials rolled out and policy plans rolled out and signals given. Trump's 2017 tax cuts, some of those tax cuts expire at the end of 2025. Republicans own Congress, both chambers in their hands. So let's see how far they can get. But I don't know that Bessent has said anything grave detail about where that would go. We know publicly Donald Trump has talked about a lot of different kinds of tax cuts.
Bessent is someone who has not shied away from talking about the deficit. He talked about it during an interview on Bloomberg Television back in October.
I am very concerned about what is happening right now. We have never had a budget deficit like this. We are at 7% of GDP in terms of the deficit. We've never had this when it's not a recession, not a war. And what do we have to show for it?
How does he plan to reduce the size of the deficit?
Yeah, I love deficit talk because everyone comes up with these great ideas of how to reduce the deficit. But Congress needs to do that, right? A Treasury Secretary can lead the charge. Congress is the keeper of the purse when it comes to spending and taxes. Anytime an administration or a government has accomplished that, it is because Wall Street or investors or markets have thrown a tantrum that you have too much deficit. And I don't see how a Trump administration or Congress makes the very difficult trade-offs and cuts in spending that will be unpopular with voters unless they can blame it on markets or blame it on someone else.
Scott Bessent's going to play a role in picking the next chair of the Federal Reserve, advising the president-elect on that.
Yeah, let's talk about the Fed. Donald Trump thinks that presidents should have a say on interest rates. We don't know what that really means. And so I don't know, maybe this is some kind of creative thinking on Bessent's part to say, okay, look, he really wants to fire the Powell or he really wants to set monetary policy or have a say. Maybe the way to do it where we're not just causing a constitutional and markets crisis by sacking the Federal Reserve chair, we do it by creating this shadow Fed chair situation where you nominate or announce the name of who you will pick, send to the Senate for confirmation to be the next Federal Reserve chair. And that person is providing forward guidance on what they would do. So markets start to look to that person's comments over the sitting Federal Reserve chair. But this is my number one question to Scott Bessent right now is like, how would that play out and how seriously should we take this plan?
Effectively like a Fed chair in waiting.
Yeah. Yeah.
You covered the Treasury Department when Steven Mnuchin was running it, and he was there, as you said, for all 4 years of Donald Trump's first term. If Scott Bessent is confirmed, what is going to determine how successful he is at the job?
With Trump, it's always maintaining Trump's trust and always making sure you're aware of who he's meeting with and trying to be the last person in the room. As Bessent learned when he left Palm Beach and thought that he had bagged the job of Treasury Secretary and then it kind of blew up. Mnuchin learned that. Steven Mnuchin learned that if you leave the president with Peter Navarro, then the trade advisor and like a known China hawk in the room with president too long, Trump is going to start asking questions like, can we aggressively intervene in the US dollar to make it weaker? And can we do X, Y, and Z that might really blow up foreign relations or economic relations with other countries? So I think Scott Bessent will have to learn sort of to make sure that you stay in the good graces of the president, stay visible, and are keeping tabs and keeping Treasury-related policies firmly in the hands of the Treasury Department and not let others encroach on that remit.
Thanks for listening to the Big Take DC podcast from Bloomberg News. I'm David Gura. This episode was produced by Julia Press. It was mixed by Alex Segura and fact-checked by Adriana Tapia. It was edited by Caitlin Kenny and Sarah Halzak. Elizabeth Ponso and Wendy Benjaminson provide editorial direction. Naomi Shavin is our senior producer. Nicole Beamsterboer is our executive producer. Sage Bauman is Bloomberg's head of podcasts. Please follow and review The Big Take wherever you listen to podcasts. It helps new listeners find the show. We'll be back tomorrow.
Not everybody likes talking about money. Some people find it awkward. Sometimes they even find it a little embarrassing. I do not. I like talking about money. Whether it's the boardroom, the newsroom, the trading floor, I've spent the last 30 years talking about money, writing about money, and talking about it and writing about it a little bit more. I'm Maren Somerset-Webb, and every week senior reporter John Steppick and I answer your questions about personal finance, and we discuss the best strategies for making the most of your money. Listen in for the kind of insights and explanations everyone can use to help them make better saving and investment choices for themselves and their families.
My question is whether you think maxing out my company pension match is enough for when it comes to saving for my pension.
Should I attempt to pay my child's university fees and living costs?
My partner and I have excess savings, so should we overpay on our mortgage or should we put the money into stocks?
From Bloomberg Podcasts, tune in to Maren Talks Money. Follow Maren Talks Money on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you listen.
When you survey the waterfront, hasn't been accounted for in the market yet.
Isaac, is that McKinsey for a lot of people are going to resign?
Yeah, it is. It is exactly that. Yes, I think that I think there's going to be a return to the office executive order from the White House on day one or maybe day two. And part of that is meant, I think, to catalyze some natural attrition and resignations in the federal workforce. That is part of the strategy here, is to shrink the federal workforce. And there are big fights that are going to have to be run through the courts on things like Schedule F. But there's a hope within Team Trump that if you say, all right, you've got to come back to the office 5 days a week, that you're going to have those resignations that follow.
Isaac, it's good to see you. Have a happy Thanksgiving, sir. Thank you. Isaac Boltanski there of BTIG. We've seen this at the corporate level. We're about to see it maybe at the government level.
That said, the people who voluntarily quit, are those the people who you want to lose? I mean, you have to think, is that really the game plan? Is just sort of, let's see how many people will quit and then we've shrunk the government? Or is there going to be a more systematic way of understanding which people you want to keep and which people you want to quit?
I said this earlier this week. We're going to find out.
Yeah.
Because this is an objective. Coming up on the programme, Michael Swanson of Wells Fargo on food inflation as Americans prep for Thanksgiving. From New York, this is Bloomberg.
Compassion guided Bigrim as Thailand's first European pharmaceutical company. From fighting cholera to contributing to the country's healthcare. Now returning to our roots in pharmaceuticals.
Asia is at the forefront of some of the world's biggest stories. I'm Sherrian in Tokyo.
And I'm Heidi Stroud-Watts here in Sydney, where the trading day begins. We're here in the centre of all the action to get you set up with the numbers, news and knowledge you need
गाइस वेलकम वंस अगेन। थोड़ा बहुत पुल बैक एक्सपेक्टेड था, नेचुरल गैस में आ चुका है, अब सीधा यूएस मार्केट ही ओपन होगा। लेट्स सी यूएस मार्केट ओपनिंग पे किस तरह का मोमेंटम आता है। नॉट यूएस मार्केट बट न्यूयॉर्क सेशन, सॉरी। किसी की कोई ओपन पोजीशन चल रही है तो एसएल कॉस्ट पर रख लेना। 6:30 पे न्यूयॉर्क सेशन ओपनिंग है। ओवरऑल नेचुरल गैस को देखोगे व्यू बेयरिश ही चल रहा है मॉर्निंग से। मोर देन 4% डाउन था, अभी थोड़ा बहुत रिकवर किया है पुल बैक एरिया से। ये जस्ट अ पुल बैक एरिया है, थोड़ा बहुत ही आया पुल बैक, ज़्यादा नहीं। नाउ लेट्स सी, एक्सपेक्ट करते हैं अगर ये ऊपर तक जाता है रेजिस्टेंस एरिया के आसपास, वहाँ से सेलिंग का प्लान रखेंगे। एंड वहाँ से वापस गिरेगा तो वापस सेल, नहीं तो ये नीचे एक रीटेस्ट जोन है, वहाँ पर कहीं फिर बाइंग का प्लान करेंगे वापस से। क्रूड ऑयल भी साइडवेज चला गया है, इसमें भी ये जस्ट पुल बैक एरिया था एक छोटा सा, स्मॉल पुल बैक एरिया। थोड़ा बहुत पुल बैक एक्सपेक्टेड था, थोड़ा बहुत तो आ गया है, थोड़ा और गिर जाता है तो नीचे सपोर्ट एरिया से बाई कर सकते हैं। नहीं तो फिर कल का जो रेजिस्टेंस जोन है वहाँ पहुँचेगा, वहाँ वापस सेल प्लान करेंगे। ठीक है, नीचे वाला सपोर्ट अच्छा है इसमें, 5680 670 वाला, वो काफ़ी अच्छा सपोर्ट है। जिन लोगों ने लाइक नहीं किया स्ट्रीम को, गाइस डोंट फॉरगेट टू लाइक द स्ट्रीम, फटाफट से लाइक कर दो स्ट्रीम को, बीच में एंट्री मत करना। डेटा भी है, नेचुरल गैस क्रूड ऑयल दोनों की इन्वेंट्री आने वाली है आज। नेचुरल गैस की थोड़ी सी लेट है 10:30, एंड क्रूड ऑयल की इन्वेंट्री आपको देखने के लिए मिलेगी अराउंड 9 PM। सेम सिल्वर में देखोगे वहाँ पर भी सेम सिचुएशन है, यहाँ पर ऑलरेडी एक रीटेस्ट गोल्ड निकाल चुका है। अगर ये नीचे ब्रेक कर गया 2638 के नीचे तो फिर एक गिरेगा काफ़ी अच्छा। रेजिस्टेंस कल वाला ये 2680 से 85 के अराउंड। सिल्वर फिलहाल सपोर्ट रेजिस्टेंस के बीच में, रेजिस्टेंस से वापस आता है तो एक रिजेक्शन अच्छा मिल सकता है। नीचे वाला सपोर्ट मेरे अकॉर्डिंग अब ब्रेक हो जाना चाहिए लॉजिकली, तो काफ़ी टाइम हो गया होल्ड किए हुए अभी तक। बाकी फिर 29.77 इज अ गुड सपोर्ट। कल स्टक हो गया है। हाँ वही साइडवेज ही चला गया पूरा, कल की तरह ही करेगा लग रहा है। पूरा दिन भर साइडवेज, फिर सडनली यूएस मार्केट पर एक कैंडल ऊपर फिर नीचे, या हो सकता है इस बार पहले नीचे आ जाए और फिर ऊपर जाए। 6:30 पे क्या होता है? न्यूयॉर्क सेशन की ओपनिंग है, इंपॉर्टेंट है। डेटा भी बहुत सारे हैं, 7 PM, 8 PM, 8:15, 8:30, 9, 10:30। गोल्ड सिल्वर में आज तो हलचल होगी बिल्कुल, शुरू हो जाएगा 6:30 से। 6:30 से बायर सेलर दोनों की पिटाई शुरू। 6:30, फिर 7 PM। 7:30 पर भी है क्या कोई डेटा? 7:30 नहीं, 7:30 पे नहीं है। फिर 8 PM, 8:15, 8:30। 7 PM, 6:30 से 8:30, डेटा ही डेटा है सारे। 10:30 पे नेचुरल गैस की इन्वेंट्री है शायद, 10:30 पर। 10:30 PM नेचुरल गैस इन्वेंट्री। फोरकास्ट देखोगे तो लास्ट टाइम -3 बिलियन था, इस बार -4 बिलियन, मतलब लास्ट वीक के कंपैरिजन में और कम ये लोग एक्सपेक्ट कर रहे हैं। तो अगर फोरकास्ट को देखा जाए, फोरकास्ट के अकॉर्डिंग -4 बिलियन से कम कोई डेटा आता है तो इट इज़ पॉजिटिव फॉर नेचुरल गैस प्राइस। बट लेट्स सी, इन्वेंट्री तक पता नहीं मार्केट कहाँ चला जाएगा। तो आज नेचुरल गैस की इन्वेंट्री कैसे आ रही है? नेचुरल गैस की इन्वेंट्री तो थर्सडे को आती है। कल वो है ना, क्लोज है वहाँ, थैंक्स गिविंग डे स्टार्ट हो जाएगा। ब्लैक फ्राइडे है। फ्राइडे के दिन, सैटरडे संडे को तो मार्केट क्लोज रहता है, कोई डेटा वगैरह आता नहीं है। एंड फ्राइडे को आ सकता था, लेकिन फ्राइडे को भी मार्केट बंद है बिकॉज ब्लैक फ्राइडे है। तो वो कल से थैंक्स गिविंग बनाना स्टार्ट कर देते हैं शायद। तो कल हो गया थर्सडे। थर्सडे और फ्राइडे 2 दिन मार्केट क्लोज यूएस का। वैसे एक्चुअली में तो फ्राइडे को क्लोज है, बट कल भी शायद कुछ ज़्यादा खास होगा नहीं, वॉलेटिलिटी ज़्यादा रहेगी या तो फिर साइडवेज। तो इसलिए आज ही कर दिए सारे डेटा आज ही शेड्यूल कर दिए। उसके अलावा और कोई डेटा है भी नहीं कल परसों में, सारे डेटा आज ही शेड्यूल है। नहीं तो ये जो कोर पीसी प्राइस इंडेक्स का डेटा, ये तो फ्राइडे को आता है। कल देखोगे इसमें थर्सडे है कल, कुछ भी नहीं है कल, बैंक हॉलीडे, यूएस मार्केट भी बंद होगा। फिर फ्राइडे को ब्लैक फ्राइडे, उस दिन भी कोई डेटा नहीं है। फिर सैटरडे संडे है, उस दिन वैसे ही मार्केट क्लोज रहता है। काफ़ी लंबा वीकेंड बना दिया है एफआईआईज ने, इसलिए सारे डेटा आज ही शेड्यूल है। ओके गाइस, न्यूयॉर्क सेशन ओपन होने वाला है, ध्यान रखना। न्यूयॉर्क सेशन इज गोइंग टू ओपन इन फ्यू मिनट, 10 मिनट, 14 मिनट रह गए हैं बस। Yeah, sure. नहीं, इंडियन मार्केट तो ओपन है. इंडियन मार्केट इज ओपन.
News when you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Nathan Hager, and we will start with the first piece of economic data on a busy day before Thanksgiving. Mortgage applications for home purchases hit their highest level since February last week, up 12.4% on the Mortgage Bankers Association Index. It's the biggest jump since early last year. MBA says the average 30-year fixed-rate mortgage was 6.86% that week, the lowest in more than 2 months. This is the first of a wave of economic data before investors tuck into their turkey. Bloomberg's Michael McKee has more from Washington.
24, count 'em, 24 economic indicators will be released. Given Thursday is a national holiday and Friday is essentially one, the statistical agencies have moved everything to today. The star of the show is the October PCE report at 10 a.m. Wall Street time. Headline and core inflation expected to rise in the Fed's key price indicator. Consumer spending expected to ease a bit. Little change is forecast for jobless claims as the labor market remains relatively tight, but capital goods orders are likely to reflect a slowdown in business investment. Michael McKee, Bloomberg Radio.
All right, Mike, thanks. Along with the data, investors are focused on the economic team that President-elect Trump's putting together. He's added 2 veterans as his latest selections, Jameson Greer as U.S. Trade Representative and Kevin Hassett to chair the National Economic Council. Terry Haynes, founder of Pangea Policy, says this should give investors more clarity about Trump's economic direction.
Hassett at NEC is, among other things, a familiar face and somebody who's not only a Trump loyalist, but somebody that's been around the block with markets for a while. Greer is, of course, very much in the mold of Lighthizer, who was USTR in the first administration. So I think the signal market should take away from this is seriousness and pretty much what they expected.
And you can hear my full conversation with Terry Haynes of Pangea on the Bloomberg Daybreak U.S. Edition podcast. And Hassett and Greer weren't the only staffing announcements. President-elect Trump has named Vince Haley to lead the Domestic Policy Council. That office is likely to weigh in on immigration, urban crime, and education policy. Trump has also tapped private investor John Phelan as Navy Secretary, and Jay Bhattacharya will lead the National Institutes of Health. Bloomberg's David Gura reports he's a professor at Stanford's Hoover Institution.
Working with Scott Atlas, and was a strong critic of the policies that were put in place during the pandemic when it came to masking and lockdowns. He was a signatory to that great Barrington Declaration, which suggested that lockdown should end back in October of 2020, something that was very out of the mainstream when it comes to science.
Bloomberg's David Gura. Trump says Bhattacharya will work with Robert F. Kennedy Jr. to, quote, restore the NIH to a gold standard of medical research. In the Middle East, a ceasefire is underway between Israel and Hezbollah, a 60-day pause in more than a year of fighting that follows weeks of U.S.-mediated negotiations. So far, Bloomberg's Stuart Livingston-Wallace says the truce appears to be holding.
We saw this morning scenes in Beirut with large numbers of cars sort of leaving the city and heading south, which, potentially problematic because obviously they're moving into an active war zone still. The idea is that over the next 60 days or thereabouts, the Lebanese army, or a strengthened Lebanese army, will move back into southern Lebanon. The Israeli forces will retreat back across the border, and then obviously you have the UN force in there as well.
Bloomberg's Stuart Livingston-Wallace says all this would lay the groundwork for even tougher talks on a permanent ceasefire. It could include discussions on where to mark the Israel-Lebanon border and whether to allow Hezbollah to maintain its military force. Back on Wall Street, some PC stocks are moving lower after earnings. Shares of Dell are down about 11% in pre-market trading. HP is down 9%. We're also keeping an eye on CrowdStrike shares. They are lower by 4.5%. The cybersecurity software firm's fourth quarter earnings forecast fell short of expectations. It's the second miss since that flawed update back in the summer crashed millions of Microsoft Windows devices. Coffee prices are as high as they've been in nearly a half century. Arabica beans, the variety in specialty brews, jumped as much as 3.1% to their highest level since 1977. Severe drought in Brazil and supply concerns in Vietnam have driven a 70% coffee run this year. Futures are mixed this day before the Thanksgiving holiday. S&P futures right now down about 0.1%. Dow futures are up 0.1%, and NASDAQ futures are lower by 0.25%. That's news when you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Nathan Hager, and this is Bloomberg.
गाइस 8 मिनट इज लेफ्ट। न्यूयॉर्क सेशन ओपन होने वाला है। बाय द वे, धन की ओर से एक नया अनाउंसमेंट होने वाला था, वो हो चुका है। धन अगर आप यूज़ करते हो, धन का टर्मिनल, वहाँ पर जो बिड और आस्क में आप देखते होगे टॉप 5 बिड, बाइंग और सेलिंग साइड दोनों साइड, वो इंक्रीज करके टीयर 3, अभी वो टीयर 2 का डेटा होता है एक्चुअली, सो टीयर 3 डेटा भी अवेलेबल करा दिया उन लोगों ने। अब आप टॉप ट्वेंटी जो बिड और आस्क डेप्थ होती है दोनों साइड, वो चेक कर सकते हैं। तो उससे आपको एक थोड़ा आइडिया आ जाएगा कि काफ़ी लो लेवल पे या हाई लेवल पे किसी के अगर कोई बड़ी क्वांटिटी के ऑर्डर लगे हुए हैं तो मार्केट डेप्थ में ये काफ़ी अच्छा ऑप्शन है, यूज़ करना चाहते हो अगर धन में। ये धन में अवेलेबल है, बाकी का मुझे नहीं पता। तो जहाँ पर सेटिंग्स का ऑप्शन आता है चार्ट्स में, वहाँ पर एक ऑप्शन आया होगा नया 20 डेप्थ ऑप्शन का, उस पर क्लिक करके आप जो एनएससी की इक्विटी और डेरिवेटिव हैं उन सब के टॉप 20 लेवल 3 का जो डेटा है बिड और आस्क साइट पे वो देख सकते हो। वेरी हेल्पफुल। और ज़्यादा मिल जाता तो बेटर रहता, बट अभी फ़िलहाल के लिए इतना ही अवेलेबल है। मिनट इज लेफ्ट। गोल्ड को भी देखोगे तो वही थोड़ा सा रीटेस्ट से पहले ही रुक गया है। 7 PM पे भी जो डेटा है मिक्स्ड है एक्चुअली। एक तो जीडीपी का डेटा है, उसके अलावा ड्यूरेबल गुड्स, कोर ड्यूरेबल गुड्स और अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट क्लेम्स, सारे डेटा अलाइन होके आ गए तो डायरेक्शनली कैंडल भी जा सकती है। अलग अलग आए तो फिर खास इम्पैक्ट होगा नहीं। नेचुरल गैस भी नहीं आया रेजिस्टेंस एरिया तक एग्जैक्टली। बाकी यहाँ देखो तो कि यहाँ कुछ है भी नहीं लेवल एक्चुअली। उस दिन मार्केट सीधा ही गैप अप ओपन हुआ था, तो बाकी अगर ये नीचे आया इस थोड़े से जो पुल बैक एरिया है यहाँ से, तो फिर इसमें आई थिंक लोअर सर्किट लग ही जाएगा। 4.23% डाउन है, 6% पे लोअर सर्किट लग जाता है तो 274.75 के अराउंड लोअर सर्किट अगेन। सारा रेजिस्टेंस एरिया तक आता तो वहां वापस सेल करते। क्रूड भी नहीं आया एग्जैक्टली सपोर्ट पे, यहाँ पर भी एक बाइंग का ट्रेड अच्छा बन सकता था। मॉर्निंग पे ओपन एग्जैक्टली सपोर्ट पे ही हुआ था, बट अगर फिर से बाइंग आती तो बेटर रहता। लाइक भी करते रहो गाइस, 30 लाइक्स हो चुके हैं, 100 लाइक्स का टारगेट है। 2 मिनट इज लेफ्ट, न्यूयॉर्क सेशन इज गोइंग टू ओपन। किसी की कोई ओपन पोजीशन है तो एसएल कॉज पर रख लो, बड़ी कैंडल बन सकती है, पॉसिबिलिटी है। वॉल्यूम आना स्टार्ट हो जाएगा 6:30 के बाद, 6:30 से एटलीस्ट 9:30 10 पीएम तक वॉल्यूम ठीक रहता है। कल फेड मिनट्स भी आए थे, रिलीज हुए थे, देखते हैं उनको एक सेकंड अभी फेड मिनट्स में क्या इन्होंने उन लोगों ने बोला हुआ है मेनली। 1 मिनट इज लेफ्ट। और ऊपर था, यहाँ तक गिरे फिर यहाँ से यहाँ तक। गाइस न्यूयॉर्क सेशन ओपन हो गया है। थोड़ी बहुत एक्टिविटी होना स्टार्ट हो गई है क्रूड ऑयल में भी, एंड इन नेचुरल गैस एज वेल। गोल्ड और सिल्वर फिलहाल के लिए कुछ खास नहीं कर रहे। लगता है इसी चैनल को फॉलो करता रह जाएगा ये। थोड़ा नीचे आके ऐसे जाता ना। बाकी अगर ये चैनल फॉलो होता रहा तो अगर ये स्लोली स्टडी जाएगा जरूर यहाँ, फिर ऐसे गिर सकता है वापस। ये कल वाला याद होगा छोटा सा जो 50% लेवल पे एक एफईजी था, उसका मार्केट ने काफी देर होल्ड किया फिर ब्रेकडाउन कर दिया था, उसी पर रुक रहा है एक्चुअली वापस से। $34 likes, 80 people are watching. Like करते रहो, come on. DDFIs. अभी ये 7 PM पे ध्यान रखना, इम्पैक्ट करेगा गोल्ड और सिल्वर को। जब तक ये कैंडल क्लोज होती है तब तक फेड मिनट्स को देख लेते हैं।
They met, guys. The Fed officials looked at the economy and saw that it was good. Rate cuts were justified, but caution also called for going forward. Growth was stronger than expected. Upside risks to inflation small and little changed. Downside risks to the labor market had decreased. The outlook supported another quarter-point cut in the federal funds range. Although members were at pains, the minutes say, to note that policy was not on a preset course, the dangers from letting policy get too tight match those from letting policy get too loose, that they are data dependent. Among the upside risks to inflation, sudden disruptions to global supply chains, a larger than expected ease in financial conditions, stronger consumption, more persistent housing price increases, and those recent sharp increases in insurance costs that we have seen. Several participants noting that their contacts in companies larger in sectors like financial services, construction, professional services, technology were more optimistic than smaller firms and firms in manufacturing. Interesting thing, they did not mention at all the election in the minutes. Although strikes and hurricanes had affected recent labor market indicators, participants generally noted there was no sign of rapid deceleration in labor market conditions. Two other things to watch: a discussion of financial stability and vulnerabilities that participants assessed warranted monitoring, unrealized losses on bank assets, and risks in commercial real estate. And one note for trading desks. Some participants suggesting at a future meeting the committee consider a technical adjustment to the overnight reverse repo rate to set the rate equal to the bottom of the target range of the federal funds rate. That would put it in alignment with the existing structure when the facility was established.
All right, Michael McKee, obviously they're at the Fed breaking down those latest FOMC minutes that, of course, from the November 6th, 7th Fed meeting that was after the election. All right, Mike, big dump in terms of what you got from that release. You know, we go to you to kind of parse through it and what we need to know. What does the Bloomberg audience needs to know? What stands out for you, if anything?
Well, not a lot stands out because it's pretty much as has been described by Fed officials since then. And of course, as Jay Powell described it in his news conference following the meeting, the conditions were pretty good for the economy, better than expected in terms of growth and unemployment. Inflation had stalled out a little bit, but they still didn't think it was going to be a problem to get it down to 2%. And so rate cuts were called for. But because the future was uncertain in terms of what was going to happen with inflation, and the unmentioned election, they wanted to make sure that people know they were data dependent and they are not on a preset course.
Well, that's what kind of strikes me, Mike. One of the headlines that you mentioned, and it's what we call a hot sticky right here at Bloomberg, you know, that the Fed some saw pause or faster cuts as options depending on data. So, you know, what have we been saying ad nauseum, right? They're data dependent. It sounds like they could go kind of anywhere, perhaps at the December meeting even, but definitely in 2025.
Well, definitely. Now, the December meeting is open because the data have been mixed, and we have seen a little bit stronger inflation in both the CPI and PPI, and it's forecast to come out tomorrow in the PCE a little bit stronger. And if that's the case, then there is a case for pausing. We'll see what happens with the labor market. If the labor market comes in strong, if the jobs report on December 6th is strong, then you could probably start to bet on the idea of a pause in December. But you get the impression that they are, at this point, thinking they're going to go in December and maybe pause in January once we get the new administration in place. We're going to get a new summary of economic projections, a new dot plot in December, and how do you predict anything at this point?
Well, that's where I wanted to go, and we are going to talk to you more about tariffs in just a minute, Mike, but we help us understand how the Federal Reserve thinks about potential policy from a new administration. We heard Jay Powell ask this question earlier this month at the press conference, but they do have to look at what tariffs could do to growth or what policies could do to growth in order to make these decisions.
If you look at the volume, guys, in crude oil का वॉल्यूम देखोगे अपने एवरेज वॉल्यूम से भी कम चल रहा है फिलहाल के लिए. मूविंग जितना इसका नॉर्मली रहता है उससे भी कम है. वॉल्यूम काफी डिप कर चुका है क्रूड ऑयल का. आई डोंट नो कब आएगा. न्यूयॉर्क सेशन ओपन तो हो गया है. बहुत ही कम वॉल्यूम है, बहुत ही ज़्यादा कम. नॉर्मली अपने मूविंग एवरेज से ज़्यादा रहता है तो ठीक ठाक फिर भी हो जाता है मोमेंटम. बट अभी देखोगे तो बिल्कुल ही मूविंग एवरेज के भी नीचे गया हुआ है. थोड़ा बहुत इंक्रीज जरूर हुआ था ये यहाँ पर थोड़ा बहुत. अराउंड 12:30 1:30 के बाद थोड़ा बहुत मोमेंटम जरूर आया था. बट उसके बाद देखोगे अराउंड अभी 4 PM के अप्रॉक्स वापस मूविंग एवरेज के डाउन चला गया. फिर से आने की कोशिश है वॉल्यूम. मूविंग एवरेज के ऊपर अगर रहता है तो ही मोमेंटम करेगा, नहीं तो ये कल की तरह ही साइडवेज हो जाएगा लगता है. फिर सडनली यूएस मार्केट की ओपनिंग पे मोमेंटम. नेचुरल गैस में देखोगे ओवरऑल वॉल्यूम वहाँ फिर भी ठीक है, अपने मूविंग एवरेज में ज़्यादा ही है. अपने मूविंग एवरेज से काफ़ी ज़्यादा चल रहा है तो यहाँ कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं है. वॉल्यूम ठीक ही है नेचुरल गैस में. बाकी करंट कैंडल न्यूयॉर्क सेशन की कैंडल है. थोड़ा बहुत मोमेंटम एक्सपेक्टेड है. क्रूड ऑयल में तो कुछ भी नहीं हो रहा है. नेचुरल गैस थोड़ा बहुत रिकवर किया जरूर है. लेट्स होप ये रेजिस्टेंस एरिया तक पहुंच जाए अब. Come on. फाइव लाइक्स आर डन. कम ऑन गाइस, लाइक भी करना है सभी लोगों ने. लाइक भी करते रहो. ठीक है, देखो अब सीधा डेटा है 7 PM पे. गोल्ड और सिल्वर पे थोड़ा फोकस रखते हैं. 7 PM डेटा important for gold and silver and for dollar index as well. फाइव डेटा सॉरी थोड़ी ज़्यादा डेटा है. कंटिन्यूसली देखना पड़ेगा ओवरऑल क्या इम्पैक्ट होता है. डेटा भी इंपॉर्टेंट है, याद रखना। पीसी प्राइस इंडेक्स का डेटा जो कल फेड की मीटिंग मिनट्स रिलीज हुए हैं, वहां पर उन्होंने यही कहा है कि वो उसको देखेंगे। एंड अभी कंटिन्यूअसली पर मंथ वो 25 बेसिस पॉइंट जो डाउन कर रहे हैं, हो सकता है उस पर थोड़ा ब्रेक लग जाए, इतने जल्दी डाउन ना करें। और बाकी अभी 7 पीएम का जो डेटा है वो मेनली यूएस का जीडीपी का डेटा है क्वार्टर क्वार्टर बेसिस पे, और अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट क्लेम्स, ये दोनों सबसे ज़्यादा इंपॉर्टेंट है। उसके अलावा और भी हैं कोर ड्यूरेबल ड्यूरेबल गुड्स, बट इम्पॉर्टेंट ये दोनों ही है, प्रीलिम जीडीपी और अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट क्लेम्स। बाकी नेचुरल गैस में थोड़ा चाहो तो प्रॉफिट बुक भी कर सकते हो, या फिर एसएल कॉस्ट पर रख लो। ये 6 पॉइंट का टारगेट है, थोड़ा सा बड़ा टारगेट है। ऐसे ही घूमता रहा तो फिर प्रीमियम डीके हो जाएगा ऑप्शन बायर का। यहाँ पर ये छोटा सा एफईजी है, इसलिए रुक रहा है ये। ऑयल की इन्वेंट्री वही सेम 9 बजे है। क्रूड ऑयल की इन्वेंट्री 9 पीएम। डेटा का ध्यान रखना, गोल्ड और सिल्वर। क्रूड ऑयल इन्वेंट्री फोरकास्ट -1.300। यप, -1.300। ऑयल फोरकास्ट क्या एक्सपेक्ट है? कुछ खास एक्सपेक्टेशन नहीं है क्रूड ऑयल में। ओवरऑल व्यू देखोगे तो रेंज बाउंड ही है। ऊपर कल वाला रेजिस्टेंस बना हुआ है, नीचे सपोर्ट है 5780 5790 के अराउंड। नीचे आ जाता थोड़ा सा, यहाँ से सपोर्ट से बाई कर सकते हैं, या फिर ऊपर चला जाए कल के लेवल पे, वहां से वापस सेल कर सकते हैं। दोनों ही लेवल ओपन है फिलहाल। ये थोड़ा बहुत रुक रहा है यहाँ पर बिकॉज अभी तो रेंज बाउंड है खैर इंट्राडे में। वो कल वाला जो छोटा सा एक एफईजी बना हुआ था यहाँ पर रुक रहा था फिर ब्रेक डाउन कर दिया था तो उसी वजह से यहाँ पर वो रुक रहा है। वॉल्यूम भी नहीं है इसमें जितना नेचुरल गैस का वॉल्यूम पड़ा हुआ है, बहुत ही कुछ ज़्यादा ही कम वॉल्यूम है, मूविंग एवरेज से भी कम चल रहा है। इन्वेंट्री भी है ध्यान रखना। फोरकास्ट इन्वेंट्री का किसकी? क्रूड ऑयल की। क्रूड ऑयल की इन्वेंट्री का फोरकास्ट लास्ट टाइम +0.5 आया था, इस वीक -1.3 एक्सपेक्ट कर रहे हैं, मतलब लास्ट वीक के कंपैरिजन में और कम डेटा ये एक्सपेक्ट कर रहे हैं। तो अगर फोरकास्ट के अकॉर्डिंग डेटा आता है -1.3 से कम कुछ भी तो लॉजिकली ये पॉजिटिव होना चाहिए क्रूड ऑयल के प्राइस के लिए, प्राइस को ऊपर जाना चाहिए। बाकी देखते हैं अब एग्जैक्टली डेटा कितना आता है। इसमें 2 इन्वेंट्री और है उनको भी देखना होता है, ध्यान रखना। क्रूड ऑयल के अलावा गैसोलीन की और EIA का डेटा आता है। इस 10 मिनट इज लेफ्ट। डेटा आने वाला है GDP का, US का और अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट क्लेम्स का डेटा। ध्यान रखना थोड़ा इम्पैक्ट डालेगा गोल्ड और सिल्वर पर। गैस में लग रहा है लोअर सर्किट लगा के मानेंगे ये लोग। फोर्टी लाइक्स आर डन, करते रहो गाइस लाइक। 100 लाइक्स का टारगेट है। डेटा आने वाला है, 9 मिनट रह गए, ध्यान रखना। ये GDP का डेटा थोड़ा बहुत क्रूड को भी इम्पैक्ट करता है, बाकी तो सारे डेटा गोल्ड और सिल्वर के लिए है इंपॉर्टेंट। ये प्रीलिम GDP का जो डेटा है थोड़ा बहुत क्रूड को भी इम्पैक्ट कर सकता है। एट मिनट।
Right?
Yes, but they have to look at, as you say, what it does to growth or to inflation or to the labor markets. And at this point, they don't have any idea. There are a lot of slogans out there. There are a lot of tweets out there, but there isn't any policy out there. And until they have a policy, they can't really measure it. Now, I'll give you one example, and I know you want to move on to tariffs. We'll talk about this. This tweet that came out last night about tariffs from Canada and Mexico. There are something like $40 billion worth of automobile parts that come into the U.S. from Canada and Mexico. But they cross the border many times. There are some things like automobile seats that cross the border 7 times. How many times are those going to be tariffed? Will they be tariffed? And that's the kind of thing that the Fed doesn't know, and it's impossible to model at this point.
Well, that's what, I keep thinking about that, Mike, in that, Donald Trump then President Donald Trump imposed tariffs during his first administration. They carried, or some of them carried over, over into the Biden administration. And I am curious, when I get to speak with someone like you, is, what impact did those tariffs have on U.S. economic growth? What did they have on kind of the cost of things, the inflationary picture? Is there kind of a net takeaway as we now consider potentially another round of tariffs to come?
Well, there have been a lot of studies on those tariffs, and there's 2 points you want to make. One is that there are some specifically targeted tariffs on especially Chinese electronic products that are done for national security reasons, but the broader general tariffs basically raise the cost for Americans. Consumers paid the cost of those tariffs, according to almost every study that has been done, and it also brought down the number of jobs, not raised the number of jobs. It held the number of jobs created down and slowed growth a bit. Tariffs in general, just broadly applied, do not have a positive effect on the economy. And that's pretty much according to every economic study that's been done.
I do wonder to what extent, and look, again, these aren't policy. We're going by Truth Social. We're going by posts from the incoming president. But no question that if you're an executive at one of these companies that could be affected by tariffs, you're certainly thinking about your supply chain today differently than maybe you were thinking about it just a few weeks ago, Mike. I do wonder about the economic effects of something like this and whether or not it could be looked at as, okay, maybe this is just a bargaining tool. Maybe this is being used to threaten, but actually be used as leverage, as some have suggested.
Yeah, the question I have that I would pose to people who make that argument is, what are they negotiating? Canada and Mexico basically have free trade agreements with the United States. There aren't any tariffs on most products. So what is it you're looking for? Are you trying to get the Mexicans to stop people at the border? Well, that's sort of already happening under Biden now since last June. The amount of fentanyl coming into the country has dropped a lot, and China has pulled back on the amount of fentanyl it's letting go through its borders to the U.S. So there has been progress on these things that you could say would continue. So what is it exactly that's being negotiated? That's the problem for companies, is they don't know. Are they actually going to throw these tariffs on day one, as Donald Trump's Truth Social said, or are these things going to be something that is for negotiation and are spread out over a period of time, in which case maybe you can adjust your supply chains a little bit. But a lot of companies brought their supply chains back to this side of the Atlantic and Pacific and put them in Mexico. And so if you're going to tariff Mexican stuff, then that's going to be a problem as well. So there's a lot of uncertainty out there for corporate leaders.
News coming 6 minute. Yes, news coming 2 minute. 2 minute is left, guys. 50 likes are done. जिन लोगों ने लाइक नहीं किया, लाइक करते रहो फटाफट से. नेचुरल गैस में हाफ प्रॉफिट बुक जरूर कर लेना, रुक रहा है काफ़ी देर से. थोड़ा बहुत इम्पैक्ट क्रूड ऑयल पे भी हो सकता है जीडीपी वाले डेटा का. एक काम करते हैं, थोड़ा सा गोल्ड और सिल्वर का ही चार्ट लगा लेते हैं, बेटर रहेगा. लेट्स सी. 2 minute left. 2 minute left. 7 PM के बाद फिर सीधा 8 PM पे यूएस मार्केट की ओपनिंग, एंड देन 8:15 पर शिकागो पीएमआई का डेटा एंड 8:30 पर एक डेटा रहेगा, तो 8:15 8:30 है इसके बाद सीधा, यहाँ पर मार्केट थोड़ा बहुत वॉलेटाइल हो सकता है, और स्पेशली गोल्ड और सिल्वर। Guys, 1 minute is left. पे हो सकता है, नेचुरल गैस पे तो नहीं होता इम्पैक्ट, वैसे क्रूड पे थोड़ा बहुत इम्पैक्ट होता है जीडीपी का। ओके, कैंडल, लेट्स सी। बड़े प्लेयर भी सोच रहे होंगे ऊपर ले जाए नीचे ले जाए प्राइस को। ओके देखो, जीडीपी तो फ्लैट है, जीडीपी का डेटा फ्लैट आ गया, 2.8 था फोरकास्ट, एग्जैक्टली 2.8 ही आया, तो ये तो न्यूट्रल हो गया कंप्लीटली। अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट क्लेम्स का देख लेते हैं। ड्यूरेबल गुड्स का डेटा पॉजिटिव है गोल्ड और सिल्वर के लिए। अरे तो सारे फ्लैट आ गए डेटा, क्या हो गया? ठीक है, जीडीपी का डेटा फ्लैट है, न्यूट्रल कह सकते हो। अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट क्लेम्स का डेटा भी न्यूट्रल ही है। को ड्यूरेबल गुड्स का डेटा भी न्यूट्रल ही है। ड्यूरेबल गुड्स का डेटा थोड़ा सा पॉजिटिव है, तो कुछ खास आया ही नहीं डेटा। ठीक है, जीडीपी तो फ्लैट है। मेन इंपॉर्टेंट जीडीपी का डेटा और अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट क्लेम्स का डेटा था, वो दोनों फ्लैट ही दिखा रहा है मार्केट को। फ्लैट मतलब न्यूट्रल कह सकते हो आप। लेट्स सी क्या इम्पैक्ट होता है, कुछ खास मुझे लग नहीं रहा होना चाहिए इम्पैक्ट अब डेटा का। जीडीपी डेटा फ्लैट, अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट क्लेम्स का डेटा भी फ्लैट, ड्यूरेबल गुड्स का डेटा पॉजिटिव है गोल्ड और सिल्वर को। वैसे देखो, तुम अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट क्लेम्स का डेटा को देखोगे, थोड़ा सा डिफरेंस जरूर है। 215,000 एक्सपेक्ट फोरकास्ट था और 213,000 एक्चुअल में आया है। जितना फोरकास्ट किया है उससे कम आया है। सो नॉर्मली इसको हम पॉजिटिव ही लेते हैं गोल्ड और सिल्वर के लिए, बट डेटा का डिफरेंस बहुत कम है, इसलिए वेबसाइट ने उसको फ्लैट मान के चल रहा है। परसेंट जितना नॉर्मली डिफरेंस आता है। बाकी अगर इसको जो डिफरेंस बहुत छोटा सा ही है, इसको भी अगर काउंट करोगे तो पॉजिटिव ही आप कह सकते हो। जीडीपी का डेटा तो एग्जैक्टली फ्लैट है। तो अगर आप ओवरऑल देखना चाहो, जीडीपी का डेटा फ्लैट, अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट क्लेम्स और ड्यूरेबल गुड्स का डेटा पॉजिटिव फॉर गोल्ड एंड सिल्वर, एंड एक कोर ड्यूरेबल गुड्स का डेटा है वो भी आपका फ्लैट लिया है इसने। तो जितना मोटा मोटा कहो तो थोड़ा बहुत पॉजिटिव कह सकते हो, नहीं तो न्यूट्रल मान सकते हो डेटा को फॉर गोल्ड एंड सिल्वर। अब सीधा 8 पीएम पे यूएस मार्केट ओपनिंग, एंड देन 8:15 और 8:30 पर है डेटा नेक्स्ट। ये 8:30 वाला डेटा ज़्यादा इंपॉर्टेंट है, कोर पीसी प्राइस इंडेक्स का डेटा। कुछ खास इंपैक्ट हुआ नहीं गोल्ड और सिल्वर में, थोड़ा बहुत बाइंग जरूर आई है बट नॉट दैट मच। क्रूड पे भी देखोगे, ओपन इक्वल टू हाई कैंडल बनी है, मोस्ट प्रॉब्ली मुझे लग रहा है वो जीडीपी की वजह से ही बनी है। जीडीपी फ्लैट आई है, थोड़ा सा एक्सपेक्टेशन था लास्ट टाइम जितना फोरकास्ट अगर देखोगे यूएस का 2.8 आया था, इस बार भी 2.8 ही है। फोरकास्ट में आया भी एग्जैक्टली 2.8 ही है, बट थोड़ा सा अगर 2.9 भी आ जाता तो थोड़ा सा एक आप कह सकते हो लाइक यूएस में जो इंडस्ट्रीज हैं वो थोड़ा बहुत तो कुछ कर रही हैं। अभी तो आप मान के चल सकते हो कि फ्लैट है वहाँ पर जीडीपी, अभी डाउन आती तो शायद और गिर जाता प्राइस। तो इसलिए थोड़ा सा नेगेटिव मान के चल रहा है मार्केट इसको। नेचुरल गैस भी नीचे आ गया, यहाँ पर बीच में छोटा सा एक एफईजी था, ये इसके ऊपर गया ही नहीं है एग्जैक्टली रेजिस्टेंस एरिया पे, नहीं तो वहां से सेल करते। मार्केट टुक द रेजिस्टेंस फ्रॉम दिस एफईजी। लेट्स सी अब लोअर सर्किट पे ही रुकेगा, 274-75 के आसपास आई थिंक लोअर सर्किट लग जाएगा इसमें। डॉलर के लिए पॉजिटिव मतलब गोल्ड और सिल्वर के लिए नेगेटिव। इसमें देखना पड़ेगा, यहाँ पर और कोई सपोर्ट तो नहीं है, गैप है, उसके अलावा नीचे एक रेजिस्टेंस था, उसका रीटेस्ट पेंडिंग है अराउंड 268 के अराउंड। यहाँ पर एक सेलिंग का ट्रेड जरूर प्लान था, बट वो देख पा रहे होगे एग्जैक्टली नहीं आया है लेवल पे। 282.6 का हाई बनाया है, थोड़ा यहाँ पर भी आ जाता तो सेल कर देते। भी कह सकते हो उसको, चैनल भी है वो। बाकी थोड़ा इसको ब्रॉडर चैनल पे लोगे तो ये भी डाल सकते हो ओवर हेयर, 50% से नीचे नहीं आ रहा है। को भी देखोगे तो इसमें 2 बार मार्केट सपोर्ट ले चुका है ऑलरेडी। सपोर्ट तक गया, यहाँ एक रेजिस्टेंस क्रिएट किया, वहाँ से एक सेलिंग आई, फिर से सपोर्ट लिया, वापस सेलिंग एग्जैक्टली लेवल तक आई नहीं है, तो जब तक आएगी नहीं तब तक सेकंड रेजिस्टेंस कंसिडर नहीं कर सकते। एक रेजिस्टेंस और मिल गया तो ये चैनल कंप्लीट हो जाएगा।
News when you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Nathan Hager. The floodgates have opened on a wave of economic data this day before Thanksgiving. Bloomberg's Michael McKee has the numbers, starting with weekly jobless claims.
213,000. That is down from a revised 215. Was 213 last week, so basically no change. The forecast was for 215, so we come in still low. No layoffs. Everybody can give thanks.
Bloomberg's Mike McKee also reports durable goods orders jumped 0.2%. Capital goods orders fell 0.2%. Third quarter GDP is unchanged at 2.8%, and personal consumption dropped 0.2% to 3.5%. The market reaction right now: futures are mixed, with S&P futures little change, Dow futures up 0.1%, Nasdaq futures are lower by 0.2%, and Treasuries are catching a bit of a bid. Right now, the 10-year is up 13.30 seconds. The yield down more than 5 basis points to 4.25%. Investors are also focused on the newest names on President-elect Donald Trump's economic team. He's picked Kevin Hassett to lead the National Economic Council and Jameson Greer, former chief of staff to then U.S. Trade Representative Robert Lighthizer, to be the next USTR. Bloomberg's Mike Shepard has more from Washington.
By picking Jameson Greer, he is selecting someone who is not only known as a China hawk, which is something that's in vogue here in Washington, but somebody who falls to the more severe edge of the spectrum there. Greer has favored this so-called strategic decoupling from the world's second largest economy, and that's a step even the Biden administration's trade architects, led by Catherine Tai, the current trade representative, and Commerce Secretary Gina Raimondo, they have not been willing to say that.
As for Kevin Hassett, Bloomberg's Mike Shepard notes he served as a top economic advisor in the first Trump administration and is a forceful proponent of tax cuts. Now attention is turning to who Trump might choose to lead the Commodity Futures Trading Commission. That agency is often overshadowed by the SEC, but it could grab a new spotlight if Trump follows through on revamping crypto policy. Sources tell Bloomberg News some names in the running include current Republican Commissioners Summer Mersinger and Caroline Pham. Others include former CFTC officials who've worked in crypto like Josh Sterling, Jill Summers, and Neil Kumar. In the Middle East, a 60-day ceasefire is underway between Israel and Hezbollah. It follows weeks of U.S.-backed negotiations and months of war that began the day after Hamas attacked Israel on October 7th of last year. Bloomberg's Jumana Bersetchi is monitoring from Dubai.
From the Lebanese part, there certainly was an element of war fatigue with the death toll count, mounting, more than 3,800 people killed, 1.2 million people displaced. But then you have to think about the broader regional picture as well. And this is the fact that Iran have been on the back foot. We're talking about their main proxy in the region, Hezbollah, being severely debilitated by the events over the last couple of months, with senior leadership being taken out.
Bloomberg's Jumana Bersetchi says this truce sets the stage for even tougher talks on a more permanent ceasefire in Lebanon. Issues there could include whether Israel will allow Hezbollah, the political party, to maintain its military force. Back here in the U.S., the Turkey Day getaway is still on.
I'm just excited to see my family, eat the Christmas/holiday foods in Puerto Rico, which are better.
That Harvard grad student is headed home for the holiday from Logan Airport in Boston. She is one of the 18.3 million Americans the TSA expects to screen between yesterday and next week's Cyber Monday. As for that food, it's getting cheaper, even with tighter supplies. The American Farm Bureau Federation says turkeys cost 6% less this year, even as the number of birds fell by the same amount. The Bureau says worries about food prices have dampened demand, but Michael Swanson, chief agricultural economist at Wells Fargo, says name brands are actually a money saver this year.
We pulled all the data from the Nielsen scan and looked at the average price for, what we put together was an average budget. So $90 from name brand, $73 for going private label. But that's up, actually down 0.5% for the national brand and up 2.7% for the store brand. So kind of an interesting dynamic going on.
Michael Swanson of Wells Fargo was a guest on Bloomberg Surveillance. The Farm Bureau says the average Turkey Day dinner for 10 people is $58.08. That's down 5% from last Thanksgiving. Shares of Dell Computer and HP are trading at a discount. Dell is down more than 12%, while HP is lower by almost 9%. The latest earnings from both companies suggest the personal computer recovery is stalling. CrowdStrike gave its second disappointing earnings forecast since the summertime meltdown sparked by its flawed software update. CrowdStrike shares right now are lower by 2%. And hold on to your Java. Coffee is trading at its highest levels since 1977. Brazilian drought and Vietnamese supply issues have driven a 70% rally in Arabica beans this year, and this morning they're up another 2.5%. And that's news when you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Nathan Hager, and this is Bloomberg.
क्रूड ऑयल गाइस ओपन इक्वल टू लो कैंडल है सडनली इंक्रीज हुई है सी वॉल्यूम देख लेते हैं एक बार फिर से नेचुरल गैस के साथ साथ क्रूड ऑयल का भी तुम अभी भी अपने एवरेज से कम है नेचुरल गैस में लुक एट द वॉल्यूम इन नेचुरल गैस बोथ द साइड स्टिल बिलो द मूविंग एवरेज दिया यार 60 likes are done. Come on guys, 100 का टारगेट है, करते रहो लाइक. मार्केट तो कुछ मूव कर नहीं रहा, क्रूड ऑयल वहीं का वहीं रुका हुआ है, नेचुरल गैस भी स्टक हो गया सेम लेवल पे.
Happy Thanksgiving to you. What's behind that call?
Yeah, absolutely. So when we look at what premium consumers doing and who's traveling today, it happens to be relatively wealthy people are doing the trips. And we continue to see for the network airlines what I would characterize as a very constructive push in revenue generation outside of main cabin. So premium, loyalty, co-branded card. We'll see that earnings wallet share continue to shift in their direction.
Does that mean basically higher prices, or does that just mean that we're going to get more layers of premium business, premium economy, premium, half premium economy? I mean, is that what we're looking for, that will basically pad costs so that they can keep it down for the rest of you're just an economy, so get back there, tap in?
Yeah, so I think, you will see some shift, and I would say mixed shift. So in terms of the amount of revenue they generate from premium, the weighting of that revenue is probably going to shift to those stronger verticals. So it doesn't necessarily mean, for example, basic economy at the back of the planes, you're suddenly going to have prices skyrocket. But I absolutely think you'll see a mix shift.
So can we just talk about what to expect over the next couple of days, given that a lot of people are going to be going to the airport and waiting in very long lines? Who's set up for this? How do airlines set up for the mass crowds, the angry people who are going to be waiting, delays,
There's a lot of anger in the Lisa household this morning, let me tell you. We were talking about road rage earlier on. It's going around starting fights at JFK later on today.
We don't have to talk about that. Go on.
No, certainly. Geography is going to play a role. Weather is certainly going to play a role. So if you happen to have...
Are they angrier in New Jersey? Is that what you're suggesting? Geography is going to play a role?
I'm not going to comment on that one, but certainly geography, if you're out west, people are probably watching winter storms in the Rocky Mountains. You do have the FAA, of course, with its limitations, air traffic control capacity. It's been a question mark, and that seems to be more intense in the Northeast and Florida than it is in other markets. So are you going to have some hiccups here and there? I think it's kind of impossible to avoid with the volumes going up as they are. I still think it's really good and constructive for the whole group that we're seeing such good flow. People want to travel. So I think the underlying demand picture looks great.
Top pick for next year, just quickly. What is it? Which airline?
So Delta Airlines happens to be our favorite.
Yeah.
On a 3-month basis, we've called out American Airlines as having upside. So they took grief from the previous strategy of pushing too much towards being kind of a discount airline. They've now turned the spigot back on premium. So you see discount airlines desperately trying to add business class. American already has everything it needs to grow that premium. So I think the next 3 months, that's one to watch.
Stephen, good to see you. Happy Thanksgiving, sir.
To you too.
As always. Thank you, my friend. Stephen Trent there of Citi. Thank you. And a special happy Thanksgiving to you at home. I say this every single year. And I also say every single year, I mean it that much, a little bit more. And I do, once again, truly, you at home make up the smartest audience anywhere on the planet. And I can say on behalf of the whole team here at Bloomberg Surveillance, we are incredibly grateful. Happy Thanksgiving to all of you, and have a special time with your families. At least try to. If you're Lisa, maybe you're throwing things. I don't know. Given how things have worked out so far this morning.
Mary, what are the ramifications on the auto sector, do you think?
Yeah, it's great to be with you. Well, first of all, when we're talking trade with Canada and Mexico, the first up has to be the auto sector. It's the most important export other than fuel from Canada that comes from our two USMCA partners. Production is fully integrated between the United States, Canada, and Mexico. Cars go back and forth. By some accounts, certain vehicles can go back and forth across the border 7 or more times before they're sent to an auto dealer. So this would be extremely disruptive. We would imagine that auto companies would be lining up to tell the new administration how harmful this would be, not only to the two countries involved in this, Canada and Mexico, but to the United States and to the plants that are in the United States waiting for those parts. So undoubtedly, it would lead to disruptions of U.S. production.
And increased costs, as many would anticipate from a consumer perspective. What about the supply chain when it affects China and U.S. technology companies here? How intertwined, how dependent does the U.S. remain on Chinese parts and goods?
Yeah, since the first trade war, U.S. Has depended less strongly on China. But we have to remember that many of the electronics devices that we know and love were not actually taxed under the first trade war. So final items like laptops, notebooks, smartwatches, cell phones, none of those were actually hit with the first trade war tariffs. Peripherals were things that we may use with these devices. So that's, he has already proposed or promised a flat 60 on China. We don't know if this extra 10% that he sent out last night is by a social media post is on top of that or part of that. Either way, it's going to be extremely disruptive because our companies have not had time to move these vast supply chains out of China.
Take Apple for a case study. They have been trying to depend more on India, for example, other Southeast Asian countries. And we've seen Tim Cook just in China over the weekend trying to ensure that relationships remain strong with the government there. But also, many understand that Tim Cook has a decent relationship with the incoming administration. Do you think CEOs are anticipating carve-outs? Do you think CEOs are able to manage this without passing it on to a consumer?
I think they understand how disruptive this would be. And that if we know that there are constitutional limits on what the president can do. He's shown a penchant for trying to blow past a lot of the limits that people have tried to place on him. But he can't revoke the law of economics. And there's economics limits to what he can do, or at least economic constraints that are going to cause him a lot of trouble, not only in individual sectors, but on the macro front. Inflation will kick up again, for example, something which voters have shown that they dislike intensely. So I think it would be wise that C-suites are anticipating that this will be either set up with carve-outs or it will be rolled back in terms of the absolute tax amount that he is going to levy. So I think we have a long way to go before this social media quote becomes new taxes on U.S. trade.
How effective in the first iteration were tariffs on changing the flow of goods out of China and the U.S., reducing perhaps dependence or indeed the overall trade excess or lack thereof?
I think we saw the value of trade drop by about 30% between, U.S. and China. Remember, China also retaliated against the U.S. We would certainly expect to see some retaliation again.
Guys, gold also reaching their retest level. 7 p.m. होने वाला है. US market ओपन हो जाएगा. ध्यान रखना, थोड़ा बहुत रिजेक्शन ले सकता है अपने रीटेस्ट लेवल से गोल्ड भी. सिल्वर को देखोगे वो तो अभी भी रेंज के अंदर ही है. ऊपर एक रेजिस्टेंस उस पर भी है, वहां से भी एक सेलिंग एक्सपेक्टेड है इन सिल्वर एज वेल, बट 8 पीएम से पहले आ जाए तो बेटर. फिर 8 पीएम पे यूएस मार्केट के बाद लगता है थोड़ा तो मूव होना चाहिए. बाकी क्रूड ऑयल स्टिल वही रेंज के अंदर फंसा हुआ है, ना ऊपर जा रहा है ना नीचे. बाकी नेचुरल गैस जरूर लग रहा है कि इन्वेंट्री से पहले, वैसे इसकी इन्वेंट्री काफ़ी लेट है, ये लोअर सर्किट लगा के ही मानेंगे. ऑलमोस्ट 5% डाउन है. ये नहीं रुकता है यहाँ पर तो फिर थोड़ा सा और गिर सकता है, थोड़ा सा लोअर लेवल पे एक और सपोर्ट है इसमें फॉरेक्स चार्ट में। एमसीएक्स में तो यहीं पर सपोर्ट है लास्ट, क्योंकि उसके पहले एक सीधा गैप अप हुआ है तो उसमें कुछ खास दिख नहीं रहा है वहाँ पे। वाह, ये फॉरेक्स में यहाँ पर रेजिस्टेंस है ही नहीं एक्चुअली। फॉरेक्स में देखोगे ना, ये रेजिस्टेंस जो बनाया है ये एमसीएक्स में दिखा रहा है, फॉरेक्स में नहीं है ये। फॉरेक्स में थोड़ा सा और अपर लेवल पे है रेजिस्टेंस, अप्रोक्सीमेटली यहाँ कहीं। थोड़े से लेवल अलग हैं। एंड इसमें तो एक और सपोर्ट है नीचे, यहाँ तो नहीं शो कर रहा है खैर, यहाँ तो गैप अप है सीधा। बट फॉरेक्स में देखोगे तो यहाँ कहीं एक और सपोर्ट बना रखा है इसने। एमसीएक्स में नहीं है, फॉरेक्स में ही दिखा रहा है वो। करंट लेवल पे जो सपोर्ट है उसके अलावा एक और सपोर्ट। बढ़िया, एफईजी से ऊपर ही नहीं गया, एफईजी पर ही स्टक हो चुका है। लेट्स सी, अब यूएस मार्केट ही कुछ मूव करा सकता है इसे। एक बार थोड़ा सा देख लेते हैं एग्जैक्टली लो लेवल पे कितना नीचे है फॉरेक्स में सपोर्ट। अभी रुका हुआ है, नीचे नहीं आ रहा है। सपोर्ट पे आ जाता तो बाइंग का कुछ प्लान करते। नीचे सपोर्ट है, ये एक सपोर्ट है। हाँ तो मेरे को लग रहा है ये नीचे तक आ जाना चाहिए इस एरिया के आसपास। यहाँ कहीं बाइंग का प्लान रखेंगे फिर। रुका हुआ है काफ़ी देर से, लेट्स होप या तो नीचे आ जाए सपोर्ट पे एग्जैक्टली अब, या फिर रेजिस्टेंस पे ही चला जाए।
You take a look at where we stand right now. It's pretty quiet, down about 0.1% on the S&P 500, 0.3% when it comes to the NASDAQ 100, the Russell 2000. It was a rough day yesterday, but we're back, baby. The Russell 2000 up about 0.7%. Let's look under the hood, though, and see if we can find some action there. Here's Abigail Doolittle.
We do indeed have some outsized movers beneath the surface, Katie. Starting off with Workday, you can see shares are plunging down 12.4%. This after their fourth quarter subscription revenue forecast misses the mark. The Wall Street estimates on this. Piper has cut shares to neutral, and JP Morgan's Mark Murphy is saying that investors are struggling with subscription growth slowing, and as a result, this really is why the stock is down. Turning to a stock that is moving to the upside, however, Solar Edge Technologies. They have a plan to basically close their energy storage division. This will help them save about $7.5 million per quarter. Plus, they are cutting 500 employees, 500 jobs. So the stock up 2%. You would think there would maybe be a bit of a bigger response on this sort of a restructuring plan. But nonetheless, investors are encouraged. And then turning to another laggard on the day, we have the shares of Autodesk, the software company, down pretty sharply, down about 8%. They beat and boosted. However, operating margins a little bit disappointing to some analysts. Plus, Matt, the stock up about 31% year to date into this report. So some investors wanted just a little bit more there.
Taking some profits. Abigail Doolittle, thanks very much for that. Abby Doolittle talking about some of the stocks moving on this Thanksgiving Eve. Coming up, a leaked memo from BYD signals the EV price war is going to intensify in the world's largest auto market.
Which, you know, we will try to see what they can do. But certainly, they are having trouble getting revenue from the oil exports, which have been slumping in the past few months, also Saudi Arabia. So we're all trying to see what they can do by this weekend. They will have to decide if they want to cut more and convince others, which have been also another challenge for him, to convince other producers, chiefly Iraq, UAE, Kazakhstan, and others on the OPEC Plus alliance.
Yeah. Thank you, Naila. That's great. So we're starting to get our first questions from the audience. Thank you. Please keep them coming. We want to give you a chance to have your say. We're going to start with a question from Pankaj. Pankaj asks, what is the 2025 outlook for large emerging markets that aren't China? I'm particularly thinking of India and Indonesia. And Julian, yes, it's a good point. China has typically been the demand driver, but we're starting to see other large Asian countries step in. Do you have any views on that question from Pankaj?
Yes, certainly. And yes, you're absolutely right. I mean, oil demand growth has been dominated by emerging Asian economies led by China up until very recently, and that's where all the growth in demand has been. And 2025 is not looking any different in that context on a broad level. But when you start digging into the numbers a little bit more, we do start to see something of a switch, or at least some of the forecasters starting to see a switch. If you look at what OPEC is saying, they are projecting demand growth in India next year of about 200,000 barrels a day. That compares with growth that they're seeing in China of about 300,000 barrels a day. So the OPEC analysts still see China as leading the world in terms of increases in oil demand. But the IEA sees it differently. They concur with OPEC that Indian oil demand will increase by around about 200,000 barrels a day next year. The IEA actually has it at 220,000. But the real difference is in China, where the IEA sees a slowdown in growth, and they see China growing by about 190,000 barrels a day. So India taking over as the fastest growing consumer of oil in barrel terms, and even more so in percentage terms. Its consumption is significantly below that of China. I mean, it's about a third of China's oil consumption, very roughly. Indonesia, I mean, a much smaller oil consumer. There has been in recent weeks certainly reports of an uptick in Indonesia's imports of certain key fuels, but that seems much more related to refinery problems in the country than it does to runaway demand growth. But certainly India looks like coming much closer to China, if not overtaking it in terms of oil demand growth going forwards.
Thanks, Julian. So that's demand. Supply is always the other side of the equation, and one supply question that has been really important to the oil market in is the US, where we've seen this extraordinary boom in oil production driven by the shale industry. Donald Trump, and we said we'd come back to Mr. Trump, Donald Trump has said that US will drill, baby, drill, and I think that's led to some concern that we'll see even higher production from the US weighing on oil markets. But I'm not sure how realistic drill, baby, drill is. Grant, do you want to address, this is a question from Chris B. Can US output rise, and how impactful on the market will that be?
Sure. So I think from an OPEC perspective, the delegates that I've spoken to are not panicked at the prospect of drill, baby, drill. It's certainly the shale industry has been the main.
गाइस क्रूड ऑयल ऑलमोस्ट आ गया है, नेचुरल गैस ने भी ब्रेक कर दिया. फॉरेक्स में तो सपोर्ट पर ही है ये. फॉरेक्स चार्ट पे देखोगे इट इज ऑलमोस्ट गोइंग टू रीच देयर सपोर्ट एरिया. एक छोटा सा सपोर्ट और है. एमसीएक्स में नहीं दिखा रहा है, वहां पर तो बनाया भी नहीं है. एमसीएक्स में होता तो बना देते, वहां पर एमसीएक्स में बस एक कुछ भी नहीं है. सीधा एक कैंडल, दूसरा कैंडल और तीसरा कैंडल, तो एक गैप कह सकते हो. बाकी तो कुछ दिख नहीं रहा है जिसपे प्लान कर सकें कुछ. लेट्स सी अगर ये अभी भी होल्ड करता है तो इसको. बाकी क्रूड ऑयल आ गया है थोड़ा बहुत नीचे. थोड़ा सा और नीचे आ जाए तो बेटर है. ये भी एक छोटा सा यहाँ पर सपोर्ट है. थोड़ा बहुत सपोर्ट लेने की कोशिश कर रहा है 5821 के आसपास. थोड़ा सा एक्सपेक्टेड है थोड़ा सा नीचे तक डीप लेवल तक करेक्शन दे दे तो यहाँ से एक बाइंग एक्सपेक्टेड रहेगी. फिर से इसी लेवल पे ना रुक जाए, बिकॉज अगर इसी लेवल पे फिर से रुका तो ये पूरा ही रेंज बाउंड ही चल रहा है. इट मींस 50 पॉइंट की रेंज में सेलर्स निकलना चाहो तो निकल सकते हो अब. बाकी यूएस मार्केट ओपन होगा. 750 हो चुका है. कुछ देर में यूएस मार्केट ओपन हो जाएगा तो फिर देखते हैं यूएस मार्केट से कैसा रिस्पॉन्स आता है. डेटा भी है, यस, एक डेटा भी है, फिर 8:15 और 8:30 पर दो डेटा हैं, ये गोल्ड और सिल्वर के लिए इम्पोर्टेंट है। थोड़ी बहुत सेलिंग तो आ गई है सिल्वर में। एक्सपेक्टेड है ये थोड़ा सा यूएस मार्केट पे मूव प्रॉपर हो जाए अब। ये 6% पे लग जाएगा लोअर सर्किट। नेचुरल गैस में होने ही वाला है ऑलमोस्ट। 76,088 से सेल किया हुआ है गोल्ड। एमसीएक्स देखो, गोल्ड में न्यूज आने वाली है, थोड़ा संभल के। कहाँ जाएगा मार्केट में कह नहीं सकता उसमें फिलहाल, स्पेशली एमसीएक्स में। फॉरेक्स चार्ट दिखा देता हूँ। फॉरेक्स चार्ट में ऊपर एक रीटेस्ट लेवल है, वहां से थोड़ी बहुत सेलिंग प्लान कर सकते हो। अगर ये सपोर्ट गया तो फिर थोड़ा ज़्यादा गिर सकता है। 2638 से 2640 का लेवल है, अगर ये ब्रेक हो जाता है तो फिर थोड़ी बड़ी सेलिंग आ सकती है। नहीं तो मार्केट ये एक सपोर्ट पे रुक सकता है वापस। डिपेंड ऑन द डेटा 8:15 एंड 8:30 एंड प्लस यूएस मार्केट। एमसीएक्स में लेवल में बनाता नहीं हूँ तो इस पर कुछ कमेंट करूंगा नहीं। ठीक है, क्रूड में निकल जाना। अच्छा मोमेंटम मिल चुका है क्रूड ऑयल का। नीचे कोई एफईजी नहीं है, ध्यान रखना। ये एफईजी एक छोटा सा, इसको मैं रिमूव कर दूं तो नीचे मेन सपोर्ट इधर पे है। अगर ये रुक गया इसी एफईजी पर वापस से तो फिर ये वापस रेंज बाउंड ही हो जाएगा। या श्योर। सेवन मिनट इज लेफ्ट, 7 मिनट और है। किसी की कोई ओपन पोजीशन चल रही है तो ऐसा सिस्टम पर डाल दो। इफ एनीबडी हैव एनी ओपन पोजीशन इन एनी सेगमेंट, गोल्ड, सिल्वर, नेचुरल गैस, क्रूड ऑयल। आगे ऑलरेडी मिनट इज लेफ्ट। ओके, क्रूड ऑयल एफईजी को ब्रेक कर रहा है, क्लोजिंग आ जाती है तो वेल एंड गुड ही है। नीचे देखो सपोर्ट है, थोड़ा सा यहाँ से बाइंग एक्सपेक्टेड रहेगी, और फिर टारगेट वही ऊपर तक ही रखेंगे कल के हाई के आसपास। बीच में जो एफईजी बने होंगे दोज आर द फर्स्ट रेजिस्टेंस एरियाज। ये भी रेजिस्टेंस हो जाएगा। तो 9 बजे है, टाइम है उसमें। बाकी हाँ ये भी याद रखना, इन्वेंट्री भी है, मोमेंटम नहीं हुआ 8 पीएम की कैंडल पे ज़्यादा तो फिर साइडवेज ही हो जाएगा, फिर इन्वेंट्री के बाद ही शायद मूव करे मार्केट आफ्टर दैट। क्रूड ऑयल नेचुरल गैस की इन्वेंट्री काफ़ी देर है तो ज़्यादा कुछ फ़र्क नहीं पड़ेगा। 10:30 पर है नेचुरल गैस इन्वेंट्री। 10:30 बहुत उड़ गया था नेचुरल गैस, फाइनली इट्स ऑन फुट। गए हैं मार्केट ओपनिंग में। ग्रेट, थोड़ा सा यहाँ बाइंग करोगे ध्यान रखना, ऑप्शन बाइंग, कॉल ऑप्शन वगैरह ऑप्शन बाइंग करोगे थोड़ा, अगर मार्केट साइडवेज हुआ तो मोमेंटम नहीं मिलेगा फिर। इन्वेंट्री है, मार्केट नॉर्मली इन्वेंट्री से 1 घंटे पहले साइडवेज चला जाता है। 8:15 की कैंडल, 8:15 तक जो कैंडल मूव करेगी वो प्रॉपर फिर साइडवेज जाने के चांसेस है, तो उसका भी ध्यान रखना थोड़ा सा। फिर इन्वेंट्री के बाद देखते हैं। गैस सेल रीच योर सेकंड टारगेट सर। आई डोंट नो सर, फिलहाल के लिए यहाँ पर बीच में कोई सपोर्ट नहीं है एमसीएक्स में, बट फॉरेक्स में सपोर्ट है यहाँ पर एक, तो मुझे पता नहीं वो एमसीएक्स को फॉलो करेगा या फॉरेक्स को फॉलो करेगा। फॉरेक्स के पास एक सपोर्ट एरिया है, दिस अ सपोर्ट एरिया फॉर फॉरेक्स चार्ट। एमसीएक्स में वहाँ पर कुछ नहीं दिख रहा तो बनाया भी नहीं है, सीधा गैप अप हुई है कैंडल, तो आई डोंट नो किस तरह से रिएक्शन देता है एमसीएक्स में। वेल में निकलना चाहो निकल जाओ, बाकी अगर होल्ड करना है तो ध्यान रखना फिर मोमेंटम कुछ नहीं आया तो, फिर प्रीमियम भी नहीं बढ़ेंगे अगर ऑप्शन बाइंग वगैरह कुछ करोगे सपोर्ट एरिया से। बाकी सेलिंग में अगर थोड़ा और नीचे आए तो बेटर है, लाइक फ्रॉम हेयर यहाँ से बाइंग का थोड़ा सा प्लान रखेंगे। वैसे एक बार इन्वेंट्री देख लेते हैं क्रूड ऑयल की। इन्वेंट्री देखोगे तो इन्वेंट्री के अकॉर्डिंग अगर फोरकास्ट आया तो इट इज़ पॉजिटिव, लेट्स सी क्या ये इन्वेंट्री के अकॉर्डिंग ही आता है या फिर नहीं आता है। ओके गाइस, 30 सेकेंड्स आर लेफ्ट, 30 सेकेंड्स और बच गए। एफईजी को निकाल दे तो यूएस मार्केट ओपन। ओके ठीक है, ये एफईजी के नीचे क्लोज हो गया तो अब ये एफईजी काम का नहीं है, इसको रिमूव कर देते हैं। ठीक है, थोड़ी बाइंग एक्सपेक्टेड रहेगी यहाँ से, इस जोन से। एंड टारगेट वैसे तो ऊपर का ही रहेगा यहाँ तक, बट ऑब्वियसली वहाँ तक सीधा नहीं जाएगा, वो काफ़ी बड़ा टारगेट है एक्चुअली। बीच में जो एफईजी बने होंगे, दोज आर द फर्स्ट रेजिस्टेंस। बाकी नेचुरल गैस भी ध्यान रखना, फॉरेक्स में वो सपोर्ट पर है, एमसीएक्स में लॉजिकली वहाँ पर कोई सपोर्ट नहीं दिख रहा है, सीधा गैप है एक, देखना पड़ेगा उसको होल्ड करता है या फिर नहीं। फॉरेक्स में सपोर्ट जरूर है इस पर्टिकुलर एरिया पे, ध्यान रखना इन नेचुरल गैस। एमसीएक्स वाला कैसा ले रहा है इसको? अभी लगा नहीं है लोअर सर्किट, लोअर सर्किट 6% पे लगता है, 6% डाउन होने पे, अभी 5.64% डाउन है। थोड़ा और गिर जाए तो लोअर सर्किट लग जाएगा, 272 अप्रॉक्सीमेटली। 270 273 के अप्रॉक्स। 5.64। यस, यूएस मार्केट ओपन है। लाइक भी करते रहो गाइस, डोंट फॉरगेट टू लाइक द स्ट्रीम। वैसे मेरे साइड से कोई सेलिंग का ट्रेड नहीं चल रहा नेचुरल गैस में, वो रेजिस्टेंस पाया नहीं वहां करते सेलिंग, बट इट डजंट कम टू द रेजिस्टेंस एरिया। या श्योर, हाँ क्रूड में बाइंग कर सकते हो इस रेंज से बिल्कुल, ये पूरी रेंज बाइंग की है, बट ध्यान रखना इन्वेंट्री भी आने वाली है, मोमेंटम नहीं आया ज़्यादा तो फिर प्रॉब्लम हो जाएगी। लेट एंट्री मत करना, और ऑप्शन बायर स्पेशली। क्रूड ऑयल की इन्वेंट्री कितने बजे? 9 बजे, 9 PM इंडियन टाइम के अकॉर्डिंग। उससे पहले एक डेटा और है 8:15 और 8:30 पे, वो भी इंपॉर्टेंट है, ध्यान रखना। 8:15 और 8:30 का डेटा भी इंपॉर्टेंट है काफ़ी। वो गोल्ड और सिल्वर के लिए है, 8:15 और 8:30 का डेटा इंपॉर्टेंट फॉर गोल्ड एंड सिल्वर। फिलहाल करंट कैंडल पे देखोगे थोड़ा बहुत बाइंग का मोमेंटम दिख तो रहा है गोल्ड और सिल्वर में, बट वो 8:15 और 8:30 वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट, स्पेशली 8:30 वाला जो डेटा है। ग्रेट। सिक्सटी फोर लाइक्स आर डन, 120 पीपल आर वॉचिंग, लाइक करते रहो गाइस। स्टाइडल क्रिएट कर सकते हो उस समय, न्यूज़ को अगर प्ले करना है, नहीं तो नॉर्मल सपोर्ट रेजिस्टेंस पे भी बाई सेल किया जा सकता है। अगर स्ट्रैडल क्रिएट नहीं करना चाह रहे हो तो अवॉइड भी कर सकते हो। इन्वेंट्री का फोरकास्ट बुलिश साइड पर ही है, देखना पड़ेगा एग्जैक्टली डेटा कितना आता है। मार्केट ओपन 70 likes are done, 30 likes are remaining. जिस फॉरेक्स में मैंने बताया है सपोर्ट, फॉरेक्स में यहाँ पर सपोर्ट है एक छोटा सा इन नेचुरल गैस। थोड़ा बहुत पुल बैक आता है तो फॉरेक्स में अप्रॉक्सीमेटली इस एरिया के आसपास तक मार्केट एक पुल बैक दे सकता है, अप्रॉक्सीमेटली ओवर हियर। MCX के अकॉर्डिंग आई थिंक ये वो जो पुल बैक उसमें दिखा रहा है फॉरेक्स चार्ट में, वो इस एरिया के आसपास है। रीटेस्ट की तरह कंसिडर मत करना नेचुरल गैस में, ठीक है? ये रीटेस्ट नहीं है।
Losers, and that's a little bit what we're focusing on now, is where are the winners really going to be? And the lack of spending on hardware, that's a sign that really there is no bottomless pit work before.
अभी आने वाला है नेक्स्ट 5 मिनट में।
antitrust law through energy investments. Texas is leading a group of states in a federal lawsuit just filed this morning against BlackRock, Vanguard, and State Street. State Attorney General Ken Paxton says the firms combined their market clout and membership in climate groups to pressure coal producers to cut output. The lawsuit claims the shortages have raised power bills in Texas and other states. President-elect Donald Trump is adding a tax cut champion and a China hawk to his economic team. The president-elect named Jamieson Greer, who served as chief of staff to Trump's first U.S. Trade Representative Robert Lighthizer, to be the next USTR, and he's bringing back top economic advisor Kevin Hassett to chair the National Economic Council. Terry Haynes is the founder of Pangea Policy.
When you pick a veteran, for Trump, it is a sign of respect and a sign of continuity. You've got that. Secondly, because you've got a veteran who Trump apparently trusts. Otherwise they wouldn't be brought back. See Mike Pompeo, for example.
You can hear my full conversation with Pangea Policy's Terry Haynes on the Bloomberg Daybreak U.S. Edition podcast. As for Jamieson Greer, he has called China a generational challenge, and he's pushed for a strategic decoupling from the world's second biggest economy. The current White House just announced a prisoner release from China. 3 American citizens, Mark Swidan, Kai Li, and John Lung, are now free, according to a White House statement that says, quote, soon they will return and be reunited with their families for the first time in many years. A 60-day ceasefire is underway between Israel and Hezbollah in Lebanon. White House National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan says so far it's holding.
We're going to have to monitor it and implement it day by day, and the United States and France, along with our other allies, are committed to help doing that. And of course, at the end of the day, as the deal states, Israel retains the right to self-defense if Hezbollah or any other terrorist group violates the deal.
National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan spoke on CBS Mornings, and Bloomberg's Stuart Livingston Wallace says Israel is insisting on that right.
Particularly from the Israeli side, they are insisting that they have the right to intervene should they see or spot anything on the ground that they would consider a security risk to Israel. Now, that goes beyond the UN resolution that is largely the basis of the current ceasefire deal, this UN resolution from 2006, the so-called Resolution 1701. That was not in there.
Still, Bloomberg's Stuart Livingston Wallace reports the Lebanese military is starting to move back into southern Lebanon, and the stage is set for even tougher negotiations between Israel and Hezbollah on a more permanent ceasefire. Back on Wall Street, some stocks we're watching at the open. Symbotic shares are down 33%. The warehouse automation company cut its first quarter revenue forecast, saying it was unable to file its annual filing due to accounting errors. Dell is lower by 18% at the open, while HP is up about 2%. Both companies' earnings suggested that the PC recovery is stalling. CrowdStrike is lower by 4% at the open after another disappointing outlook following that summertime Windows meltdown sparked by faulty CrowdStrike security update. And that's news when you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Nathan Hager, and this is Bloomberg.
ओके गाइस, डेटा आ चुका है गोल्ड और सिल्वर के लिए। सिकागो पीएमआई का डेटा है, नॉर्मल डेटा है, इतना भी इंपॉर्टेंट नहीं है बट थोड़ा बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है। डेटा इज नेगेटिव फॉर डॉलर इंडेक्स, पॉजिटिव फॉर गोल्ड एंड सिल्वर। लेट्स सी किस तरह से इम्पैक्ट करता है गोल्ड और सिल्वर को। फिलहाल के लिए कुछ खास इम्पैक्ट हो नहीं रहा है, छोटी सी कैंडल बनी है एंड डेटा जरूर आपका 815 वाला नेगेटिव है डॉलर इंडेक्स के लिए, यूएस डॉलर इंडेक्स के लिए, एंड पॉजिटिव फॉर गोल्ड एंड सिल्वर नॉर्मली हम कंसिडर करते हैं, बट कुछ खास इम्पैक्ट नहीं हुआ। नेक्स्ट डेटा 830 पर है, लेट्स सी। 830 पे एक्चुअली 3 डेटा हैं, क्रूड ऑयल, कोर पीसी प्राइस इंडेक्स का डेटा और पर्सनल स्पेंडिंग और पेंडिंग होम सेल्स, इसका भी इम्पैक्ट पड़ेगा। तीनों इंपॉर्टेंट हैं। क्रूड ऑयल की इन्वेंट्री बाकी फिर 9 बजे। थोड़ा बहुत था इंपॉर्टेंट, ज़्यादा नहीं। 815 का डेटा, 830 वाला ज़्यादा इंपॉर्टेंट है। 70 लाइक्स हो चुके हैं, लाइक भी करते रहो गाइस, डोंट फॉरगेट टू लाइक द स्ट्रीम। क्रूड ऑयल ओवरऑल देखोगे नीचे से वापस सपोर्ट लिया, लगता तो नहीं मुझे जाएगा ये टारगेट तक कंप्लीट, यहाँ तक दिस अ फाइनल टारगेट वी हैव। चला जाता है तो अलग बात है, बट मोस्ट प्रॉब्ली मुझे लग रहा है अभी साइडवेज चला जाना चाहिए बिफोर इन्वेंट्री। फिर इन्वेंट्री पे देखते हैं क्या इम्पैक्ट पड़ता है क्रूड ऑयल में, किसी ने अगर बाई किया सपोर्ट से तो थोड़ा सा संभल के, साइडवेज गया तो कुछ मिलेगा नहीं, फिर वापस आएगा वापस ले सकते हैं बाइंग। बाकी वापस ऊपर चला गया तो ऊपर रेजिस्टेंस एरिया से सेलिंग का प्लान कर सकते हैं। डेटा तो पॉजिटिव ही एक्सपेक्टेड है, प्राइस के लिए एग्जैक्टली कितना आता है नीड टू सी। नेचुरल गैस थोड़ा सा फंसा हुआ है, एमसीएक्स में यहाँ पर कोई सपोर्ट तो नहीं है एग्जैक्टली, फॉरेक्स में ज़रूर सपोर्ट है ये, इसलिए वो रुका हुआ है, बट ऊपर कोई बहुत बड़ा टारगेट नहीं है। यहाँ पर एक रेजिस्टेंस मिल सकता है इसको वापस से। ठीक है, थोड़ा सा पुल बैक जैसे भी प्रीवियसली यहाँ पर आया है, ये थोड़ा सा ऐसा ही पुल बैक एक्सपेक्टेड रहेगा। एंड वापस यहाँ से अगर सेलिंग आती है तो रेजिस्टेंस है, वापस सेलिंग एक्सपेक्टेड करेंगे इस जोन से। ओवरऑल व्यू देखोगे तो है तो बेरी सी, बट थोड़ा थोड़ा पुल बैक आता आ रहा है, नीचे इतने सपोर्ट है। डोंट कंसिडर दिस एज अ ब्रेकडाउन रीटेस्ट, ओके। ये कोई यहाँ पर ब्रेकडाउन रीटेस्ट कंसिडर मत करना, वो पुल बैक एरिया था। पॉइंट हो सकता है ज़्यादा नहीं, 4 पॉइंट ही दिखा रहा है अप्रॉक्सीमेटली। अगर यहाँ से थोड़ा सा पुल बैक आता भी है, अप्रॉक्सीमेटली 4 पॉइंट। किसी को अगर नेचुरल गैस मिनी थोड़ा सा बाई करना है तो यहाँ से ट्राई कर सकता है, ज़्यादा टारगेट नहीं है, यही दिखा रहा है इतना ही लेवल बस। नहीं, थोड़ा सा ऊपर आने तो फिर यहाँ से भी सेल कर सकते हैं वापस। थोड़ा सा और ज़्यादा टेम्पर्ड हो गया एक रेंज के अंदर, एमसीएक्स में तो नहीं है, फॉरेक्स में थोड़ा और क्लियर दिखेगा, ये देख सकते हो। फायदा नहीं है। क्रूड ऑयल में यहाँ पर 4 आवर टाइम फ्रेम पे भी सपोर्ट था, जहाँ से फास्ट रिवर्सल हो गया। 4 आवर टाइम फ्रेम पे भी होगा सपोर्ट बिल्कुल। थोड़ा सा पुल बैक वापस लोअर सर्किट। सिक्स परसेंट ठीक है, किसी को अगर मिनी ट्राई करना है, डोंट ट्राई नेचुरल गैस मेन कंपोनेंट। या श्योर। नेचुरल गैस मिनी तो यहाँ से थोड़ा सा ट्राई कर सकता है, डोंट बाय नेचुरल गैस। हाँ, इतना स्पेस नहीं है कि नेचुरल गैस बाई करके बैठे। यहाँ पर देखते हैं, यहाँ से वापस अगर मार्केट रिजेक्शन लेता है तो। इन्वेंट्री तो इसकी 10:30 पर है, काफ़ी टाइम है अभी। या श्योर। किया है तो बुक कर लो, मैं तो ये कहूँगा क्रूड ऑयल में अगर इन्वेंट्री का वेट कर रहे हो तो एसएल कॉस्ट पर डाल देना। अब इसमें और मैं क्या बोलूँ, यहाँ पर अब ये पूरा टारगेट तो बहुत ऊपर है, यहाँ तक का टारगेट है, अब ये पूरा यहाँ तक जाएगा बिफोर इन्वेंट्री, मुश्किल लग रहा है मुझे तो। इन्वेंट्री का इम्पैक्ट पॉजिटिव जरूर है एक्सपेक्टेड, अगर फोरकास्ट के अकॉर्डिंग ही डेटा आ गया, बट एग्जैक्टली आएगा क्या वो तो देखना होगा। या तो कॉस्ट पर डाल दो, इन्वेंट्री का वेट कर रहे हो तो, नहीं थोड़ा बुक कर सकते हो, टारगेट फाइनल यहीं पर है। बाकी वापस नीचे आएगा, वापस बाय कर सकते हो लोअर एंड से। एक बार थोड़ा सा स्ट्राइक प्राइस भी देख लेते हैं, अगर कोई स्ट्रैडल क्रिएट करने की सोच रहा है। 71 लाइक्स हो चुके हैं, जिन लोगों ने लाइक नहीं किया लाइक भी करते रहो, डोंट फॉरगेट टू लाइक द स्ट्रीम। ठीक है, बाकी वापस नीचे आएगा क्रूड ऑयल, वापस बाइंग कर लेंगे, कर लेना अगर नहीं कर पाए हो तो। बाकी अगर ये बीच का एरिया ब्रेक हो जाता है तो फिर यही टारगेट है ऊपर, कल का वाला। फॉरेक्स चार्ट को भी यूज़ कर सकते हो, ज़्यादा बेटर रहेगा। एमसीएक्स में कई बार थोड़ा सा उतने लेवल परफेक्ट नहीं होते, या फिर कई बार तो लेवल ही नहीं होते वैसे। फॉरेक्स में दिख जाएंगे आपको। ओके 7 मिनट रह गए, डेटा भी आने वाला है, इंपॉर्टेंट है, ध्यान रखना। 7 मिनट इज लेफ्ट। डेटा से पहले ही लग रहा है गिर जाएगा। सिल्वर अगर ब्रेक कर दे तो मज़ा आ जाएगा, सिल्वर का नीचे सपोर्ट वीक है थोड़ा सा, अगर ये सपोर्ट ब्रेक कर देता है नीचे वेल एंड गुड। मुझे लगता है फिर ये गिरना चाहिए एटलीस्ट $30 और उसके नीचे $29.75। अगर ये सपोर्ट एक बार ब्रेक हो जाता है 30.28 का। ओके 5 मिनट लेफ्ट। बने रहो गोल्ड में। गोल्ड के पास अभी भी नीचे एक छोटा सा सपोर्ट है 264038 वाला, अगर वो गया नीचे ब्रेक डाउन हो जाता है, कैंडल क्लोज जाती है, तब फिर ये थोड़ा सा मुझे लग रहा है ये भी गिर जाना चाहिए टिल 2618 एंड देन 2593। ऑल डिपेंड अपॉन द डेटा। देखते हैं एग्जैक्टली क्या इम्पैक्ट होता है प्राइस पर। बाकी लाइक भी करो गाइस, 75 लाइक्स आर डन। जिन लोगों ने लाइक नहीं किया स्ट्रीम को फटाफट से लाइक कर सकते हैं। भाई क्रूड ऑयल किसी ने बाई किया हुआ है एसएल कॉस्ट पे रख लो इन्वेंट्री से पहले। बाकी इन्वेंट्री में अगर चला जाता है ऊपर वेल एंड गुड, यही टारगेट है ऊपर, यहाँ से वापस सेल कर देंगे। नीचे आ गया वापस कोई नहीं, वापस बाइंग कर सकते हैं। बाकी अगर कोई इन्वेंट्री को प्ले करना चाह रहा है तो वो स्ट्रैडल क्रिएट कर सकता है, बेस्ट है। बहुत ज़्यादा डिफरेंस ना आ जाए इन्वेंट्री में। बाकी नेचुरल गैस में ट्रेड में इस वाले में नेचुरल गैस मत बाई करना, मिनी बाई कर लेना। Yeah, sure. 80 likes are done, करते रहो likes। 3 minutes left।
Pharmaceutical company. From fighting cholera to contributing to the country's healthcare.
So far, as I said, all of them actually grew. From now on, I think civil aerospace, we still have more performance improvement to do, and the market is growing, and we are growing more than the market. For example, this year deliveries, I'm talking about wide body market, this year deliveries, our market share is 61%. And our installed engine market share is only 35%. So that tells you we are actually growing. So civil aerospace, we fixed the business model, now the growth is coming. So it is profitable growth. Second area, power systems, data center growth. Again, we fixed the business model. I used to say 1 million times 0 is 0, because our margin was 0 in power systems. We made 0 money. Now it is very profitable business. We are growing. But then these are immediate growth areas. Defense will grow. We actually have great wins. That growth.
Guys, 30 seconds are left। थोड़ा सा गोल्ड का चार्ट लगा लेते हैं। अभी ध्यान रखना, गया नीचे सपोर्ट तो गिर जाएगा काफी अच्छा। डेटा देखते हैं एग्जैक्टली आता क्या है। ओके, ओपन इक्वल टू लो बना था, ब्रेक हो गया सिल्वर का। Come on. ओके, पेंडिंग होम सेल्स का डेटा नेगेटिव है गोल्ड और सिल्वर के लिए। पर्सनल इनकम का डेटा भी नेगेटिव है गोल्ड और सिल्वर के लिए। एक थर्ड डेटा बचा हुआ है, कोर पीसी प्राइस इंडेक्स डेटा, ये न्यूट्रल आ गया। सबसे ज़्यादा इंपॉर्टेंट डेटा कोर पीसी प्राइस इंडेक्स का डेटा न्यूट्रल है। 0.3% फोरकास्ट था, एग्जैक्टली 0.3% ही आया है, तो ये डेटा तो न्यूट्रल हो गया। बाकी के दो जो डेटा हैं, एक पेंडिंग होम सेल्स का और पर्सनल इनकम का, ये दोनों ही नेगेटिव हैं गोल्ड और सिल्वर के लिए, पॉजिटिव है डॉलर इंडेक्स के लिए। तो देखा जाएगा तीनों के तीनों अगर डेटा को कंपेयर करोगे तो इट इज़ नेगेटिव फॉर मार्केट कह सकते हो थोड़ा बहुत, बट जो सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट डेटा था वही फ्लैट आ चुका है। तो देखो जितना मोमेंटम होना है मोस्ट प्रॉब्ली इस सेकेंडरी डेटा के अकॉर्डिंग ही होगा। मुझे लगता नहीं कोई बड़ी कैंडल बननी चाहिए लॉजिकली। तो सिल्वर स्टिल होल्डिंग द लेवल, गोल्ड भी वहीं का वहीं रुका हुआ है। ठीक है, तो डेटा एक फ्लैट, एक न्यूट्रल जिसको आप कह सकते हो, और दो डेटा नेगेटिव फॉर गोल्ड एंड सिल्वर। अब सीधे क्रूड ऑयल की इन्वेंट्री है 9 बजे। यस, ये कोर पीसी प्राइस इंडेक्स का डेटा फ्लैट है, न्यूट्रल कह सकते हैं। बाकी पेंडिंग होम सेल्स और पर्सनल इनकम का जो डेटा है वो नेगेटिव है गोल्ड और सिल्वर के लिए। पॉजिटिव फॉर डॉलर इंडेक्स, नेगेटिव फॉर गोल्ड एंड सिल्वर। ओके ग्रेट, सिल्वर सपोर्ट ब्रेक करने के काफी करीब, क्या लगता है? गोल्ड स्टिल सपोर्ट के करीब ही है, सिल्वर लग रहा है पता नहीं ब्रेक करेगा नहीं करेगा, रुक रहा है थोड़ा बहुत। लेट्स सी ब्रेक करता है नहीं करता है सिल्वर। सिल्वर का चार्ट लगा देते हैं फटाफट से। ठीक है, मल्टीपल टाइम टेस्ट हुआ लेवल है तो मेरे अकॉर्डिंग तो ब्रेक हो जाना चाहिए, इतना होल्ड करना नहीं चाहिए इसको लॉजिकली। देखते हैं ब्रेक करता है या नहीं करता है। नेगेटिव है जरूर, बट जो मेन इंपॉर्टेंट डेटा है वही फ्लैट आ गया, वो नेगेटिव आता तो और अच्छी सेलिंग आ जाती प्राइस में। ओके ब्रेक डाउन हो रहा है, ठीक है काफी करीब है ब्रेक डाउन के। अगर ब्रेक डाउन रिटेस्ट हुआ तो ये और गिरेगा या फिर डायरेक्टली आ जाए तो 30 एंड देन 29.75। न्यूज़ का कोई इफेक्ट ही नहीं पड़ा, नहीं थोड़ा बहुत इम्पैक्ट हुआ है इस न्यूज़ का। वो जो दो डेटा थे वो तो फ्लैट नेगेटिव ही थे गोल्ड और सिल्वर के लिए, एक डेटा न्यूट्रल कह सकते हो। पेंडिंग होम सेल्स और पर्सनल इनकम का डेटा नेगेटिव ही है गोल्ड और सिल्वर के लिए। बट इम्पॉर्टेंट ये भी था कोर पीसी प्राइस इंडेक्स का डेटा वो फ्लैट है बिल्कुल। लाइक कर दो गाइस, कम ऑन, डोंट फॉरगेट टू लाइक द स्ट्रीम। बाकी याद रखना मार्केट 2 दिन बंद रहेगा, यूएस मार्केट आई थिंक कल बैंक हॉलीडे एंड परसों ब्लैक फ्राइडे थैंक्स गिविंग्स, तो यूएस मार्केट तो क्लोज है। उसके बाद सैटरडे संडे आ जाएगा सीधा, तो 4 डेज की छुट्टी यूएस मार्केट में। इंडियन मार्केट ओपन जरूर है 2 दिन, वॉल्यूम देखना पड़ेगा आता है या नहीं आता है। सेम सिनेरियो फॉर, या ओके ओके सिल्वर ने तो ब्रेक कर दिया, लेट्स सी गोल्ड ब्रेक कर पाता है नहीं कर पाता है। देखो दोनों जगह तो जाएगा नहीं प्राइस, गोल्ड ऊपर या फिर सिल्वर नीचे आएंगे तो या दोनों एक साइड। कैंडल क्लोजिंग में टाइम है अभी 9 मिनट। गोल्ड ट्राइंग टू होल्ड द लेवल, सिल्वर के मल्टीपल टाइम टेस्टेड लेवल हैं, लेट्स होप ब्रेक करता है नहीं करता। याद रखना ब्रेक तभी माना जाता है जब कैंडल क्लोज होती है, विक से कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता। Gold trying to take the support, silver also holding the level. इसकी नेक्स्ट कैंडल पे भी ध्यान रखना, कभी कभी मार्केट थोड़ा कंटिन्यूएशन पे चलता है तो फिर नेक्स्ट कैंडल भी इम्पैक्ट डालेगी। ये सिल्वर ऑलमोस्ट ब्रेक कर चुकी है कैंडल। देखो ब्रेक डाउन हो चुका है, अगर ये रीटेस्ट करता है तो इसमें एक और ट्रेड प्लान कर सकते हो सेलिंग का, लाइक दिस $30, एंड अगर उसके नीचे सस्टेन किया तो 29.77। गोल्ड अभी भी ब्रेक नहीं किया है तो अभी ब्रेक डाउन तो कंसिडर नहीं कर सकते। लेट्स मूव ऑन टू द गोल्ड एंड सिल्वर चार्ट, क्रूड ऑयल एंड नेचुरल गैस चार्ट, सॉरी। नेचुरल गैस भी वहीं का वहीं स्टक है। क्रूड ऑयल एज एक्सपेक्टेड वही वहीं पर घूम रहा है। इन्वेंट्री आने वाली है नेक्स्ट 15 मिनट में। एक बार थोड़ा सा सेकेंडरी डेटा भी देख लेते हैं। देखो फोरकास्ट क्रूड ऑयल की इन्वेंट्री का, अगर -1.3 से कम आया तो पॉजिटिव ही रहेगा, -1.3 से ज़्यादा आ गया तो इट इज़ नेगेटिव। इसके अलावा दो डेटा और हैं मार्केट में। ईआईए का ये डेटा रहता है, ईआईए वीकली डिस्लाइड स्टॉक और गैसोलीन की इन्वेंट्री। तो ये अगेन इसमें भी फोरकास्ट नहीं दिया हुआ है, लास्ट टाइम भी फोरकास्ट नहीं दिया था। तो जो एक गैसोलीन का डेटा आने वाला है, गैसोलीन की इन्वेंट्री और ईआईए का वीकली डिस्लाइड स्टॉक, इसमें फोरकास्ट कुछ नहीं है। ठीक है, तो डेटा कितना आता है कंसिडर नहीं कर सकते इसको। तो सिर्फ इस वीक क्रूड ऑयल की जो इन्वेंट्री है सेपरेटली उसी को कंसिडर करेंगे। तो यहाँ पर जो डेटा आएगा दैट इज़ द ओनली डेटा वी कैन कंसिडर इट। 9 PM 15 मिनट लेफ्ट। किसी को अगर स्ट्रैडल बनाना है क्रूड ऑयल में इन्वेंट्री से पहले तो एक स्ट्राइक प्राइस सेलेक्ट करके स्ट्रैडल क्रिएट कर सकते हो, नहीं तो इन्वेंट्री निकल जाएगी तो लेवल आपके सामने ही है। ऊपर रेजिस्टेंस से सेल प्लान करना, नीचे सपोर्ट से फिर से बाइंग प्लान कर सकते हो। बाकी अगर स्ट्रैडल क्रिएट करोगे तो अभी के अकॉर्डिंग अगर प्राइस ज़्यादा ऊपर नीचे नहीं होता है यहाँ पर इन क्रूड ऑयल 5850 का स्ट्रैडल क्रिएट किया जा सकता है, डिपेंड ऑन द प्राइस। ज़्यादा बहुत ऊपर नीचे हो गया तो थोड़ा स्ट्राइक प्राइस चेंज भी हो सकती है, बट अगर इसी लेवल पे रुका रहा तो 5850 या फिर 5800, दोनों में से किसी पे भी स्ट्रैडल बना सकते हो। ऑलमोस्ट सेम ही डिफरेंस है 20 पॉइंट्स का।
News when you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Amy Morris. Inflation data has fallen right in line with expectations, holding steady at 2.8%. But Ira Jersey with Bloomberg Intelligence says it looks like inflation may have stalled.
And a big reason for that stalling in core inflation is some of the consumption that's going on. So services continues to be the main driver of that core PCE number being as high as it is. Services continues to grow like gangbusters. So people are still spending money.
And the markets are responding. The S&P 500 is down 0.1%, NASDAQ down 0.5%. The Dow is up 0.25%. The 10-year Treasury yield at 4.26% and the 2-year yield at 4.22%. And GDP figures show the American economy expanded at a healthy 2.8% annual pace from July through September on strong consumer spending and a surge in exports. Initial jobless claims declined by 2,000, landing at 213,000 in the past week. Bloomberg Economics reports seasonal factors had an impact, and the number of people on unemployment insurance surged to its highest level since 2021, a sign that the labor market is cooling. Symbotic shares have fallen 34% after the warehouse automation company cut its first quarter revenue forecast and said it was unable to file because of accounting errors. The firm's AI-enabled warehouse automation platform services Walmart, Target, and Albertsons. A group of states led by Texas is suing BlackRock, Vanguard, and State Street for allegedly breaking antitrust laws by boosting electricity prices through their investments. Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton claims the three combined their market clout and membership in climate groups to pressure coal producers to cut output. The lawsuit claims that created coal shortages and higher power bills for Texans and residents in those other states. This is the highest profile lawsuit yet against the ESG industry. President-elect Donald Trump is continuing to fill out his new administration, tapping Jameson Greer as U.S. Trade Representative. We get those details now from Bloomberg's Gina Cervetti.
The selection of Greer highlights the central role tariffs will play in Trump's economic agenda. He's a longtime protege of Robert Lighthizer, and he was involved in Trump's first-term trade policy decisions, including steep duties on China and the negotiations for a partial trade deal with Beijing, concluded shortly before the outbreak of the pandemic. Greer is now expected to play a pivotal role in implementing the president-elect's tariffs plans, including 25% levies on Canadian and Mexican goods, as well as an additional 10% on existing Chinese tariffs. Gina Cervetti, Bloomberg Radio.
Donald Trump is also putting a familiar name in charge of his National Economic Council. Kevin Hassett chaired the White House Council of Economic Advisors in the first Trump administration. Turning now to the war in Ukraine, Ian Bremmer, the president and founder of the Eurasia Group, believes that once he's inaugurated, Donald Trump will broker a deal allowing Russia to stay in occupied Ukrainian territory, but will allow Ukraine to defend itself and prevent further incursion.
Yes, he really wants to end the war. He's got a lot of capacity to pressure the Ukrainians. But the presumption is that Trump is going to give away the store to Putin. And I don't think that's true. I don't think he wants a situation where Ukraine can be completely run over and undermined by Russia.
Ian Bremmer of the Eurasia Group. And a ceasefire is underway in the Middle East. Israel and Hezbollah entered into a temporary truce in Lebanon after weeks of U.S.-mediated talks. Bloomberg's Jumana Bersechi with more from Dubai.
It is temporary in nature. It's going to be only 60 days long. And the terms stipulate that Israeli troops have to gradually withdraw from the southern border of Lebanon. This is a gradual phasing out of troops, it should be stated. In addition to that, Hezbollah also are required to retreat 30 kilometers away from that so-called blue line demarcation as well.
Bloomberg's Jumana Bersechi reports negotiations will now begin for a more permanent truce. Starbucks has had its worst year since 2020. Sources tell Bloomberg the chain's poor financial performance means corporate workers are only getting 60% of their overall bonuses. Starbucks revenue grew less than 1% in the most recent fiscal year, compared with double-digit increases in the prior 3 years. Shares of Starbucks are about 1% higher. Now we're seeing coffee shares reaching their highest point in more than 40 years, caused by global supply worries. The price of Arabica beans has jumped almost 70% this year. You can blame the drought in Brazil, supply concerns in Vietnam, and other logistical challenges. And this is expected to add to the pain facing cafes and roasters, ultimately boosting costs to consumers. That's news when you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Amy Morris, and this is Bloomberg.
Okay, inventory, 6 minutes left. क्रूड ऑयल पे फोकस रखना। स्ट्रैडल बनाना है तो स्ट्रैडल क्रिएट कर सकते हैं। किसी की अगर ओपन पोजीशन रहेगी तो वो एसएल सिस्टम पर रख के रख लो। लेट्स सी इन्वेंट्री आती क्या है एग्जैक्टली। अभी अलग ही है। नहीं, अब दो ही इन्वेंट्री है बस, क्रूड ऑयल की और नेचुरल गैस की। बाकी सिल्वर ने ब्रेक डाउन कर दिया, अगर रीटेस्ट करता है तो और गिरेगा ये। ब्रेक डाउन हो गया है सिल्वर का। गोल्ड स्टिल ऑन सपोर्ट, गोल्ड अभी भी सपोर्ट पे रुका है, तो देखना पड़ेगा ये क्या गिरता है नीचे या फिर ऊपर जाता है। गोल्ड सपोर्ट पर ही है, ध्यान रखना। सिल्वर का ब्रेक डाउन हुआ है सिर्फ। नेचुरल गैस भी स्टिल स्टक है, थोड़ा सा ऊपर भी नहीं आ रहा रेजिस्टेंस पे। 10 seconds are left. इन्वेंट्री आ गई क्रूड ऑयल की. इन्वेंट्री इज गैप अप तो नहीं हुआ, गैप डाउन. आई थिंक गैप डाउन. नीचे सपोर्ट है, ध्यान रखना. -1.3. ज़्यादा आगे लग रहा है -1.3 से. ओके, -1.8 जितना एक्सपेक्टेड था फोरकास्ट के अकॉर्डिंग ही आया है डेटा. डेटा इज -1.8, फोरकास्ट था -1.3. तो फोरकास्ट से और कम आई है. इट मींस इट इज पॉजिटिव फॉर क्रूड ऑयल प्राइस. प्राइस के लिए पॉजिटिव ही है इन्वेंट्री. ठीक है, इन्वेंट्री इज पॉजिटिव, बट देखना पड़ेगा बाकी दो इन्वेंट्री क्या आई हैं. एक आपकी ओके इसमें तो हम देख नहीं सकते बिकॉज इसमें फोरकास्ट नहीं है हमारे पास, सिर्फ प्रीवियस जो आई थी उसके उसको कंपेयर करना पड़ेगा. गैसोलीन की इन्वेंट्री देखोगे लास्ट टाइम 2.0 आई थी, इस बार +3.3 है. एंड गैसोलीन ईआई का डेटा भी देखोगे लास्ट टाइम -0.1 था, अभी +0.4 आया है. तो ये दोनों डेटा भी जितना लास्ट टाइम था उससे ज़्यादा ही आए हैं. तो मुझे लग रहा है शायद इन दोनों इन्वेंट्री की वजह से थोड़ा सा गैप डाउन हुआ एंड जो क्रूड ऑयल की इन्वेंट्री है उसकी वजह से वापस ऊपर जा रहा है. तो तीनों डेटा को देखोगे, वो दो डेटा हम कंसिडर नहीं करेंगे आज. लास्ट टाइम भी नहीं किया था बिकॉज फोरकास्ट नहीं दिया हुआ है, हमें पता नहीं फोरकास्ट क्या है. तो फोरकास्ट जब तक नहीं होगा तो एग्जैक्टली डेटा को कह नहीं सकते. बट या नॉर्मली तीनों डेटा देखे जाते हैं. क्रूड ऑयल की इन्वेंट्री में ध्यान रखना सिर्फ क्रूड ऑयल की इन्वेंट्री नहीं देखी जाती है, उसके अलावा दो इन्वेंट्री और होती है क्रूड ऑयल की. एक गैसोलीन की इन्वेंट्री और एक ईआईए का वीकली डिस्प्लाइड स्टॉक. तो अगर तीनों को कंबाइन करके देखोगे इट इज़ नेगेटिव फॉर क्रूड ऑयल प्राइस. प्राइस को गिरना चाहिए, बट बिकॉज ये दो ईआईए का डेटा है और जो गैसोलीन की इन्वेंट्री इसमें फोरकास्ट दिया नहीं हुआ है, तो मुझे लगता है इसको नहीं कंसिडर करें तो बेटर ही रहेगा. तो फोरकास्ट जो डेटा है, डेटा इज पॉजिटिव फॉर क्रूड ऑयल प्राइस. ठीक है, तो इसी को ले रहे हैं हम. डेटा इज पॉजिटिव फॉर क्रूड ऑयल प्राइस. देखते हैं ऊपर जाता है, नहीं भी जाता तो अच्छा ही है. नीचे आ जाए सपोर्ट पे तो वेल एंड गुड है. सपोर्ट एरिया के आसपास कहीं बाइंग का प्लान वापस रखना. ठीक है, नेचुरल गैस भी लग रहा है साइडवेज ही चला जाएगा. ने क्या अपडेट किया है उनमें, अभी जो आप टीयर 2 डेटा देखते हो बिड और आस्क में, जब भी कुछ बाई या सेल करना होता है तो बिड और आस्क आता है बाइंग और सेलिंग साइड पे, जहाँ पर ऑर्डर लगे होते हैं ऑलरेडी। तो जो बिड और आस्क अभी देखते होगे वहाँ पर अभी आपको सिर्फ 5 बिड दिखाई देती हैं। सिमिलरली आस्क में भी सिर्फ 5 बिड दिखाई देती हैं। तो ये उन्होंने इंक्रीज करके 20 कर दिया, मतलब आप डेप्थ में 20 जो ऑर्डर लगे हुए हैं अलग अलग प्राइस पे वो देख सकते हो, दोनों साइड, बिड साइड भी आस्क साइड भी। जैसे बैंक निफ्टी मान लो कोई कॉल या पुट बाई कर रहे हो, 40,500 का कोई कॉल बाई कर रहे हो, तो आपको वहाँ पर दिखता है ना बिड और आस्क, तो 5 ही दिखाता है वो, वहाँ पर आप 20 देख सकते हो। एक तो सॉफ्टवेयर आते हैं वो और डिटेल दिखाते हैं, वो तो लगभग 50-50 डेप्थ भी दिखा देते हैं, बट वो डेटा फिर परचेज करना पड़ता है, फ्री में नहीं आता वो डेटा। तो वो टीयर 2 का डेटा तो हर एक ब्रोकर दिखा देता है, वो टीयर 3 का डेटा भी आपको दे रहे हैं फ्री ऑफ कॉस्ट में। जिनके पास धन का अकाउंट नहीं है, लिंक डिस्क्रिप्शन बॉक्स में जरूर ओपन करें और वहाँ से फिर आप टीयर 3 डेटा भी देख सकते हैं। उससे आपको एक ये आइडिया आ जाएगा कि मार्केट डेप्थ कैसी है अभी, इन द सेंस ऑफ मान लो आपको लग रहा है कि यहाँ पर सपोर्ट है, बाई करना चाहिए 5,800 पे, तो आपको ये दिख जाएगा कि यहाँ पर कोई और नीचे 10-20 बिड अलग अलग प्राइस पे कितनी लगी हुई हैं। कहीं पर अगर बड़ी बिड लगी होगी तो ऑब्वियसली वो सपोर्ट की तरह काम करेगा ही करेगा। उससे ये पता चलता है मार्केट में डेप्थ किस लेवल पर है, थोड़ा सा एक आइडिया आ जाता है कि इस लेवल पे अगर कोई बड़ा प्लेयर बैठा हो बड़ी क्वांटिटी लेके, क्योंकि हमें सिर्फ 5 ऑर्डर सॉरी बिड ही दिखती हैं। वो भी अगर आप निफ्टी बैंक निफ्टी में करोगे तो वो पॉइंट पॉइंट के डिफरेंस में होती है, ना कि एक एक पॉइंट के डिफरेंस में होती है। तो मान लो कहीं पर आपको कॉल ऑप्शन बाई करना है, 50,000 का कॉल ऑप्शन बाई करना है 129 पे, अब वो नीचे जाओगे तो 129 पॉइंट 128.95 128.90 इस तरह से बिड लगी होती है। तो हो सकता है कोई बड़ी बिड लगा के बैठा हो नीचे, तो अगर आपको वो दिख जाए आप वहीं पर बाई करोगे, तो वो एक बेनिफिट मिलता है वहाँ पर, मोर इन डेप्थ। जैसे उसमें था वो जो एक इंडिकेटर तो कह रहा हूँ, वो सॉफ्टवेयर नहीं था जो हम यूज़ कर रहे थे लाइव मार्केट में मॉर्निंग सेशन पे, ऐसा ही कुछ समझ लो। गोल्ड अभी भी सपोर्ट पर ही है, ब्रेक नहीं किया, सिल्वर ने खैर ब्रेक कर दिया, गोल्ड अभी भी सपोर्ट पर ही है। भी देखो अपने लोअर एंड की ओर आ रहा है। किसी ने पहले बाई किया था तो कॉस्ट टू कॉस्ट कैसल जा चुका है, निकल जाना। पहले बुक नहीं किया था, वापस लोअर एंड के आसपास आए तो फिर बाइंग वापस कर सकते हैं। थोड़ा सा व्यू कल से बेरी सी बना हुआ है, मार्केट लोअर लो फॉर्मेशन पे ही चल रहा है अभी के लिए। ये काफ़ी क्रूशियल लेवल है, गया ये फिर मार्केट मान के चलो कि अभी भी लोअर लो फॉर्मेशन पर ही रहेगा। गैस का भी वही हाल है, बायर ही नहीं है लग रहा है नेचुरल गैस में। नेचुरल गैस की इन्वेंट्री अब सीधा ध्यान रखना, नेचुरल गैस इन्वेंट्री है 10:30, काफ़ी टाइम है 10:30 में अभी, बट 10:30 नेचुरल गैस इन्वेंट्री। बाकी कल और परसों कोई डेटा नहीं है। यूएस मार्केट बंद है कल, बैंक हॉलीडे वहाँ पे, थैंक्स गिविंग्स। कल में तो 5 ही दिख रहा है, 5000 नहीं, 5000 तो नहीं, मैंने 1 आवर टाइम फ्रेम पे देखा था, नीचे सपोर्ट है इसमें। ये यहाँ पर ठीक ठाक सपोर्ट है 5680 से 5680 से 5630 के अराउंड एक ठीक ठाक सपोर्ट है 1 आवर टाइम फ्रेम पे। हाँ, अगर ये कहीं ब्रेक हो गया नीचे, कहीं 5600 भी होल्ड नहीं कर पाता है, तब शायद थोड़ा और गिर जाए। देखा नहीं इसके नीचे लेवल। यहाँ पर एक सपोर्ट है आपका 1 आवर टाइम फ्रेम पे। बाकी ऊपर भी 6000 5950 कल वाला एरिया स्टिल मेजर रेजिस्टेंस बना हुआ है। तो ब्रॉडरली ब्रॉड वे में कहोगे तो ये कुछ रेंज बनी हुई है मार्केट की, अपर लेवल से लोअर लेवल तक। और मार्केट वैसे भी कल यूएस मार्केट तो बंद ही है, तो मुझे लगता नहीं इस रेंज को ब्रेक करने की कोशिश करेंगे ये लोग। मंडे को ही शायद कुछ होगा इस रेंज के आइदर साइड मार्केट। क्रूड ऑयल में तो 5, अच्छा क्रूड ऑयल में 5 बिड ही दिखा रहा है, वो सिर्फ एनएससी के लिए भी अप्लाई किया है। वो जो बिड आप देखोगे वो सिर्फ एनएससी के लिए है। वो जो धन में आप देख रहे हो ना, जो लॉन्च हुआ है बिड, 20 बिड्स बोथ द साइड, आस्क और बिड साइड में, तो जो डेप्थ है 20 तक, वो सिर्फ एनएससी जो इक्विटी मार्केट है और डेरिवेटिव मार्केट है उनके लिए अवेलेबल है, कमोडिटी में अभी अवेलेबल नहीं है। लाइक भी करते रहो गाइस, 100 लाइक्स होने वाले हैं, 15 लाइक्स आर रिमेनिंग। यस, कल मार्केट बंद है, यूएस मार्केट बंद है, बैंक हॉलीडे है वहाँ पे। यूरोपियन मार्केट पता नहीं, यूरोपियन मार्केट, यूरोप भी बंद है क्या? वहाँ भी बनाते होंगे शायद, नहीं, यूएस में बंद है सिर्फ, यूरोपियन मार्केट तो ओपन है। ब्रिटेन का मुझे पता नहीं, यूएस क्लोज है सिर्फ फिलहाल के लिए। इन्वेंट्री क्या आई थी? इन्वेंट्री देखो, 3 इन्वेंट्री मैंने बताई क्रूड ऑयल की। अगर सिंगल इन्वेंट्री देखोगे इट इज़ पॉजिटिव फॉर क्रूड ऑयल प्राइस। उसके अलावा 2 इन्वेंट्री और आती हैं, गैसोलीन की और ईआईए की। उनको भी नॉर्मली हम कंसिडर करते हैं, बट वहाँ पर फोरकास्ट दिया नहीं हुआ है तो इसलिए हम कंसिडर नहीं कर रहे हैं। बाकी अगर आप जो प्रीवियस वीक में आई थी उसको उससे कंपेयर करोगे तो बाकी 2 इन्वेंट्री नेगेटिव हैं क्रूड ऑयल प्राइस के लिए, एक पॉजिटिव। तो नॉर्मली तो हम अगर तीनों को कंबाइन करके बोलोगे तो कह सकते हो इट इज़ नेगेटिव फॉर क्रूड ऑयल प्राइस। बट क्योंकि वो फोरकास्ट दिया नहीं हुआ है बाकी की 2 इन्वेंट्री में, तो सिर्फ एक इन्वेंट्री को ही हम कंसिडर करेंगे, तो उसके अकॉर्डिंग डेटा इज पॉजिटिव फॉर क्रूड ऑयल प्राइस। लेट्स सी क्या होता है, देखते हैं। यस 1 आवर में नेचुरल गैस की इन्वेंट्री भी है 10:30 नेचुरल गैस की इन्वेंट्री का फोरकास्ट देखोगे तो अगर फोरकास्ट के अकॉर्डिंग डेटा आया तो इट इज़ पॉजिटिव फॉर नेचुरल गैस प्राइस लेट्स सी एग्जैक्टली कितना आता है डेटा
Firms AI and
I wonder about first and foremost, the immigration issue that we have ever since Governor Abbott started shipping immigrants to this sanctuary city. It seems as though we've spent so much money on that group of people that we haven't had enough money to boost our police force or expand the universal pre-kindergarten program. Would you roll back our sanctuary city status as mayor?
In part, you have to, if you look at the long history, there's actually been a sanctuary city status in New York for many decades, and it has been implemented by even Republican mayors like Giuliani going way back. But where we went awry, and this is really a great example of, my campaign as a lifelong Democrat running as a centrist Democrat against the radical left that is in a one-party dominated city like New York has sort of hijacked our city and taken us too far to the left. We passed additional sanctuary city legislation in 2018 that basically made it impossible for local law enforcement, if they, for example, arrested someone who committed a violent offense, let's say they're a Venezuelan gang member. This, in fact, happened last week, and it was the 7th time this guy's been arrested this year. And this is crazy. On his first arrest, local police should have turned him over to ICE, and they should have deported him on the next plane to Venezuela, obviously. And because of this crazy legislation that went much too far back in 2018, New Yorkers, it's contributing to the violent crime spike here in New York. So I'm going to roll back the sanctuary city back to the way it was, for decades, where, I have no interest in helping the Trump administration try and deport 12 million illegal immigrants who mostly have been here for quite a while and are hardworking and contribute to our economy.
How to draw executive orders this time back in 2016. They've already written them and they're ready to go here in 2024. So what you liked about Trump 1.0, you're going to like even more in this new iteration. What you didn't like, you're going to dislike more just because they're going to be better at doing what they want to do.
And Mick, we've continuously heard from investors and analysts on our program here that part of this post-election rally in the market is the idea that the market is going to be the third check on the Trump administration beyond the judicial and legislative branches. Do you buy that? Have you seen evidence of Trump utilizing the market as a feedback engine?
I've seen it generally in Washington. The answer is yes, but he's not the only one. I've seen it. We go back to the global financial crisis when the stock market dropped during a vote on the floor. They were using that as a feedback loop to try and get people to change their votes. So if the question is, does Washington look at the markets? Yeah, and they should to a certain extent. They can't let it dictate policy. But if you're wondering what the world and the markets think about your proposed policies, look at how the markets react when you push something out. I'll never forget, we used to have a running joke in the White House that every time Peter Navarro went on television back in 2018, the market dropped 200 or 300 points. So there's a great feedback loop as to what any administration, what any government is saying and how the markets receive that. And that's a valuable piece of information for lawmakers.
Mick, I'm curious to get your perspective on this. Who do you think is going to be most influential when it comes to shaping Trump's policies here over the next 4 years? Who is that key person that Wall Street, that investors need to be paying closest attention to?
Yeah, there's no one. That's not how Trump works. If you want to ask me who the most single important person is, it's Trump. So if the market wants to watch a single person, they should watch and listen to Trump. But if the question is who is going to be in the room and sort of formulating policy, there's not going to be sort of this one guru that Trump listens to. He listens to a lot of different people. He's going to be listening to Scotty Bessent over at Treasury. He's going to be listening to Peter Navarro and wherever Bob Lighthizer ends up. The new guy at Jameson, I think it's Greer at USTR. I don't know him as well as I know the other folks. Kevin Hassett is going to have a great deal of say in those meetings. There's a variety of opinions on different economic and trade policies within that group that I just identified. And Trump is going to be the one who sort of sits back, lets them fight amongst themselves, and sort of acts as the moderator, the mediator, the judge as he arrives at the final decisions on policies.
Mick, it was great to get some of your time. Thanks so much for joining us here this morning. Mick Mulvaney, Active Strategic Advisors co-chair. Thanks so much.
Thanks to you. Happy Thanksgiving.
You too. Coming up, President-elect Trump's proposed 25% tariff on Mexico could be bad news for U.S. automakers. Find out which stocks are most exposed. That's coming up next on Catalysts. We have some breaking economic data crossing the wires right now. Let's take a look at the October PCE numbers. Remember, this is the Fed's preferred inflation gauge. For the month of October, you're looking at the PCE index rising 0.2% on a month-over-month basis, in line with expectations, actually in line with expectations across the board here. When you take a look at these numbers, the year-over-year rise was at 2.3%. When you drill down into the core readings that we're getting, core PCE index on a month-over-month basis, we saw prices rise 0.3%, again in line with what the street had been expecting. And when you take a look at that year-over-year increase in core PCE prices, rising 2.8%, that was directly in line with what the street was looking for. So matching of expectations across the board, very much what the street had been anticipating that we would see here from this print. But again, it shows that inflationary pressures still remain, although not too much to the upside, where it raises some concern at this point.
Yeah, absolutely, Shauna. We'll definitely get into those numbers a little bit more, but I want to break down personal income and personal spending data for the month of October. Starting off with personal income coming in here, the survey is coming in at 0.3%, but the actual number was 0.6%. So a little bit of a beat to the upside there. The prior number was 0.3%, so also a beat in comparison with that prior number as well. We also have personal spending coming bang in line with the survey at 0.4%. The prior month was at 0.5% previously, but was revised up to 0.6%. So a little bit of a decline in that personal spending, but a beat to the upside when it comes to that personal income. So it's going to be interesting to see whether or not that plays into the spending patterns that we're seeing from consumers moving forward. But I think that PCE data is the data to watch this morning. Mark, talk to me a little bit more just about this policy uncertainty, risk, or what you just said there, the risk.
Well, I think it's going to be about economic policy coming out of the new administration. You know, everything from the tariffs that we just talked about to immigration policy, deportations, and of course, tax and spending policy, right? I mean, there's got to be a very large tax bill that's got to get passed in 2025, and I'm sure there's going to be a lot of work on spending as well. So big fiscal policy changes, dead ahead, and so I think that's front and center. And the Fed's going to just have to react to that. They're going to have to calibrate monetary policy interest rates to make sure that whatever these policies are and how they play out and whatever they do in terms of growth and inflation, that they calibrate policy accordingly. So it's all about economic policy. The Fed's going to be kind of a bit player, but it's got to get it right. Otherwise, this really good economy that we're experiencing now will be significantly diminished.
And so all this considered, with regard to the Federal Reserve, it seems like for several quarters, they've been in a little bit of a recalibration cycle, at least as UBS has been kind of qualifying it here. I wonder how you look at where we are in the broader arc for the Fed, especially with the incoming administration and what's been talked about to this point, but also how they can kind of just keep blinders on and to what extent they can do so without some of those outside factors influencing their policy decision.
Well, I mean, the federal funds rate target is 4.75%. That's still really high. I mean, it's down from 5.5%, which is where we were, back 6 months ago. But 4.75 is very high by, kind of any measure. There's a lot of debate as to what the so-called equilibrium rate is, that rate at which monetary policy is either supporting or restraining growth, but I don't think anyone thinks it's 4 3/4. So I expect the Fed to continue to normalize rates. They're going to probably cut rates in December, at least once in the first quarter of next year. But Brad, having said that, if we do see big changes on the tariff front and immigration front and tax spending policies are very uncertain, that may, I think the reaction of the Fed may be to pause, rate cuts, because they don't know how's this all going to play out, and what does it mean for growth? What does it mean for inflation? I don't really know, so I'm just going to stop. So I wouldn't be surprised if at some point early on in 2025 and through much of the year, the Fed's just on hold at a very high interest rate because they just don't know. The uncertainty is just something they can't navigate through.
Real quick, we only have about a minute here, but what does all this mean for Tesla? Is Tesla the winner here in this scenario if we were to see tariffs imposed?
I don't know. I mean, I've heard this argument. Again, I mean, yeah, if tariffs are imposed, then it would hurt ICEs. We think that Tesla's main competitor is other ICEs, not other EV makers. But then again, taking the IRA credit isn't really great either for Tesla. I think they benefit from that. So, yeah, maybe at the margin. But again, we don't think these tariffs will actually ever happen. But, yeah, if it does, maybe it benefits them.
Tom, we always appreciate the honesty. Tom Narayan, thanks so much for taking the time to join us. RBC Capital Markets Global Autos lead equity analyst. Have a very happy Thanksgiving.
You too.
Coming up next is Wealth. It's dedicated to all of your personal finance needs. Brad Smith has you for the next hour. Stay tuned. CrowdStrike issuing a weaker than expected fourth quarter earnings forecast. Still, though, third quarter revenue did beat expectations despite the cybersecurity company's faulty update that caused a massive IT outage around the world. That was just back in July. CrowdStrike's price target raised at Needham to $420 from $360, though you are seeing a bit of pressure here on shares this morning ahead of the open, off just about 1%. But I think any commentary, and this is what's really going to be key for analysts and for investors going forward, is just in terms of what that demand is going to look like. Lots of concern about the blowback, the backlash from the outage that they suffered in over the summer, and how that's going to affect not only attracting new customers, but retaining those that they have.
Yeah, to that point here, looking at some of the new annual recurring revenue here, there were some concerns that were actually raised over the decline in that annual recurring revenue, that ARR. And then additionally here, contraction that was pretty significant in the free cash flow margins as well. That's being talked about by analysts here this morning, and Scotiabank actually adjusting their price target on the name. They actually increased it, though, to $300 from the previous target of $265 here, maintaining, though, a sector perform rating on the company.
Right? Uh-oh. Free child alerts to the rescue, so you cancel on time from Yahoo Mail. Oh yeah, you're not gonna forget to cancel those free trials this time.
Senior editor based in Mumbai. She says within minutes, senior executives of the Adani Group gathered on conference calls. They spent hours deciding whether they should release a statement and what to say.
There was no immediate reaction from the Adani Group to the news, and it's only much later that they did issue a denial of all the allegations and a promise they would defend themselves vigorously.
In the meantime, the group's stocks and bonds plunged, wiping nearly $30 billion off the conglomerate's market value. The Adani Group's businesses touch many parts of daily life in India. Almost half of the country's shipping containers pass through Adani-owned ports, and tens of millions of people pass through its airports each year. The group also has political influence. Its businesses have often been closely aligned with Prime Minister Narendra Modi's priorities. And Gautam Adani has been a key partner to Modi in his efforts to build the country's domestic infrastructure.
He has, or his businesses have, a leading position in several infrastructure sectors such as ports, airports, logistics, power, and he's also the second largest cement manufacturer in the country. All of this puts him at the center of India's infrastructure story.
Welcome to the Big Take Asia from Bloomberg News. I'm Wan Ha. Every week, we take you inside some of the world's biggest and most powerful economies and the markets, tycoons, and businesses that drive
several state government officials in India.
Today on the show, Adani indicted. What do the U.S. charges mean for the Adani Group? And does the case cast doubt on India's economy and foreign investments? The indictment, all 54 pages of it, details allegations against Gautam Adani and other senior executives at Adani Green Energy. In it, federal prosecutors accuse them of being involved in a complex bribery scheme. We asked Menika Doshi, a Bloomberg senior editor based in Mumbai, to unpack the case.
The allegations are that Gautam Adani and other co-defendants sought to bribe several state government officials in India to purchase expensive power from the projects that Adani companies and one other renewable energy company were developing in India.
The indictment alleges that the bribery scheme took place in India between 2020 and 2024. And that Adani and other defendants promised to pay more than $250 million in bribes to Indian government officials to win solar energy contracts. Now, Adani Group doesn't trade in the U.S., but it does have American investors. And federal prosecutors alleged that they concealed the plan to bribe officials as they tried to raise money from U.S. investors. And the reason why U.S. prosecutors are allowed to pursue these allegations is because of something called the Foreign Corrupt Practices Act, or the FCPA.
Under the FCPA and other U.S. laws, if any company or entity raises funds in the U.S., but doesn't comply with all the terms and conditions that come with being able to raise funds, especially indulges in corrupt activities, then they can be prosecuted in such fashion.
And one thing Menika says that stands out about this case is the kind of evidence the U.S. authorities claim they have. And federal prosecutors claim they found a digital trail of the alleged bribery scheme. And according to the feds,
they found PowerPoint presentations and records of the bribes that the Adanis purportedly wanted to pay Indian state government officials for the offtake of power. This in itself is quite surprising, many lawyers have told me, because really who does corruption in that organized a fashion and would keep evidence of it on their everyday communication devices?
The Adani Group has denied the U.S. allegations and has said it would seek legal recourse. But what happens next is expected to have political as well as business ramifications. Gautam Adani is a close ally of India's Prime Minister Narendra Modi and has been a key partner for him. And prosecuting this case could take months or even years, which means the case may be impacted by the appointment of a new U.S. attorney in New York. When President-elect Donald Trump returns to the White House early next year, he'll choose someone new to lead the office prosecuting the case.
That will be one of the most interesting situations to watch. The speed at which these charges were unsealed has surprised many. Most had expected that the indictment would take several more months. So there does seem to be an element of politics in this entire situation. Now the question is, with a new administration taking over in the US, will it continue to prosecute the case in this fashion, or will it seek to drop the charges? Lawyers are mixed on what could potentially happen, but that will depend on how the new president of the United States, Donald Trump, views his relationship with India, views his relationship with Prime Minister Modi, and seeks to use whatever leverage he wants to be able to get India to play the role he expects. They have both been great friends, but that might mean nothing for a case of this nature. Because in the negotiation of two large countries, almost all of these are tools that each country will seek to gain leverage through. Unfortunately for Adani, that means he becomes a pawn in the process.
The Trump transition team didn't respond to requests for comment from Bloomberg. And India's government declined to comment when contacted for further information. The White House said
the specifics of this is something that SEC and DOJ can speak to directly. But again, we believe that this relationship between India and the U.S. has been built on a strong foundation.
After the break, how the spotlight on Gautam Adani and his sprawling conglomerate changed when short seller Hindenburg Research called Adani's rise the largest con in corporate history. And we'll look at what the case against the Adani Group could mean for the broader Indian economy.
Are you looking for a new podcast about stuff related to money?
Well, today's your lucky day.
I'm Matt Levine.
And I'm Katie Greifeld.
And we are the hosts of Money Stuff, the podcast. Every Friday, we dive into the top stories about Wall Street, finance, and other stuff.
We have fun, we get weird, and we want you to join us.
You can listen to Money Stuff, the podcast on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Before these latest charges from U.S. prosecutors, Gautam Adani's sprawling empire had been rocked by claims that it had manipulated its stock price and committed accounting fraud.
So just to give the high-level understanding of who Hindenburg Research is, because it is best known for...
In a short-selling attack in January 2023, a New York-based group called Hindenburg Research accused the Adani Group of what they said was the largest con in corporate history.
It did disclose a short position in Adani Group, and what it's saying, Paul, basically, is that the conglomerate engaged in market manipulation and then accounting fraud as well. Now, Gautam Adani has denied this, and he says that the report is baseless, but that hasn't, of course, been enough to prevent a sell-off in the market as well. So this chart...
The dual effect that the Hindenburg Research report and short seller attack had on Adani was that it decimated his fortunes. At what point in time, the group had lost over $150 billion in market value.
That's Bloomberg's Menaka Doshi again.
But it also hurt his image significantly because it brought back into the forefront several questions about corporate governance and market manipulation that otherwise had been buried because of his so-called political proximity to Narendra Modi and other politicians.
The Hindenburg report sent the Adani Group's shares into steep decline. It took several months for the stocks of the various subsidiary companies under Adani Group to bounce back. But Menaka says even to this day, the conglomerate itself is still in recovery mode.
After the Hindenburg attack, they did what any smart business group would do, which was to cut back on debt, raise more funds, and to make sure that they would never be in as vulnerable a position as they were in January 2023.
Earlier this year, Bloomberg sat down with the Adanis for an exclusive interview in which Gautam Adani, the group's founder and the family patriarch, addressed
Financials, any possibility trade in natural gas right now? देखो इन्वेंट्री आने वाली है आधे घंटे में, लगता तो नहीं कुछ होगा बिफोर इन्वेंट्री। 10:30 पर इन्वेंट्री है नेचुरल गैस, मुझे लगता है उसका वेट करना चाहिए। बाकी इन्वेंट्री पे फोकस करोगे तो फोरकास्ट अगर देखोगे लास्ट वीक के कंपैरिजन में, लास्ट वीक -3 बुलियन आई थी, इस बार -2 बुलियन है। लास्ट वीक जो आया था उससे डेटा थोड़ा सा ज़्यादा ही एक्सपेक्ट कर रहे हैं फोरकास्ट में, तो -2 बुलियन से ज़्यादा कुछ भी आए, लाइक -1 बुलियन, जीरो आ जाए, प्लस में कुछ आ जाए, तो अगर फोरकास्ट के अकॉर्डिंग ज़्यादा आता है डेटा, इट इज़ नेगेटिव फॉर नेचुरल गैस प्राइस, और अगेंस्ट आ गया तो फिर रिवर्स भी आ सकता है मार्केट। बाकी थोड़ा सा नीचे जाएगा तो लोअर सर्किट लग जाएगा, इसमें ध्यान रखना। 5.74% डाउन है, 6% पे लोअर सर्किट लग जाता है, तो अगर ये थोड़ा सा भी नीचे आया 1-2 पॉइंट, लोअर सर्किट पर रुक जाएगा। बाकी गोल्ड सिल्वर को देखोगे, गोल्ड वही सपोर्ट पे रुका हुआ है, स्टिल ब्रेक नहीं कर पाया अभी तक, मुझे लग रहा है शायद कर देना चाहिए अब। सिल्वर तो ब्रेक डाउन करके चला भी गया नीचे, अपने 50% लेवल के आसपास रुक चुका है ये, $30 के आसपास। इसके भी नीचे गिरा तो और नीचे जाएगा। वैसे मुझे लग रहा है शायद थोड़ा पुल बैक, क्योंकि रीटेस्ट नहीं किया है इसने, तो एक अगर रीटेस्ट कर देता है तो बेस्ट रहेगा मुझे लग रहा है। ठीक है, वापस अगर ये हल्का सा रीटेस्ट करता है, करना चाहिए लॉजिकली, इस तरह से रीटेस्ट करने आता है तो वापस सेल कर सकते हैं इसको। अभी नेक्स्ट वीक ओपेक की मीटिंग है, ओपेक और जेएमएमसी दोनों की मीटिंग है, उससे पहले लग रहा है बिल्कुल साइडवे चला जाएगा क्रूड ऑयल भी।
We are 2 hours into the trading day, and it's time for Yahoo Finance's market update. Stocks are down, with the Dow just flatlining at the moment, and here are 3 trending stories to watch. Long-term Bitcoin holders set record high daily realized profits of $2.02 billion, according to Glassnode. Recent selling action is mostly from investors holding coins for less than a year. And Baird initiates coverage of Expedia Group with an outperform rating and a price target of $225, noting a transformation in the business model and an ongoing turnaround. And markets are closed Thursday, but the shortened Thanksgiving trading weeks are typically bullish for the S&P 500, closing higher 77% of the time on Wednesdays and 69% on Black Fridays. And that's your Yahoo Finance market update. Scan the QR code below to track the best and worst performing stocks of the session with Yahoo Finance's trending ticker page. More wealth when we return.
Oh yeah, you're not gonna forget to cancel those free trials this time, right?
All right, there you're taking a look at the opening bell at the New York Stock Exchange and at the NASDAQ. At the New York Stock Exchange, you've got Macy's Thanksgiving Day Parade, Santa and his elves, where there's never a delivery expense issue. They are ringing the opening bell at the NYSE, ticker symbol M. And at the NASDAQ, you've got MyPony.ai ringing the opening bell there. They've got some fun fetting. Pony.ai ringing the opening bell of the NASDAQ. All right, let's take a look at the major averages as we begin today's opening. There we go. All right, we're calibrating right now. Today's opening cross here, we got the Dow Jones Industrial Average opening higher by about 0.1%. We'll round that off to S&P 500 right now. You're seeing that open to the downside by about 0.1%, 0.2%, right in between there. And then the NASDAQ composite, there we go, as that starts to calibrate here. I could have sworn I'd seen it lower in the futures here, so so to my surprise there. Earlier, it was in the green. But anyway, right now, it's down by about 0.3%. Let's take a look at some of the sector activity as we begin today's trading action. We've got 11 S&P 500 sectors up on the board for you. Technology is actually pulling up the caboose right now. XLK, that's down by about 0.9%. However, leading the pack, and we do have more leaders than laggards. Real estate is the best of the leaders. That's up by about 0.75% right now. And just before we toss it on over to Jared Blickery, I'll give you a quick look at the NASDAQ 100. You've got what seems like a lot of red on there. Looks like we've got more red than green as of right now in our Christmas themed and Christmas colored, of course, coloration and everything. Yahoo Finance's Jared Blickery has got more. I mean, Jared, it seems like we're always Christmas themed when you take it to the markets.
You bet, Brad. I want to go to the S&P 500 because we are in the midst, we are just camping out by these record highs. We printed one yesterday and right over the 6,000 level. It looks like this market is just looking for an excuse to head higher, but we don't have a lot of volume, admittedly, and we're not expecting a lot of volatility for the holidays, and I think traders will be just fine with that. I want to take a look at the U.S. dollar index. This is falling by the most in 2 weeks. That is good news for stocks because the higher dollar was putting pressure on risk markets only a few days ago. So a little bit of a reprieve there. Also seeing a similar story in the 10-year T-note yield. We see rates now in the 10-year tenor about 4.26%, down 5 basis points. And we go back to the sector action. One of the things I was looking at, and by the way, we have 5 sectors that are at or near record highs. 5 closed at record highs yesterday, including discretionary. We also have industrials, financials, and 1 or 2 others. So it's just been a kind of nice to see this broadening out of the rally. Now today, tech is heading down, but not necessarily unprofitable tech. If we got time, I'm going to come back to that. But now I got to get to the futures because we are seeing coffee at the highest price, coffee futures, highest price since 1977. I'm going to show you a max chart. Now, this chart only goes back to about 2000, but in these 24, 25 years here that you're seeing, that is the highest price. So something to note for all you caffeine and coffee friends out there. Gold also has been under a little bit of pressure lately. Let's see if I can find GC equals F. It is up today by about 1%. Let's dial this down to a 3-month chart, and we can see the vicissitudes here right back in basically the middle of its post-election trading range. So looks like there's a decision to be made there or not. We'll have to see what happens today. And then finally, in crypto land, we have Bitcoin heading to 95,000. From the downside to the upside. So that's actually good news because there were some concerns that we were dropping below 90,000. That would have pointed to a potential false breakout and people concerned about another crypto winter. Well, guess what? We are heading north and we are almost at 95,000 once again. So good news for crypto fans. I just want to close here by showing you unprofitable tech. So the big cap tech today was under a bit of pressure, but we're seeing the opposite here in some of these smaller stocks.
For all modes.
What is the reason that gas is cheaper this year compared to last year? I mean, is there a driving force behind that we're seeing?
Yeah, I mean, I think there are a few things. I think the oil market, there's a good amount of supply, and that's why we're seeing OPEC plus meeting in a couple of days. They're expected to probably extend production cuts because there's a good amount of supply, and that has helped push crude prices down. Obviously, we're in a little bit of a lull for demand as we get towards the end of the year. That seasonal trend shows lower demand. So those are a couple of the reasons.
What are some ways that people who are driving and taking to the road can save money at the pump?
You know, there's always people that want to shop around for the cheapest gas, whether it's by a penny or two, and that's certainly worth doing, but we don't want you traveling a couple miles out of your way to then find the cheapest gas, because then you probably already spent more money getting there. So if you can keep your tire pressure in the right place, because that's going to help keep you safe. It's also going to help your fuel efficiency. Take things out of the car. Certainly combine trips if you can. Don't use premium gas unless the car says you need to use premium gas. You can find a credit card that has gas-specific rewards. So there's a lot of different ways. And you know, go the speed limit. Go go safely, drive safely, don't brake hard, don't accelerate quickly. That's good for safety, and it's good for fuel efficiency as well.
We were speaking with a guest earlier in the day, and we were talking about airfare costs and them actually moderating just a little bit lower here. If that continues, do you think that impacts some of the road trip planning that's already taking place for next year? I already have a family member who told me about a road trip that they are planning for 2025.
I mean, I think it's possible. I think road trips still are going to be, by far the most common way to get around for holiday vacations or for any other sort of vacation. But I think as we're seeing that growth in air travel start to subside a little bit, maybe the prices moderating will help pick it up again next year. We'll see.
Alex Latke, who is AAA Managing Director of Government and Public Affairs. Thanks so much for taking the time here.
Thanks.
Absolutely. Well, Black Friday just days away here, and while it may have been years since you lined up for those in-store sales, breaking down doors, we've got some new data from Placer AI, and it's really suggesting that the doorbuster deal is seeing something of a comeback here. Joining us now for a look at the Black Friday retail forecast, we've got RJ Latovi, who is the head of analytical research over at Placer.ai. Great to have you here with us, RJ. So first, as you think about some of the trends that you're seeing right now that are playing into the Black Friday deals, what are your anticipations and what's the research telling you at Placer?
Yeah, thanks for having me, Brad. Our data suggests that it's going to be a fairly strong Black Friday holiday. What we're seeing is that it's still a very deal-driven, a very value-conscious consumer, one that has really been waiting for those doorbusters, those big promotions. They took a pause. Most of the consumers took a pause in the early part of November, but as those Black Friday promotions started kicking in the last week and then into this week, we started to see a rebound in visitation trends across a lot of retailers. So giving us some optimism for the Black Friday holiday. Again, very much focused on values and deals right now, but as you pointed out, we're starting to see a bit of a comeback of those doorbusters that we saw once upon a time, and really consumers focused in on that.
What are the deals that are leading consumers to say, you know what, I'll go stand in line, I'll be part of that doorbuster number?
It's a little bit of everything. I think it's some of the traditional categories that you've come to expect, some of the more apparel, some of the more consumer electronics, sporting goods. We've seen some deals on that front. Some of those things are really driving. But some of the classic brands, too, we're starting to see things, maybe not doorbuster, but nice promotions from like a Levi's or kind of the classic American brands that are out there as well. So I think we've kind of seen a resurgence on that front. But it's a little bit of everything. We really did see consumers take a pause on a lot of discretionary categories. Essentials, obviously, we're still very much solid visitation trends for those through the month of November. But really, we started to see more of the discretionary categories start to make a comeback. Luxury, apparel, sporting goods were the ones where we started to see a lot of traffic the last week or so.
What is if there is a minimum percentage discount and promotion threshold that you're seeing consumers flock to?
There's not a hard and fast number on that, but I do think something about 30-40% discount seems to be kind of the trigger point that gets a lot of consumers into the store right now. Again, it can be different for different product categories, but it really does have to be something where consumers feel like they're getting their worth of while, getting something, maximizing the value for that trip out to the store. And so I think it's got to be something where it's not just your run-of-the-mill discount that you're going to see kind of during normal sale periods. It's got to be something a little bit more than that to drive people to the stores right now.
And so how are we anticipating this holiday shopping season to pair up against previous ones? We've got more digitization. You have more competition on the brick and mortar side versus the digital landscape. And then, of course, you have a consumer that's trying to make sure that they're smart spending over the course of this holiday season.
You're absolutely right. They are smart spending this holiday season. But what I think is going to end up happening, one of the things we've seen the last 2 years is really that consumers are willing to spend for events and holidays. That has really been kind of one of the big catalysts for them to come out to the stores as well as buy online. I think both the physical stores and online will both have very successful holiday seasons. And a lot of it comes down to this idea that people still want to celebrate events and holidays. It's been a big thing we've seen across much of this year. We saw for Valentine's Day, Mother's Day, Father's Day. And so this idea that people still come together and spend and make visits to stores during holiday periods, I think continues. Obviously, that's something that happens every year, but it seems more pronounced post-pandemic. And it's really those shoulder periods in between. That's where consumers are more cautious. So given that, there's been a lot of pent-up demand for these year-end holidays, I think we are going to end up having a nice holiday season, both physical stores and online.
What does it take for doorbusters to really beat digital. I mean, I often see some of these digital offerings, and it seems like they're able to offer more percentage discount because maybe they don't have the same type of overhead that they have to account for within those promotions that the same brick and mortar stores are trying to make sure that they don't cut too deep into their potential profits.
Yeah, one of the things that we've seen is it really comes down to product exclusivity. Is there's something unique about that certain product at a doorbuster? Maybe it's not just your run-of-the-mill everyday product, something unique that you're only going to be able to get to that doorbuster event. That is something that we've seen be a major motivation for a lot of consumers in the past. We started to see some retailers start to toe the water on that, but it feels like we're seeing more exclusivity, limited edition products, collaboration products, things like that are going to be driving. Even we're starting to see a little bit of on the AI front too, in terms of product and flash sales and things like that to really drive people in the store. This can be both physical store and online, and you're right, inventory risk may not be as much for some of the online retailers out there, but at the same time, it is a risk for them. And so there is this need to clear product, clear assortment, clear inventory ahead of the holiday season and get ready for the next season. So I think it's important for both channels here. But at the end of the day, it really comes down to the discount level, the product itself, and the exclusivity of that product. That kind of really, I think, the three factors that we'd look at in terms of driving people to stores.
RJ, just lastly while we have you, we spoke to the CEO of JCPenney earlier, and this is a brand that is in, and a retailer that's in the midst of its own larger turnaround strategy as well. As you think about the mall and how critical that's been to inspiration and finding that inspiration where you're going into a physical place to then try and make a purchase in a marketplace there, what is the pathway back to, you know, being in good graces with the consumers on such a massive scale with the malls look like, and for some of the kind of tentpole stores like a JCPenney?
It's a great question. It's one that we spent a lot of time looking at too, because I think the way you and I interact with the mall right now is very different than it was pre-pandemic. And what we've seen is that those mall operators that have adopted a mixed-use strategy, and by that I mean that have adopted more co-working, more office, more residential to make it kind of more of a community center, are the ones that are seeing higher visitation trends. And in a lot of cases, they're seeing higher visitation trends than they were post-pandemic or pre-pandemic. And what you're starting to see is people are coming in from a further distance. A lot of times they're visiting more frequently. And more importantly, the tenants at that mall are oftentimes seeing a lot higher visitation trends than their same branded stores in the neighboring areas. So I think that that's kind of the advice as we're kind of looking at, you know, JCPenney and some of these former anchor tenants. Maybe you still want to be part of this, you know, this new mall as they continue to evolve. Maybe that requires a smaller format. We have started to see a lot of the department stores shrink the size of their box. We've seen it with Bloomingdale's, we've seen it with Macy's. And what they're doing is better targeting specific consumers within that mall, that trade area. I think that may be a strategy for them to look at, is maybe a smaller trade area or smaller box, but then better focus on your kind of core customer with that too, under the context of kind of this mixed use, new evolved mall that we're seeing out there.
Yeah, mixed use indeed. I mean, my goodness, we've got skiing and snowboarding happening at malls now. You've got bungee jumping. Yeah. I mean, what is there not at a mall these days? And so hopefully,
but it does drive traffic. It does drive traffic, so that's key. So
and it keeps you there longer too. RJ Hottovy, who is the head of analytical research over at Placer.ai. RJ, great to see you. Happy Thanksgiving to you and yours.
You too. Thanks.
Thanks. It's time for Tech Support, our weekly segment all about technology. And today we're keeping the Black Friday theme going with the best deals that you'll see over the weekend. Yahoo Finance's own Dan Howley has all the details that you need to know. Dan, let's start with something that's near and dear to your heart, which is gaming.
Yeah, Brad, there's a number of big game deals going on this Black Friday, from Nintendo's Switch to Microsoft's Xbox Series X to PlayStation 5. All are going to be on sale for Black Friday. Look for bundles in particular. That's where you get a game, the controller, and the console itself for a discounted price. Speaking of controllers, those are also going to be on sale. And since they're pretty pricey now, some of them go for $80 a pop, getting a few dollars off is a big deal. So PlayStation 5 controllers are going to be $20 off. That's a big sell there. And then subscription gaming services. We're talking about PlayStation Plus, Microsoft's Game Pass. Then you have deals for things like Valve's Steam, which is a gaming storefront, as well as Roblox. They're all going to be selling some kind of cards at a discount that you can give to people for the holidays, or just, you know, scoop up for yourself.
And so, all right, that's the games, but what about the TVs that you need in order to play some of those games?
Yeah, so when it comes to TVs, there's two things you want to keep in mind: the type of TVs and the price you're going to buy them at. So there's LED TVs, which are your standard TVs. There's QLED TVs, which are a step up, provide better color, better darks. And then there's OLED, which have the best picture you can get as far as color quality goes. And so if you're looking for that, go with an OLED panel. You can get them from Samsung or LG. LG's offering them on sale right now for Black Friday. The QLED panels at Samsung are also going to be on sale as well. And then you'll see different kind of doorbuster sales. Now let's talk about the price. If you see something that's really low in price, you know, $300, $400, it's probably not going to have the best image quality. Don't get me wrong, there's going to be some that are going to be good, but I think a good rule of thumb is to keep in mind that you're getting what you pay for the most part. So if you get a $300, $400 TV, don't expect it to have the image quality of something like an OLED or a QLED, unless, you know, they happen to be selling an OLED or QLED for really cheap. It's probably not going to happen, but just something to keep in mind.
Dan, you and I have taken a look at some laptops here on set before. Are there any good laptop deals out there that caught your attention?
Yeah, there's actually a number of good laptop deals. And this is another thing where it's, you know, you're going to get what you pay for. So there's going to be some MacBooks on sale. I actually just found an M2 powered MacBook. That's the M2 chip that's on sale. Asus or Asus, depending on how you pronounce it. And then Microsoft's new Surface, that is the Copilot PC, uses Qualcomm's chip. Those are also on sale for Black Friday. And you'll see a slew of deals at Amazon, Walmart, Best Buy. I think, again, if you're going to find a laptop that's like $300, $400, it's probably not going to last you that long. There's a reason why it's that cheap, and that's why they're selling it, just trying to get it out the door. If you are looking for a long-term laptop you're going to hold on to for a while, you're going to want to spend a little more money, but they'll still be on sale.
Finally here, just quickly, headphones, from the buds to the over-the-ear, what's hot this year?
Yeah, so Apple's AirPods are going to be on sale, not the newest version. It's going to be the prior generation versions of the AirPods Pro and the standard AirPods. You can try to see if you can find some of those AirPods Max, those big over-the-ear ones. But I would say when you're shopping, you want to make sure that you're looking for either in-ear, those are the buds, or over-the-ear. So there are a lot of over-the-ear companies are selling them pretty inexpensive. There's a Bose Quiet Comfort that's very, very good, active noise canceling, and on sale.
Dan Howley, thanks so much. Appreciate it. Guys, retirement in your 20s. Guess what? We're going to break down the micro-retirement trend and how it could benefit younger workers. That's next on Wealth.
Oh yeah, you're not going to forget to cancel those free trials this time, right? Uh-oh. Free trial alerts to the rescue, so you cancel on time from Yahoo Mail. Oh yeah, you're not going to forget to cancel those free trials this time, right? Uh-oh. Free trial alerts to the rescue, so you cancel on time from Yahoo Mail. Oh yeah, you're not going to forget to cancel those free trials this time, right? Uh-oh. Free trial alerts to the rescue, so you cancel on time from Yahoo Mail.
Welcome back. A quick programming note. On this week's episode of Living Not So Fabulously, NBC News and MSNBC correspondent Stephen Romo talks about unlearning bad money habits from childhood.
Trying to unlearn so much of what I learned about money from growing up, it's been the work of a lifetime. My parents they didn't talk to each other about money. They fought about money. They did not hide their money problems from my siblings and me. That we had 2 homes foreclosed on. We got kicked out of rental homes. And we were always very aware of what was happening. Like we couldn't afford this. We couldn't pay for this. So that's one of the reasons why it's been hard for me to engage with money and learning about money, because once I started making enough money where I wasn't having to worry about paying bills and paying student loan payments, then I sort of stopped making myself think about money. That was what I thought my reward was. I don't need to think about this.
And you can catch more of Living Not So Fabulously every Wednesday at 12 p.m. Eastern on Yahoo Finance or wherever you get your podcasts.
Hello guys. Inventory in next 8 minute. किसी की ओपन पोजीशन चल रही है इन नेचुरल गैस. पुट द एसएल ऑन सिस्टम पे एसएल रख लो अपना. देखते हैं इन्वेंट्री पे क्या आता है. किसी को अगर स्ट्रैडल क्रिएट करना है बिफोर इन्वेंट्री, 7 मिनट बचे हैं अभी वैसे इन नेचुरल गैस. तो 23 दिसंबर की जो एक्सपायरी है वहां पर एक स्ट्रैडल क्रिएट कर सकते हो 275 का, अगर किसी को स्ट्रैडल क्रिएट करना है 275 का. बाकी इन्वेंट्री अगर देखोगे फोरकास्ट जो हमने किया हुआ है, जो फोरकास्ट है एक्चुअली में लास्ट वीक -3 बिलियन थी, फोरकास्ट -2 बिलियन है. इन द सेंस ऑफ लास्ट जो फोरकास्ट किया था उससे थोड़ा सा ज्यादा है. ठीक है, -2 बिलियन इज ग्रेटर देन -3 बिलियन. सो अगर -2 बिलियन से ज्यादा कुछ भी आ जाए, लाइक -1 पॉजिटिव में कुछ आ जाए, ज़्यादा आता है डेटा, तो इट इज़ नेगेटिव फॉर नेचुरल गैस. प्राइस गिरना चाहिए प्राइस को. वैसे तो ऑलरेडी काफ़ी फॉल कर चुका है, डोंट नो और फॉल करेगा नहीं करेगा. अगर अगेंस्ट आता है डेटा -2 बिलियन से और कम आ गया, -3 बिलियन -4 बिलियन, सो प्राइस और जंप कर सकता है ऊपर की ओर. इसलिए किसी का अगर ओपन पोजीशन चल रहा है तो ट्रेल जरूर करें. क्रूड ऑयल मुझे लग रहा है शायद आज कुछ करेगा भी नहीं. बाकी एक पॉजिटिव न्यूज़ जरूर आई थी विच इज़ सीज फायर के रिगार्डिंग बिटवीन इजराइल एंड हिजबुल्ला इन लेबनान. तो उसका एक इम्पैक्ट नेगेटिवली पड़ना चाहिए था थोड़ा बहुत. मार्केट और गिरना चाहिए था थोड़ा बहुत फॉल किया है बट इतना भी नहीं. और ये सपोर्ट लेवल भी मल्टीपल टाइम टेस्ट हो गया है. नीड टू सी कि ये होल्ड करता है नहीं करता है. गोल्ड भी देखोगे तो गोल्ड भी वहीं का वहीं रुका हुआ है सपोर्ट पे. ब्रेकडाउन नहीं कर पाया गोल्ड, सपोर्ट पे ही होल्ड कर गया काफ़ी देर से. सिल्वर ने ब्रेकडाउन जरूर किया था, एक पुल बैक एक्सपेक्टेड था उसमें, अभी भी है. अगर आता है तो वापस सेलिंग ही बनेगी. वाह, गोल्ड सुपर साइडवेज हो गया, सुपर साइडवेज. लाइक भी करते रहो गाइस, 100 लाइक्स का टारगेट है. डोंट फॉरगेट टू लाइक द स्ट्रीम. जिन लोगों ने लाइक नहीं किया हुआ है फटाफट से लाइक कर सकते हैं सभी लोग. Come on guys, 8 likes are remaining. जिन लोगों ने लाइक नहीं किया फटाफट से कर दो. 3 minutes is left. 3 मिनट और रह गए. क्रूड ऑयल भी आ गया फाइनली नीचे. देखो ये काफी देर से रुका हुआ था अपने सपोर्ट एरिया पे. मार्केट ऊपर गया नहीं. कहीं ना कहीं सपोर्ट अब वीक हो गया होगा थोड़ा बहुत. क्वांटिटी थोड़ी कमी रखना. सेलर्स एग्जिट कर सकते हैं 5782 के अराउंड. यहाँ नहीं रुका तो फिर सीधा 5685. दैट इज द लास्ट लेवल. वो एक अच्छा सपोर्ट है और अभी तक टेस्ट नहीं हुआ है. एंड 10:30 भी हो गया है. टू मिनट लेफ्ट. 2 मिनट और रह गए हैं. हाँ फॉरेक्स में तो सपोर्ट पर ही है वो नेचुरल गैस. फॉरेक्स वाला तो सपोर्ट ही होल्ड किया हुआ है स्टिल. इन्वेंट्री है. अब देखते हैं इन्वेंट्री क्या आती है. फोरकास्ट के अकॉर्डिंग आती है या फिर नहीं आती है. काफी देर लगा दी. है तो सपोर्ट. ठीक है अगर होल्ड करता है तो ठीक. नहीं करता है तो फिर ब्रेकडाउन रीटेस्ट. यहाँ पर भी एक सेलिंग का ट्रेड बनेगा. टाइम वैसे 10:30 हो गया. इतना टाइम बचेगा नहीं ब्रेकडाउन रीटेस्ट पे. तो बाइंग में थोड़ा क्वांटिटी कम ही रखना. एसएल थोड़ा सा बड़ा है. चला गया तो टारगेट ये. बीच में जो एफईजी है उनको भी कंसिडर कर लेना. 15 पॉइंट एटलीस्ट. 50 to 20 पॉइंट. ओके डेटा इज पॉजिटिव फॉर नेचुरल गैस प्राइस. ये तो बिल्कुल फ्लैट डेटा है. -2 बिलियन एक्सपेक्टेड था. -2 बिलियन ही आया है. तो डेटा इज न्यूट्रल. डेटा इज न्यूट्रल फॉर नेचुरल गैस प्राइस. डेटा बिल्कुल न्यूट्रल है. लोअर सर्किट लगा नहीं है. डेटा इज न्यूट्रल फॉर नेचुरल गैस प्राइस गाइस. बिल्कुल फ्लैट कह सकते हो. 2 बिलियन एक्सपेक्टेड था उतना ही आया. ज़्यादा ना कम. एग्जैक्टली 2 बिलियन. अब आज और कोई डेटा नहीं है. कल थैंक्स गिविंग्स. बैंक हॉलीडे भी है यूएस में. कल परसों मार्केट बंद रहेगा यूएस का. ध्यान रखना. इंडियन मार्केट ओपन रहेगा. फॉरेक्स मार्केट भी ओपन रहेगा. वॉल्यूम देखना पड़ेगा होता है नहीं होता ज़्यादा. सो हैप्पी थैंक्स गिविंग्स टू ऑल ऑफ यू एज वेल इन एडवांस. इंडियन मार्केट ओपन है. ध्यान रखना. लाइक भी करते रहो. 95 लाइक्स हो चुके हैं. एक बार गोल्ड और सिल्वर को भी देख लेते हैं फटाफट से. ठीक है काफ़ी देर से रुका हुआ था गोल्ड सपोर्ट एरिया पे. अभी मुझे लग रहा है शायद ब्रेक हो जाना चाहिए. इतना स्पेस ही नहीं है इसमें. बाकी सिल्वर तो कंटिन्यूसली फॉल ही कर रहा है. लेट्स सी ये भी सेकंड टारगेट तक आ जाए या फिर अगर ये रिवर्स भी करता है यहाँ से तो ऊपर ये रेजिस्टेंस जोन है अभी 30.40 वाला. रिटेस्ट भी पेंडिंग है वहाँ पर. वहाँ से वापस सेलिंग प्लान कर सकते हैं. बाकी गोल्ड भी अगर सस्टेन कर गया ब्रेकडाउन कर गया लेवल के नीचे. काफ़ी देर से रुका हुआ था. ऊपर जाना होता तो चला जाता अभी तक. नहीं करता है सस्टेन तो फिर ब्रेकडाउन रीटेस्ट अगर सक्सेसफुली कर गया तो गिरेगा. याद रखना ब्रेकडाउन अभी तक हुआ नहीं है. कैंडल क्लोज नहीं हुई है लेवल के नीचे. बाकी क्रूड में डायरेक्ट बाय मत करना, कैंडल ओपन इक्वल टू हाई है, सपोर्ट पे जरूर है बट कैंडल ओपन इक्वल टू हाई है ये। कैंडल क्लोज होने का वेट कर लेना, कैंडल ओपन इक्वल टू हाई है, डायरेक्टली बाइंग नहीं बनता है। ओपन इक्वल टू हाई कैंडल पे ये कैंडल अगर ये पर्पल कलर की लाइन के ऊपर क्लोज करती है तो बाइंग बन जाएगी छोटे से एसएल के साथ, नहीं करती है तो फिर वेट करना थोड़ा सा। दिस इज द ओपन इक्वल टू हाई कैंडल राइट नाउ इन एट सपोर्ट। बाकी सेलर्स तो एग्जिट जरूर कर सकते हैं। बाकी अगर ओपन इक्वल टू हाई ब्रेक कर दे या फिर नेक्स्ट कैंडल पे तो छोटा सा यहाँ पर ट्रेड प्लान रहेगा उस केस में, दिस वन। बाकी अगर ये ब्रेक ही कर गया ओपन इक्वल टू हाई में सीधा ही नीचे आ जाता है तो फिर रीटेस्ट में एक सेलिंग का प्लान वापस रहेगा उस केस में। डेटा न्यूट्रल ही है, डेटा इज न्यूट्रल फॉर नेचुरल गैस, फ्लैट आया है डेटा। कम ऑन गाइस, 95 लाइक्स डन, लाइक भी करते रहो सभी लोग। या श्योर।
News when you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Amy Morris. Inflation data is in line with expectations, holding steady at 2.8%. Ira Jersey with Bloomberg Intelligence says it looks like inflation has stalled.
And a big reason for that stalling in core inflation is some of the consumption that's going on. So services continues to be the main driver of that core PCE number being as high as it is. Services continues to grow like gangbusters. So people are still spending money.
Ira Jersey with Bloomberg Intelligence. A tech sell-off is pushing stocks lower. The S&P 500 down 0.4%. NASDAQ down about 1%. The Dow is little changed on the downside. The 10-year Treasury yield at 4.23%. The 2-year yield at 4.2%. NVIDIA leading the losses in mega caps. NVIDIA shares are now down more than 3%. GDP figures show the American economy expanded at a healthy 2.8% annual pace from July through September on strong consumer spending and a surge in exports. And weekly jobs data is mixed. We learn more about that with Bloomberg's Vinny Del Giudice.
New jobless claims continue to run at historic lows, dipping last week to 213,000. It's reassuring data, though in some industries it's getting tougher to land a job. The total number of workers on unemployment is at a 3-year high. Bloomberg Economics sees the jobless rate rising into 2026. That would be midterm election time. Vinny Del Giudice, Bloomberg Radio.
Symbotic shares have fallen 40% after the warehouse automation company cut its first quarter revenue forecast, saying it was unable to file because of accounting errors. The firm's AI-enabled warehouse automation platform services Walmart, Target, and Albertsons. A group of states led by Texas is suing BlackRock, Vanguard, and State Street for allegedly breaking antitrust laws by boosting electricity prices through their investments. Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton claims the three combined their market clout and membership in climate groups to pressure coal producers to cut output. The lawsuit claims that's created coal shortages and higher bills for Texans and residents in the other states. This is the highest profile lawsuit yet against the ESG industry. Turning now to the war in Ukraine, Ian Bremmer is president and founder of the Eurasia Group, and he tells Bloomberg that President-elect Donald Trump's cabinet tends to lean toward Ukraine for the most part.
A lot of this has to do with what Trump and his team
is going to come in and say. And the Trump advisory group, the cabinet coming in, let's leave aside Tulsi Gabbard, who is an outlier, is going to be pretty hawkish.
Claims the three combined their market clout and membership in climate groups to pressure coal producers to cut output. The lawsuit claims that's created coal shortages and higher bills for Texans and residents in the other states. This is the highest profile lawsuit yet against the ESG industry. Turning now to the war in Ukraine, Ian Bremmer is president and founder of the Eurasia Group, and he tells Bloomberg that President-elect Donald Trump's cabinet tends to lean toward Ukraine for the most part.
A lot of this has to do with what Trump and his team is going to come in and say. And the Trump advisory group, the cabinet coming in, let's leave aside Tulsi Gabbard, who is an outlier, is going to be pretty hawkish in support of Ukraine.
Ian Bremmer of the Eurasia Group believes that once Trump is inaugurated, he will broker a deal allowing Russia to stay in occupied territory, but allowing Ukraine to defend itself and prevent any further incursion. Starbucks has had its worst year since 2020. Sources tell Bloomberg the chain's poor financial performance means corporate workers are only getting 60% of their overall bonuses. Starbucks revenue grew less than 1% in the most recent fiscal year, compared with double-digit increases in the prior 3 years. And now we're seeing Arabica coffee, the variety that goes into specialty drinks, trading at highs unseen since the first Star Wars came out in '77. Mike McGlone is a senior commodities analyst at Bloomberg Intelligence.
Coffee is just like cocoa, and they're very much centered, where they're produced are on the equator, so they're very much at the epicenter of global climate change and warming. So we're having a drought in Brazil. It's mostly boosting coffee.
Mike McGlone with Bloomberg Intelligence also says limited supplies of Arabica beans in Vietnam are adding to a more than 70% rally in coffee futures. Right now, 3.9% higher. Former hedge fund manager Whitney Tilson plans to run for New York City mayor, joining a crowded field of Democrats seeking to succeed the embattled Eric Adams next year. One issue top of mind for city residents is congestion pricing. Tilson is for it.
I think people who oppose congestion pricing are thinking about the cost of it wrong. It's not the $9 or the $15 that's really costing people. It's sitting in traffic for an hour, burning expensive gas and wasting your time. And I want to get rid of all of that in New York City.
Former hedge fund manager Whitney Tilson eyeing a run for New York City mayor. That's news when you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Amy Morris. This is Bloomberg.
Actually a quantitative approach. We look at states of the world in terms of growth and inflation and the terms and location. There's an element of it that is slightly discretionary, but think about optimizing maybe once a month, not more often than that.
This is a question for Reza. When you think about the stock market, it seems like Trump wants stocks up. He brags about the stock market a lot. And if they go down, you think he would just bend over backwards to make stocks go back up. In your opinion, do you see that not happening this second term? Or do you think that this ETF is needed just in case the stock market, kind of goes its own direction?
Well, there's a tremendous amount of risks offshore that we need to look at. This Lebanon-Israeli, for example, truce agreement may just create more risk against a war against the Iranians and the Israelis, which obviously has effects on the oil supply that comes out of the Persian Gulf. These kind of risks do significantly impact the stock market, especially as that oil goes to China, and there's obviously some other risks associated with the South China Sea. And so we don't see these events being positive for the stock market, and we see this instrument, and this instrument is designed to do so, doing well at times such as this. So that's why we launched at this time frame.
And Reza, I have another question for you. I thought an interesting detail was that this ETF was launched through Goldman Sachs ETF Accelerator program. It's not quite a white label, but for those listening who maybe aren't familiar with the concept, basically Goldman Sachs helped you do the back office stuff, as I believe it, or understand it, to get this ETF to the masses. Can you talk us through why you went with that setup, for example, rather than hiring out an ETF team?
Yeah, in 2018, when we came off the back end of working through the alternative treasury instrument idea through the Trump administration and the national security think tank we were working through, the Goldman Sachs team took it upon themselves to help us devise this program as a more resilient U.S. Treasury instrument. They built an index initially. We built an annuity with them. And we just felt their team was really strong. They're really focused on national security. They're focused on resiliency. They've got a very strong relationship with Washington. And they've got a fantastic team at the ETF Accelerator. Lisa Mantle, Steve Sachs. These are really, really strong teams that we rely on to execute these trades. And we think that there's more work to be done underneath the illiquid portion of this ETF at a time and a place when the scale allows it. So the platform is very strong, but also the connectivity to the other parts of Goldman and their natural inclination to be more focused on national security and resiliency and economic security matters made them a natural choice. We're very proud to be working with them.
And Nouriel, when you think about this ETF, the big market for ETFs is advisors. Financial advisors are like 70% of ETF users. What does this replace for a typical 60-40 advisor? Is this going into the bond portion or the equity or maybe some other alternative portion they might have?
No, it's a substitute for the bond portion because, as I pointed out, the traditional defensive asset is long-term treasury doesn't work in a world in which inflation is going to be gradually higher, bond yields are going to be higher, prices are going to be lower for those bonds at the time where there could be correction in equity markets. The whole point of 60-40 is based on a negative correlation between bond prices and equity prices. Risk on growth, equity do well, bond prices fall. Risk off recession, bond prices go higher, the yield goes down, equities do worse. But that works only if inflation is low and stable. Instead, in a world in which gradual inflation goes higher, you lose on the equity portion of your portfolio, and you lose also on the bond portion of your portfolio. So when you lose on the bond portion of your portfolio, you want to have an asset that is actually truly defensive when interest rates are higher, because either there is higher inflation or bigger deficit than that. And so it's an alternative to the bond part of your portfolio, the defensive part of your portfolio.
All right, great conversation, you guys. Atlas CEO Reza Bundy, really appreciate you taking the time. Nouriel, don't go anywhere. You're sticking with us. This is ETF IQ on Bloomberg.
Why? He's like, why are you not paying it off? And I was like, oh, it's not that much. I'm like, off. And he's like, is there some reason? Are you trying to build your credit score? And I was like, no, I just never thought about it. It just seems so normal to me to just have a little bit of credit card debt. And so, yeah, he was like, well, you should pay that off. He's got such a system with credit card points that he like has a specific credit card he wants us to use to get points to achieve something. He got us a companion pass with Southwest Airlines from credit card points. So it's like a buy one, get one free when you fly somewhere. He's from St. Louis. My family live in Dallas. So we can go see them and it's like a buy one, get one free ticket. He's got like a system down with credit card points.
So you're saying we need to have him on the show later.
Yes. Oh my gosh. Honestly, he's got the tips. He's got the advice. He can also tell you what it's like to deal with someone who's a little more financially chaotic than he is. Like he's very graceful.
I will say though, especially speaking from personal experience, the reward aspect of credit cards can be a double-edged sword, right? Because we do think of it, oh, I'm going to get all these miles, but then if we're not paying the credit card off, many times we're paying more in interest than we are for the actual trip that we are rewarded that we end up getting. So
I would fall into that. He does not. He is So meticulous.
Yeah,
He's
yeah.
got reminders on his phone. He knows when to pay. Auto pay. He's got me turned on to auto pay for everything.
Yeah, we love auto pay.
Yes.
So it sounds like what you said earlier in the interview that when you finally started to make money, you had somewhat of an aversion to saving and budgeting. Like you kind of felt like that was your reward.
Yeah.
Were you what scared you about actually doing budgeting or doing saving or maybe even investing as well?
Yeah, saving I was doing. Budgeting was, and to be honest, still is not my favorite thing to do. It's so necessary, especially my husband and I, we met in Houston and then we moved to New York in 2021. And he was like, we have to have a budget. Like the cost of living is so different. We have to figure it out. And I was really like, do we? I don't think. I was like,
Would it help if I told you that studies show that couples who budget together report having better sex lives?
Oh, absolutely. Go back to 2021 and tell me that. No, because we actually we did make a budget that was very helpful. And yeah, I hate that I saw it as a reward. But that's just innately what it was. I just see money. I've talked to him about it. He sort of sees money as a game in some ways. Growing up, he has an older sister. They had coffee cans, and their parents would give them money for things, and they would save. Like they've always seen it as like a competition and a reward. They have a much healthier and open view of it. And I always just saw it as something so negative and bad, and just so filled with anxiety and stress that I don't like thinking about it. It's just not a fun game for me. So that I can let him do it now, and he can max out my contributions, and we can go from there.
It does make sense though. If you always had a negative experience as it relates to money, it makes sense that once you've made it, you're starting to make money, that you think, okay, now I don't have to worry about this bad part of my life anymore. That can be set aside.
Yes, and what he's helped me see, honestly, is that down the road, thinking about it now, budgeting now, thinking about investments now really has been beneficial because later on the dividends will pay off. To mix some metaphors there, yeah. And it's really helped me see that. He's like, we want to eventually travel and relax and help nieces and nephews who are hopefully going to college, and we'll be able to do that if we make some smart decisions now.
Nice.
It's interesting. We talk about this idea of finally making it, and I think that for many folks, we fake it until we make it, right?
Especially queer people.
I think especially queer people, but I think a lot of folks do this, is that we kind of fake it until we make it, or at least through our outward appearance or the way we spend our money, we kind of fake this, I am successful. But then we get to that level. But very few of us will pull back the curtain and show people that we were faking it and the mistakes that we made. So why are you doing it? Why do you feel comfortable sharing this kind of information?
Why are you here today?
I just wandered in this beautiful building. No, that is a great question. And especially, I think for queer people growing up, so many of us have to suppress who we are, and we don't get to fully live these lives where we're we start making bad decisions. Maybe we're putting trips on credit cards and not really fully planning it out. Yeah,
we did it.
It's so relatable.
We totally did it.
You're like, so many decisions I've made saying life is short. Life is short, so we've got to live now. But there is a balance. So it is. It's a good question. I feel like talking about it, especially among LGBTQ plus people, we can help each other. Like our lives are not necessarily the same as heterosexual couples or heterosexual people. So the more we can talk to each other about what we've gone through and what we've had to figure out on the way, maybe we can save someone else having to go through the same pitfalls.
Yeah, it is interesting that when we do experience judgment, that for many of us, that judgment can cause us to feel shame or to feel excluded. And we oftentimes then kind of almost...
Okay, guys, crude oil is still, if you look at the current candle, that is again open equal to high. Okay, so don't buy it directly. We need a candle जो open equal to high ना form हो. This candle is also open equal to high, तो इसको अपना high break करने दो. Open equal to high पे directly buy नहीं कर सकते. Even this is a support, but we can't buy directly on this candle. थोड़ा वापस ऊपर क्लोज हो जाए, ओपन इक्वल टू हाई ना बने तो बेटर है बाइंग करने के लिए लेवल। करना थोड़ा सा डायरेक्टली बाय मत करना क्रूड में, ओके? अगर प्लान कर रहे हो इस पर्टिकुलर लेवल पे, वो कैंडल अगेन ओपन इक्वल टू हाई फॉर्म होगी है करंट कैंडल, विच इज नॉट गुड।
The idea that life is short can sometimes drive really bad decision making. It's treat yourself, like from Parks and Rec, that NBC show.
Yeah.
That's another of the same mantra: treat yourself. I've used that many times, and it's really just you get to make those decisions. Like, is this trip important to us? Are we going to save and make this trip happen? And if it is a priority, then do it. If it's fabulous, if it's maybe extravagant, plan for it, do it. But to do it on the spur of the moment when you can't really afford it, or you're going to be paying for it later in different ways, maybe don't do it, and figure out what your priorities are.
Right, definitely. I remember, kind of what you were just talking about there. My dad used to say one thing to me when I was younger, was to live like you're going to die tomorrow, but plan like you're going to live forever.
Oh.
And I never really clued into exactly what he was talking about until we had our financial aha moment and realized that we had $51,000 in credit card debt. And I was like, I've been living in the moment. I've been living like I'm going to die tomorrow, but I haven't been planning like I'm going to live forever.
Yes.
And I think that's it's especially in the culture we live in today, and especially I think with the mental health climate we live in today. A lot of people feel like spending money is an easy way to make themselves feel better about their current situation or their mental health. So it's really hard to actually live that out. So.
Yeah, absolutely. Retail therapy can be very damaging, and retail therapy, I think, can work from any income point. My mom would go to Walmart without my dad knowing and buy so much useless stuff from Walmart and bring it home and hide it. And I think she was doing that as a sort of therapy for herself. I did not understand it at the time. It's like file folders and like alarm clocks. And I'm like, what is happening? But looking back, I'm like, oh, she was just trying to spend and make herself feel better. Yeah. And it did not help.
Yeah, you get a dopamine rush from that shopping, that purchase. Yeah. It's almost like a hunting and gathering kind of thing. You've gathered all this stuff, but then, of course, then the dopamine goes away, and then you feel guilt and shame and all that around it.
And you also have all this crap that's just around your house. Yeah,
that's true.
Right too.
Yeah.
Well, thank you so much for coming on the show and being so vulnerable. Like David suggested earlier, you didn't necessarily have to do this, but we're trying to get the community to start talking more about its finances, so that we can all lift each other up. And so, thank you so much for being so vulnerable.
Of course,
coming in today.
It's very important what you guys are doing. So, thanks for doing it.
Thank you. Appreciate it. And there you have it, the second chapter of our chat with correspondent Stephen Romo. Stephen shared how his financial life didn't really start to improve until his partner started to talk with him about his finances, actually asking him questions about why he was making the financial decisions that he was making.
And that really is the purpose of this show, is to encourage more queer folks to have those thoughtful and strategic conversations about money. Activism isn't just those amazing speeches or marching through the streets with our fists in the air. Sometimes it's putting our arm around the shoulder of a friend or chosen family member and saying, how can I help? And starting these difficult money conversations that can really help. This is financial activism. And as we've shared elsewhere, the financial security of our community, when we lift ourselves up financially, we lift up the whole community. And that definitely is something worth fighting for.
Nice job, husband. Thanks for tuning in. Catch new episodes of Living Not So Fabulously every Wednesday at noon Eastern Time at yahoofinance.com, YouTube, or wherever you binge your favorite podcasts. Set notifications, like, and subscribe. And until next time, stay fabulous.
First up, let's take a look at Autodesk here. The shares are on the move following its third quarter earnings here, beating the street's expectations, but the outlook failing to impress Wall Street, even as it raised the low end of its previous guidance. The design software company also appointing a new CFO, which is effective next month. You're taking a look at the stock, taking a pretty significant hit at this point, off just about 5.5%. Again, much of this reaction that we're seeing this morning was to the guidance that we are getting, because it did largely top the street's expectations. Look at the quick reaction that we are getting from the street this morning. Citi saying that they believe guidance may reflect some conservatism with the ongoing transition of the new CFO. So that's important to keep in mind as you're trying to gauge what some of that momentum is going to look like beyond maybe the next quarter or two. But they did say that they are underwhelmed by the more modest profitability outperformance. So again, the stock has been able to regain some of its momentum ahead of these results. You were looking at year-to-date gains, it looks like, of just over 20%. But again, we are seeing some pressure on the stock this morning, a lot of that because of the guidance.
And we did see strong third quarter performance despite that lack of lift to the upside on that guidance. They showed an 11% year-over-year increase in their revenues here. So we got a note from BMO Capital Markets this morning talking about their market perform rating, maintaining that rating on shares of Autodesk, but increasing their price target to 308 up from 287. They talk about how they do see a lift off of that new CFO hiring, like you mentioned, Shauna, and they say that's going to be a critical part of the executive planning and financial planning for Autodesk moving forward here. They also talked about how the company's underlying performance does remain strong if you look under the hood of the data in their latest print, and they continue to focus on new projects like Fusion. That was also highlighted as part of their progress story on the call here. So it's going to be interesting to see whether or not that trajectory can be enough to justify this price target increase over at BMO this morning.
Madison Mills standing by for a closer look at some hedging that you could see for a sell-off in treasuries. Maddie.
That's exactly right, Shauna. We're getting a bearish tone from traders in the interest rate options market in particular, as bond traders are starting to position themselves for a potential increase in U.S. Treasury yields moving forward. You can see here in this chart behind me, we're taking a look at this strong demand for put options from January and February contracts, with positions targeting 10-year yields as high as 4.9%. Moving into the new year here, that is well above the average yield, the current yield rather, which is around 4.3% last time I checked, and this year's high was just over 4.7. So getting up to 4.9 is going to be a really strong increase to the upside when it comes to those yields. So one of the reasons that we are seeing this bearish tone amongst Treasury options here is that Trump trade coming in here. The idea that some of those tariff policies that Trump has been touting this week in particular could lead to more inflation moving forward. And we did see a pickup in yields and a little bit of selling off in treasuries this week on the back of those announcements on tariffs here. We also have this morning Trump's USTR pick, Jameson Greer. He is a China hawk. He's very pro-tariffs. He also worked closely with Trump's former USTR head, Robert Lighthizer, who's in that same role under Trump 1.0. And Lighthizer was also very pro-tariffs and led the tariffs regime in Trump's first round as president. So an anticipation in the Treasury space of more of that to come here. Now, what could be the key kind of determining factor of treasuries as we head into next year. That's going to be the jobs report coming up. We also have, of course, that key December Fed meeting. But heading into those next big catalysts for the treasury space, JP Morgan had a client survey out showing that short positions are now at their highest in a month for the treasury market. So this could be just one place to look as a potential pressure point for equities moving forward if we do see that move to 4.9 in the 10-year in particular, guys.
All right, first up, let's go to Workday here. Fourth quarter guidance falling short of expectations. Still, the software company beat estimates for the third quarter with revenue up 16% year over year. And the company's CEO also saying that they are looking to grow their business with the U.S. government. Shares right now down by about 12% here. And for investors out there that are trying to really wrap their heads around what may be taking place, I mean, this is also a time where the company has talked about where they're going to continue to spend and where they're going to continue to invest in their business. And so perhaps really kind of trying to pair that with what the analysts on the call might look at as the demand, perhaps just a little bit weaker than anticipated. There's still some positive in the headcount growth that they're anticipating to bring on, and then additional investments as at the same time as maintaining some of their cash flow operations and expectations next year of $2.35 billion.
Yeah, I think so much of this and much of the reaction that we are seeing is surrounding subscription demand and some of the disappointment there, especially when you look out to what the current demand is expected to be here in the fourth quarter. They're seeing 2.03 billion. The estimate was for 2.04 billion. So a bit of a disappointment there, or just shy of what the street had been anticipating. And that was called out a number of times within the analyst commentary that was out this morning. JP Morgan mentioned it. Piper Sandler, their analyst there, was saying that they downgraded the stock to neutral from overweight, highlighting the 10th consecutive quarter of slowing subscription growth. And when you take a look at the fact that the 12-month subscription backlog growth was near the guidance given, but it indicated no real improvement in demand, I think that's the key part of the story here, and why we're seeing such pressure on the stock here this morning. I'm Shauna Smith alongside Brad Smith, and let's get you the three things that you need to know this morning.
Good morning, everyone. First up, futures falling right now after U.S. stocks hit record highs yet again. Both the S&P 500 and the Dow Jones Industrial Average closed at record levels on Tuesday as investors shrug off potential tariff risks from the Trump administration. All eyes now turning to today's economic data.
Treasury yields are falling as investors are awaiting October PCE data this morning. Now for the latest read on the Fed's fight to tame inflation. Meanwhile, traders are digesting data, including the second reading on third quarter GDP, showing that the U.S. economy grew at a solid 2.8% pace amid stronger consumer spending.
And a slowdown in the PC market, hitting shares of Dell and HP this morning. The long-awaited recovery of personal computers is stalling after a bump up earlier this year. Computer purchases are getting pushed into 2025, according to the CFO of Dell. Meanwhile, tariffs loom over the space, with the CEO of HP telling Yahoo Finance some of the costs will have to be passed on to consumers.
Some of that will have to go to consumers, given what is the overall margin that we have in the categories. But again, we need to wait and see what the final tariffs are for us to define what the exact plan is going to be.
faster if we did that. Right now, technology companies don't have the healthcare knowledge. Healthcare companies probably don't have the breadth of knowledge they need for technology. If we can figure that out together with great minds from both sides, I think that leads to a much better place.
Bloomberg Markets, I'm Vonnie Quinn. Time now for the stock of the hour. Autodesk reporting third quarter results that largely topped analyst estimates, but missing estimates for one metric, adjusted operating margin. The company also announcing a new CFO this week. Joining us now to discuss all of this and more, we're joined by the company's president and CEO, Andrew Anagnost. Andrew, thank you so much for joining. So as I was saying, many metrics beat. You did, however, come in slightly shy on the operating margin. Stock was at an all-time high, down more than 8% today. Is this market being fair to you?
Yeah, so first off, we had a great quarter in a tough climate. We beat on all key metrics, and we raised the midpoint of the guide for the year on all key metrics. You know, and really completed our 8th quarter of beating expectations in the market in a really challenging time. And this is happening because of people really needing the digital solutions that we need and how we deliver things from design to make. More importantly, we also delivered really strong, consistent performance in the make side of our business, construction, manufacturing, production. These areas of the business were growing north of 20%. And that's another testimony to things. Is with regards to the margin of the quarter, that's just because our annual user conference, Autodesk University, moved into Q3 this year and is usually in Q4. All of that washes out in the full year results.
So that will increase, you're saying?
Yeah, the full year guide for our operating margin is in line with where people expect. We actually raised the lower end of the guide there.
You announced a new CFO to begin work next month. Why?
Well, we remember we were in an interim CFO period with Betsy Balfell sitting in as interim CFO. And what we're focused on right now moving forward is we're focused on operational excellence inside our finance organization. You know, we have some great guidance and communication processes within our core finance organization, but we are very much focused on sales and marketing optimization moving forward, and we want best-in-class operational excellence in our finance organization that will help us drive those optimizations, make sure that we're getting a return for every dollar, and hold people in the company accountable. And that's why we've hired Janesh into the role, because he's the kind of person that focuses on the operational excellence inside the company.
Talk to us about conversations with Starboard. Have you had any ones in recent days? Are they asking for more?
You know, we listen to all of our investors, and the thing, you know, I want to focus on is the thing we agree about. And the thing that we all agree about is Autodesk needs to drive more optimization in its sales and marketing functions. The work we've done over the last 2 years is delivering the free cash flow buildup you're seeing now. It's delivering the revenue performance you're seeing now, and it's also delivering the reaffirmed cash flow that we gave, the $2.05 billion we gave for next year. That's all a result of 2 years of hard work. But the result of that work is allowing us to now look at our sales and marketing expenses and optimize how we go to market. And that's something that we and all the investment community agree on is an important target for Autodesk, and it's an important focus for us.
Starboard had been asking for a new CEO. Obviously, difficult to talk to you about this, but have you considered looking at a successor, potentially stepping aside yourself?
we think we have the right strategy, and look at the results we're delivering, okay? 8 quarters of beating the company's expectations, two years of preparing for the results we're delivering now. We're heading into a free cash flow buildup. We're through the trough of our free cash flow. We're delivering on exactly what we said we were going to do 2 years ago. In fact, we're beating them. On an apples-to-apples basis, our non-GAAP margins are ahead of what we said we were going to do 2 years ago. We're actually achieving next year's targets in this year on an apples-and-apples basis, and there's more to come. So I believe in our strategy. I believe we've got excellent execution, and I believe we have a really bright future moving forward.
You announced increased margins and buybacks, obviously, as well. Was this a direct response to Starboard's asks?
Our capital allocation strategy didn't change. Our first goal is to invest in the business, then to offset dilution, and our third goal is to opportunistically buy back ahead of dilution. Now, we're in a period of building up free cash flow. We've exited the free cash flow trough, and our free cash flow is building. So we issued a new repurchase authorization because we want to have the room in the medium and long term to execute on that strategy. And that's what that's all about. It's really consistently executing on the strategy we have and making sure we have the headroom to do that.
Andrew, thank you so much. We only have just a few seconds left, but can you tell me, are you still engaged in ongoing conversations with Starboard?
We talk to all of our investors all the time. And what we do is we focus on what's important to them, which is delivering results and moving forward, delivering margin accretion through sales and marketing optimization.
Got it. Andrew, thank you so much. Much appreciate your time. That was Andrew Anagnost, who is CEO of Autodesk. Coming up, it's not just a toy anymore. The expanding Elf on the Shelf universe enters another holiday season bigger than ever. A closer look at Elf on the Shelf maker, the Lumistella company, with co-founder and co-CEO Krista Pitts. That's next. This is Bloomberg.
This is going to sound crazy, but I know these attack vectors. Oh, had a little upgrade, have we? Okay, so that's how you want to play.
The real promise of quantum computing is that potentially it's computing all over again. We are trying to build the tools that will enable users to really transform their industries. Coming from a world that is quite far separated from venture capital, building up the network, building up the skills was an important part of that journey. I want to get to a world where quantum computing is really the way we're solving all of the hard problems.
Bloomberg's Chief Future Officer shines a spotlight on these dynamic leaders.
Our first job is to intimately understand and anticipate the consumer's needs.
It's an incredibly fun job, for sure. To me, teamwork is key.
You need to identify opportunities and push people.
It's not about how to say no, it's about how to say yes.
Their impact goes far beyond the balance sheet. And on Chief Future Officer, they focus on much more than just revenues and margins.
Today's CFO has to be much, much more than a bookkeeper.
I talk more about culture today than I talk about numbers.
Competition's moving faster. The world is moving faster.
It's a lot more than the profit today. It's building the future of tomorrow.
Get passion, perspective, and more from the Chief Future Officers of some of the world's most influential companies. New episodes this fall, only on Bloomberg. Brought to you by Workday.
This is Bloomberg Markets. I'm Bonnie Quinn. You might recognize the now famous Elf on the Shelf, but the brand is gearing up for a new holiday season with a cornucopia of products and projects. It's a vast world now compared to that single elf that started it all almost 20 years ago. Joining us with more is Krista Pitts, co-founder and co-CEO of the Lumistella company, makers of the Elf on the Shelf. You're in 25 countries around the world now, and it's an expanding universe. You control the IP these days. So how do you go about building out the Elf on the Shelf brand and going into more products, collaborations, networks?
Yeah, you know, what we realized is that not every product that we offer, Elf Pets, Elf Mates, Nora, who is a new key character, a balloon in the Macy's Thanksgiving Day Parade, is not necessarily the elf on the shelf, right? The elf works for Santa, reports to him, comes back to your home, and flies back and forth from the North Pole. But in the case of the ever-broadening world we're creating, the IP, as you've pointed out, we needed a new name, a caretaker. And that's where the Santaverse comes from. So we've launched the Santaverse, and underneath the Santaverse, all of our products, all of our brands can live in harmony.
Do you work in countries where there isn't a Christmas per se, or does it have to be a country that's predominantly Christian in some way?
Yeah, we are in over 25 different countries, and of course every country celebrates the Christmas season in a different way, which we recognize and we appreciate. And some countries have Boxing Day or Three Kings Day, and so there are variations based on the country in which you live, but ultimately the magic and the belief of the season is what our company represents. We create joyful family moments, and I think people love that.
Give us a little insight, or as much as you can, into things like revenue and, you know, what's a better deal for you in terms of margins? Is it getting something into a grocery store, or is it getting a movie made, or is it creating a new type of doll?
Yeah, so we break our business into a few different components. We've got entertainment, experiences, and then consumer products. And so we're able to really broaden the net that we are serving our consumers within. So if it's entertainment they're craving or content, we have music videos that are on YouTube. We've got a multitude of partnerships, including Netflix. So we have some real beautiful things already on there, but also in the pipeline.
And what kind of percentage do you take, for example, and what kind of percentage do the creators have to take for something like what you've got on Netflix?
Yeah, it really depends on the deal. You know, we're very fortunate in that my sister, who is our co-CEO and co-founder, is really the hub of creative content. So nearly all of the content that we put out and have produced thus far is made based on an in-house expertise. That's the books, that's the consumer product part of what we do, and it's also our content. Much of it is created by Santa, of course, but ultimately through our own pipeline.
Yes. Really. Yes. Speaking of Santa's elves, how much do you have to think about the possibility of tariffs next year? Because, yeah, you may not be the actual manufacturers of some of these products, but somebody is manufacturing them.
Actually, we are. Mm-hmm. So we do the production sourcing ourselves, and so it's a very real consideration for us. You know, obviously there's still a lot to be seen, as we've been hearing from Bloomberg today, but we realize that free trade is important and that is going to serve everyone, but it has implications, especially if you are a small to medium-sized business, as we do, sourcing, production, and the entire supply chain pipeline. It has real effects, both in what we are receiving into the country and what we are putting into other countries.
So this little elf, for example, who is pretending not to stare at me, but is obviously taking notes, how much does he cost to make, and how much does he or she go to the consumer for, and how will that change next year?
Yeah, so we don't talk as much about the price on that side, but we do talk about the fact that it is about $29.95, and it ranges up to $32.95, depending on the retailer that's carrying it. And what we're really spending our time focused on is the safety of products. You know, when we talk about the trade situation and we talk about potential tariffs, one of the things we're most focused on is compliance.
Well, Krista, I hope that you come back and give us an update. Of course, after all the notes have been taken. That is Krista Pitts, co-founder and co-CEO of the Lumistella company, makers of the Elf on the Shelf, and she's probably headed back to the North Pole herself as well after the Thanksgiving Day parade. That does it for Bloomberg Markets.
The real promise of quantum computing is that potentially it's computing all over again. We are trying to build the tools that will enable users to really transform their industries. Coming from a world that is quite far separated from venture capital, building up the network, building up the skills was an important part of that journey. I want to get to a world where quantum computing is really the way we're solving all of the hard problems.
We want to build the future of marine services, autonomous ships that can be used for different things at the same time. Initially, people said that this looks like something I can build in my garage. Jumpstart really pushed it over the edge for us and build our network. When we are trying to scale up and going to a different region, you need to have the right partner. We just want to build something that becomes the norm.
The real promise of quantum computing is that potentially it's computing all over again. We are trying to build the tools that will enable users to really transform their industries. Coming from a world that is quite far separated from venture capital, building up the network, building up the skills was an important part of that journey. I want to get to a world where quantum computing is really the way we're solving all of the hard problems.